Yo, yo, yo. Big Boss Cellini from where? Oakland, California. Oh, shit. Let me move up closer to the screen. Closer to the screen so you can see what I mean. Coming to you on your mobile screen. That's what it is. Trying to get situated with the one person. Who's that one single person? Who is the very first person to pull up? When boss get big, man, when bossy boss get big and I go live, I'm going to have a prize for the first person to pull up. You know what I'm saying? Like some of these stores be doing. Damn, that escalated quickly. It went from 1 to 4. Shout out to the 3. I thought I was having a conversation with one person. It said one person. It jumped from 1 to 4 to 5. And let's run it up. That 15, 20. Let go. Was you the first one? You the first comment? Was you the first one up in here? Yeah, man. I told you, Bossy Boss is back. Back to attack, man. I told you, Bossy Boss is back. Now, Kyra Calloway. What's up with a Calloway? I knew a Calloway. He was cool. We called him Big C. I know you not him. He was cool, though. So if you a Calloway, you are right with me. That's what it is. Trying to let more people filter into the building. I appreciate the 5 people, the 5 people we got. Truly, I do. Shit. Type it out. It's me. What? Get out of here. You that Callaway? Oh shit. You not that Callaway, man. You not that Callaway. I'm talking about Big C. Big C. He used to roll real tough with the homie Mr. Reggie. Big C and Mr. Reggie. You not Big C, man. Big C Callaway, man. Yeah, Big C Callaway was a cool dude. Clifton, what up? Starting to get the regular degglers pulling up, man. We starting to be a real tribe up in here, man. Like I say, when I go live, man, I'll be lightweight expecting certain people to show up, and I like feel the way they don't come through. I say, where is so-and-so? Where is so-and-so? Hey, man. Don't it feel good to be expected? I said wrong, pause, whatever. And you know what I'm saying? We are brotherhood, man. We are brotherhood. We are brotherhood. Somebody on YouTube actually expects you when they go live, if and when you can. I appreciate it. JM. Hey man, we almost there, man. When I hit that and get 150 more, man. Boss, I remember my promises, man. I know what I said to you when I was in Brazil, or live in Brazil on the Lapa Steps with JJ. Shout out to JJ. I remember what I said to you, JM. So almost, man, almost. Hi, big boss. It's nice to see you every day now, bro. I know, right? I get y'all used to the boss. It's gonna be like a drug. Y'all gonna get a withdrawal habit. It's only for 1 week, man. Until I go full time with the shit. It's only for 1 week. This week I happen to be off work. Y'all know the story. I'm off work this week. So I said if I'm off work doing YouTube, I can hop on a live. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Yo, HD chilling with the beam and eyes. That's what's up. I got some of the regulars, man. Shoot, I didn't send it out to the groups. I didn't send the link to the groups. I know, it's the middle of the day, so it's 3:00 my time, all across the great U.S. What, it's 5, in the Midwest or something like that, and I know it's 6 p.m. on the East Coast. Some people probably not even off work yet, fighting traffic. That's what's up. Oh man. Shout out. Sergeant Gator, pull up, man. You on the what's her name? Did I send you? Let me send him the what's her name. Hold on. How y'all doing though? It's still early. Trying to send the like the link to the whole shit though. I'm gonna drop the link for y'all, some of y'all to pull up, man. Anybody gonna pull up? Anybody gonna jump on here with Bossy Boss? I get the cool ones, and sometimes I get the crazy. Shout out to the crazy ones. So I get the two extremes, right? I get the super cool cats. I get the super cool guys, and I get those it's all good, but yeah, they rocking with the boss, man. They rocking with the bossy boss. So if you rocking with the boss, you all right with me, because boss is crazy too. And that's on my what the hell? The hell was that? Oh, coffee bean? Yeah, I'm sitting there making coffee. That ain't good. I'm on YouTube. I can't be looking any kind of way on YouTube. This shit forever. Now I see why some of y'all don't want to come on here though. But goddamn, y'all can just say mute your face. I'm trying to send this out to a few more peoples. What's good out there? Oh, we got that 9 buck travel with no mic. What up to the chat and panel? Yeah, we ain't really no panel yet. It's going to be a panel. So this really you, Callaway? You said it's me. What's up, Big C? If this is Big C Callaway, what's up, homie? What's up, man? Miss you, man. Ain't ashamed to say it. I miss the Big C Callaway. Hell, I miss Mr. Reggie. Man, we had a very lit original crew. Real Talk WhatsApp group back started 2019. Back when I first started that WhatsApp group in 2019 out of the WTU. Shout out to WTU, No Love Lost. WTU, Richie Rich, Drees Jedi, Ken Padmore, all of them over in the WTU, World Travelers United. But boss I had to make my own space, man. So that's where Real Talk WhatsApp came from. And now I got Real Talk Big Boss YouTube. So man, if you don't want to be part of the WhatsApp, you can be part of the YouTube. That's what it is. Shout out to Big C Callaway. And by extension, shout out to Mr. Reggie. Mr. Reggie, if you're listening, love you, man. Mr. Reggie, shout out to Mr. Reggie and Big C. Mr. Dacus, the navigator. Where you be navigating to, man? Flight mob up in here, man. Say that, man. And shout out to you, Mr. Dacus. You be jumping on, you pretty first like to be jumping on my videos when I release like the regular videos. I notice, right now I be going all through the what's the name. You always jump in on my videos and comment and like, you know what I'm saying? So that's what's up. That's why I always make sure I heart you. But I heart all the shit. All the comments I get on all my videos, I make sure even the haters, especially the haters, right? Especially the trolls. Even the trolls, I heart them. Now on the trolls, I won't like press like. I just like I will heart the comment. I give it a heart, but I won't like it. You know what I'm saying? But everybody else, I heart and like, and sometimes Bossy Boss will leave a little comment under your comment, and even sometimes I pin them. So, a matter of fact, my next video, Mr. Doc said it here. Whatever comment you leave, I'm just going to pin it. I'm going to pin it to the top. Even if you say hi. Even if somebody else got a longer comment and your shit to say hi, just because I said it and I have to do what I say, I'm a man of my, once I say it, then it's word. My next video I post, Mr. Dacus, you type anything, I'm going to pin it as a top comment. Because that's the kind of guy I am. Bossy Boss. And Mr. Dacus, the navigator. How I get, I got to figure that out, bro. Because I had already masterminded my brain and used common sense. As the YouTube get bigger and the YouTube community camaraderie grows, there's going to be cats that going to want to be in the WhatsApp group, and there's going to be cats that I want, that I think should be in the WhatsApp group, and how to really get you in there, because I ain't dropping my number on this big old thing. So we're going to figure it out. If Do you know? Are you part of any WhatsApp groups? Are you a part? This is to you, man, right now. Poker and trucking. I seen you in some of my in the comments, some of my videos. Thank you for coming out. I've been seeing you recently. Are you in any WhatsApp groups right now? Because all this shit is interconnected. So if you was in any WhatsApp groups, chances are somebody knows Bossy Boss, and we can slide you lateral like that. But we gonna figure it out, man. We gonna figure it out. Let me go through these comments. Okay, so you be navigating mostly Africa and London. Oh shit. So you do that side, Africa and London. Two places I haven't been. I don't really plan to go to the UK. No shots against the UK, but that's too westernized matrix for me. I mean, I do France before I do UK, and that's just to see the sights, the Eiffel Tower and the Leaning Tower. No, that's Italy, huh? Show you what boss know. Oh yeah, so the Eiffel Tower is France, and the Leaning Tower is Italy. Man, oh yeah, London, England, UK. Y'all got the Ben clock. Oh, Uncle Ben, wherever the shit is, that big clock tower. Okay, that's what's up though. Mostly Africa and London, man. That Africa, man. I don't know if you was, you were regular. You probably heard me yesterday. That Africa, man. My Africa shit just got torpedoed for the most part. And I'll go through it again for the people that didn't hear and didn't catch in, and just for something to talk about, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, my Africa trip, at least for right now, the one that I was planning, and funny, what's today? The 14th. I was going to get the ticket tomorrow on the 15th. But for reasons I'll get into, don't look like I'm gonna do Africa this time around, at least not in January. I might do it later in the year, in the summer or the end of the year, but not in January, man. Not in January. Jim Jerry, big boss, let's roll. Big boss is pumping through. That's right. Like Shaq, big guy. I'm a big guy. Crash to the board. I'm not a point guard. I'm more like a power forward. People don't believe I used to play basketball in high school because I'm so big. They said, man, you play football. I said, no, I wasn't this big in high school. I was little. I was skinny. I didn't get this size. So, in my 30s, 20 years ago, I was always tall and skinny. I was tall and skinny. People don't believe me. Boss used to be skinny. Yes. You and Doc's group. Okay, that's what's up. So, you know what? Say less. I'm going to holler at Doc. Papa Doc or Dr. Cream Pie Doc. Crazy name, right? For YouTube. Bogota Ed, Dr. Ed, Dr. Bogota Ed, Dr. Cream Pie Bogota Ed. That Doc, we still can make it happen. Like I say, we interconnected, man. This is a network. I'm in 35 and up and roll the tape. Oh, okay. Well, say less. I got you. I tell you, man, this is like a web. What a tangle web we weave, man. We like our own secret societies over here. We got our own little groups and subgroups that's interconnected. Somebody always knows somebody. Okay, so say less. Say less. I got you. Jordan the GOAT. Hello, fellas, checking in from Kenya. Shout out to Jordan the GOAT. Man, great interview. Jordan was on here with me. Y'all know. I mean, everybody in here know, but I'm saying this. You got a trip. Like, I'm a content creator, right? When I'm doing these lives, even part of my brain has to kind of think for the future. Because as I'm talking to you guys, whether it's 15, 20, 30, whatever show up, 5 people, whoever show up in the live, once this is on YouTube, it's a video that people are going to watch next week and the week after and next month, maybe even next year. Hell, I mean, sometimes I remember I would pull up some old, shout out to Roll the Tape, some of his old stuff. I'm not saying his new stuff not good, but some of Richie Rich's old stuff, was some of the best. So once something is archived on YouTube, live stream or regular video, even a live stream is still a video at the end of the day. So when I'm doing these live streams, yes, I'm talking and interacting with you guys, but I have to talk for the bigger audience in the future. Hello. So sometimes you got like, boss, we know that already. We know that. Okay. I know you guys know. but I'm talking about for my bigger audience to come in the future. So, strategy. So yeah, thank you, Jordan, for that great interview this Saturday, man. And definitely, we're gonna keep it lit. When you get to Uganda, guess what? Another feature interview. But it don't have to be featured. You're welcome anytime. I'm gonna drop the link in a minute, but I gotta talk my shit for a while. Gotta have my own space. I'm the boss. Boss. Oh, where my theme music at? Oh shit, my thing way over there. I'm the boss. Gotta have my own space before I let y'all up in here with the boss. But best believe I'm gonna drop the link. Jim Jerry up here in London, UK is bloody expensive. I believe it, bro. Shit, you ain't telling me nothing. I already know that. It's the West. It's the Western world. And sure, y'all euros already, cost more, or it's not the right word, right? Cost more. There, you boss is ghetto, man. Not cost more, but y'all euros, you know what I'm saying, is worth more than the dollar. I mean, I think like €1, it takes like $1 and some change to equal €1. So I believe it, bro. I definitely will not monger there. What's up, Jordan, in the chat? Give poker trick. Okay. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have Jordan. I'm gonna nominate Jordan to facilitate that. Jordan's gonna be my go-to to bring people in. That's right, Jordan. I like that. I like that initiative. Jordan would set it up. You know what I'm saying? Jordan could be the point of contact. Everybody know Jordan, man. Jordan is like our he used to travel Switzerland. like in the country shits, like country be having war, not war, but like beef and armistice. In some countries, they cool, but they kind of not cool, but they feel away. But everybody go to Sweden. Sweden is just cool with everybody. That's Jordan. Shout out to Jordan. Jordan is our Sweden. Jordan cool with everybody. So if Jordan give you the okay, then I know you good. Jake, I watched the video about how much a brother needs to travel. Yeah, that's one I just dropped today. Man, I don't thank you. I'm telling y'all, I'm a little behind, man. Like I said, damn, nigga took off work so I can pump out videos. Man, I still got videos. That was one of about a few on my hard drive that I have to edit. I got that one out because I thought it was relevant. And I got some of those videos to really crank out, let alone chop up these lives. And so far, day two of me being off work on a day job, and only put out like one regular video. I said, man, I got to pick up the pace. Shit, man. Boss is tired, man. Bossy boss. So I'm like, I'm tripping this week. I'm like, you know what? Shit, I really got to do this full time something. Good Lord, let it happen. Because, you don't trip until you like, you know what I'm saying? You back off. So when you in it, you in the mix, you not tripping, right? You rocking and rolling. You hitting on all cylinders. When you kind of like step off, I'm like, damn, I'm really doing all that. Like even now, like what time is it? So today, I would still kind of be at work. I'll be getting ready to get off work. I would have had been to work earlier this morning, and I would be kind of getting off work than day job now. But damn, coming off the night job, 3:00 in the morning, my time is kind of like a hybrid graveyard shift. So I get off at like 3 a.m. and then sometimes have to turn around and be on my day job at either 7 a.m. or 8 or 9 or whatever. A few hours in between, right? But whew, I'm like, wow. And I have the nerve to have a YouTube channel. So definitely when I put out something, please appreciate it. But I'm talking to the choir. Y'all rock with the bossy boss. I watched the video about how much a brother needs to travel. I think the numbers are not adding up. Okay. For example, a flight ticket to Thailand alone is about $1 bro. Okay. That depends though. Okay, so we're gonna talk about it. And I'm a circle around back to this. I want to go down and that give us something to talk about. And since it's my own video, I can bring it up and play some of it too. So yeah, we could talk about it. It depends where. Okay, but we can talk about it because that's very good. You're right. If you're flying to the Orient or you flying to Africa, that's different than going to DR, right? So yeah. So it depending, or if you have like a Brazil, if you're going way down to Brazil or something like that, that is a very good topic. It depends on where you are going, how long you are staying, right? If you're doing a weekend warrior, if you're doing 5 days, and let's be real, the budget travelers, that's what I'm gonna call them, the budget travelers, the average guys making 50, 60K, whatever, the budget travelers, they not doing a month. They not doing Jordan. They not Jordan. They're not staying nowhere for 30 days, right? They in and out. So how much you really gonna spend about 4-5 days or 10 days? So, but we can break it down. We can break it down. Thank you for that critique. But yeah, we can break it down. Again, everything is a context. Everything is within context. It's depending on where you are going, what time of the year you are going. If you booking that trip 3 months out, or you booking it like the week before, all of that code goes in it. But thank you for that sharp king eye. That's right. Jordan. Oh yeah. He got his own group, man. Tell him boss said I love him. Everybody know Bossy Boss love Dr. Ed, man. So yeah. Matter of fact, you tell him to get in contact with the Bossy Boss. Boss loves Dr. Ed. Pause. He's a good guy. That's my buddy, man. Love him to death. The almighty JC. So yeah, so big boss salute. Razor Ray, you just having too much fun. Man, Razor, you ran off yesterday. Okay, for us Californians, Thailand isn't that much. Say that, but you East Coast guys have the Caribbean DR coming for cheap. That is crazy how that works, right? I guess it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? It does depend on the coast. Which coast pops the most? Whether it's the West Coast or the East Coast, some spots more accessible and cheaper if you flying out of New York, Florida, versus flying out of California. You like us going to Hawaii on our side versus them. So that's what I'm saying. Everything is a context. But thank you for that. That being said, I'm about to drop the linky link. I'm about to finally drop it. I ran my mouth enough, right? Y'all tired of hearing the boss solo dolo? Let's infuse some fresh blood. You drew first blood. There's the link. Click it if you're there. You know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily favoritism, but it's certain people. There is a pecking order. There is people that I know, and and some of you new guys. But right now, I'm seeing the people up in here. Everybody's pretty much solid. So just about if any of you guys hit the link, y'all coming in. But I got to watch out for the trolly trolls. And speaking of trolls, I want to talk about something. Speaking of trolls, so I got the link. There's a couple of people in particular I'm expecting to hit the link. But speaking of trolls, yeah, hold on for the one time. Let me get this for the one time. While waiting for certain people, click the link, pull up to the boss with the boss. Let's see. Yeah. Boop. Lee, that look crazy, huh? What the hell the boss doing? I don't even know what the hell I'm doing at this point. Hold on. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. I have to back out of that. What the hell? Oh. I know y'all could probably still see me. Now, this is crazy right here, right? So, because I know y'all still see me. I don't see you till I click the what's the name. Yeah, so when I first put the link up, while I was waiting for the what's the name, you know what I'm saying, to count down to kick in, this one brother, and he pulled up on some of my streams before, talking a little spicy or whatnot, a little sideways. He says this is, I guess, and he has a YouTube channel. His subscriber count is hidden. I don't know how many subscribers because he got his subscriber count hidden. He don't have many videos, and the few videos he got don't have a lot of views. So I don't know if it's a new channel. But he says, stop using fear mongering to get guys to travel. So I guess he's talking about, especially this week, and we've been showcasing this tragic situation of Ray J. He called his own self. He called his own self J Black, but Ray J Black. We all know the brother who deleted his girlfriend and his ex-wife, and then deleted himself. You're talking about. And I have, that in a thumbnail, addressing, mental health issues and the matrix, as therapy. So he said and he's a travel YouTuber, right? Per the name, the Travel Bro Pro professional, Travel Bro Pro channel. Stop using fear mongering to get guys to travel. The matrix didn't kill that brother. Him not being able to deal with women and his emotions killed him. Wow. The matrix didn't kill him. Him not being able to deal with women and his own emotions killed him. Stop using a dead man to get guys to travel. Wow. Wow. Hey, man, this the beautiful thing about America, everybody got their own opinion. Everybody, feel how they feel, and I understand that. What I'm saying, who's right, who's wrong at the end of the day, when you're really talking about serious things. What the brother did, we can't condone the killing. There's a lot better ways to handle it. So definitely there were some problems, but what comes first, the chicken or the egg, right? Who caused the problems or whatever. But he's saying, don't use fear mongering. Stop using fear mongering to get guys to travel. He didn't know how to deal with women, and his emotion killed him. Stop using a dead man to get people to travel. You see right here, I responded at the Travel Bro Pro. Interesting perspective you have there. Okay. So why don't you click the link when dropped later and jump on a panel to have this discussion, right? So, of course, he removed that comment. He deleted it. So I had screenshotted it because it stayed up on one of my laptops because, of course, I had the inside feed because I was working on something. So it was still there and I didn't refresh it. And, on my phone, when I looked at it on my phone refreshes all the time. It was gone from my phone. I said, wow, when I looked on my phone and I went on my laptop, it was still there. So I screenshotted it. And after I screenshot it, I backed up, refreshed it. Sure enough, it was gone there too. So obviously, after he left this comment, and after I replied and said, why don't you pull up? Why don't you pull up? And let's talk about it on the panel. Click the link. This guy, he deleted it. So that is interesting. And very interesting. Yes, what you guys feel about that? What do you guys say, right? Again, everybody got their opinions. And so, like I would say, here is the link. Click it, pull up. Right? Here is the link. Click it, pull up. Yeah. So where did he get fear from, right? Where did he get fear from? Fear mongering? Where did he get that? That's a good question, Jordan. Raise. That's Rami Pesos, big boss. He in Uganda. Oh, okay. I figured. I got the just from when I went through his page because I was just curious why, especially a travel YouTuber to say something like that. Whether it's his opinion to say it, right? It's his opinion, but this made me curious. Why would a travel bro say something like that? I went to his page. It looked like it kind of looked like he was in Africa, or Africa was his main topic. So you say he's in Uganda? Wow. Is he Ugandan or is he American expat? Is he an American born living out there now? Or is he Ugandan? Interesting. Okay, like I said, and I'm looking at you last two people that commented. But I understand you guys, both of you guys are in other countries, and I get it. That's the link. The show is kind of a tap in. It's a tap in show, right? Because it's not a Saturday night where I have a featured guest, and for a short time, it's just only me and my featured guest for the first hour or two. And then I drop the link. This right here is a tap in. You all are featured guests, and nobody want to click the link. Oh my goodness! So we're gonna have hours and hours of solo boss. Hey, I'm built for it. I can do it. Y'all better not start clicking off though. Yeah. Oh, you boring. You boring, boss. I ain't gonna watch. I ain't well watch. These live streams that most are listened to, right? Almost they're down there like radio podcast. So yeah, man, I ain't gonna listen to hours and hours of boss on in by itself with nobody to fire back, no personality to feed off of. So I don't want to hear it. That's the link. I'm gonna leave that link up there. But I'm gonna read people's comments though. I'm gonna leave that link up there, even though y'all see it. So Buck Travel says Rami Peso is known to start heated, controversial topics and known to kill the travel vibe. Oh, I figured that. I figured just from a few couple of days, I guess as my channel, got to like 800 people, I guess I finally attracted him. I never had heard of him until I started doing live streams, and not even my first month of live stream. I only heard of him like within the last week or two. Within the last week or two, he's been popping up. I know all you guys pretty much now. I recognize you guys. Again, it's not like I have 1,000 people show up for my live stream. I only have like 15, 20, sometimes 30 people. Thank you for coming. So when I have low numbers, it's easy for me to see the names and remember the names and even come to expect the names every week. So I only been recognizing that name pop up for about a week. And every time he pops up, it seems like he has a sideways comment that I go, It's kind of like off kilter. So shout out to Black Man Travel too, right? Black Man Travel. I know Black Man Travel did a comment. He's in the gym right now because the middle of the day. He said, if I'm still going, and I most likely will be, right? Boss can't do short streams. He said, if I'm still on, Black Man Travel going to pull up. But Black Men Travel, right? Oh, yeah. BMT. Black Men Travel. Shout out to Aaron. He's going to be going live in a few hours. So, and I noticed on Black Men's Travel on his the reminder thingy. I'm a YouTuber. I should say it better than that. But the reminder thingy on he's doing a live stream, and he's going to be talking about this topic too. Same guy, the Travel Bro Pro. You say Rami Peso. He left a similar comment already on his reminder stream. Like, you know what I'm saying? It hasn't even kicked off yet. It's still a few more hours in the future. And already on the reminder, the same guy, Travel Bro Rami Peso, left some kind of comment like, you guys need to stop covering him. And he said something like, I should have screenshotted that, right? Didn't think about it. But he said like, I think he said a passport wouldn't have saved him. He had mental issues. So a passport wasn't going to save him. And I saw that. I was like, wow, bro. Ouch. And then, sure enough, same guy, the Rami Peso Travel Bro, left that comment on my reminder. But then erased it though, right? No, what's up with that? Man, say what you say and mean what you say. Why would you erase it, bro? So yeah, I am calling you out. I'm calling you out, Rami Peso, a travel bro. You don't really sound like a travel bro. Do you know what the term travel bro, brotherhood? You know what I'm saying? Like, in school, you have little brother or big brother, or whatever, or cousins, or your cousins, or really your good friends, but especially your brother. Right or wrong, you ride with them. And then later, and then after, right? After the fact, when you're not around the others, right? When you're not around the others, you're only around your own brothers, then you might even check your brother. Like, hey, bro, what the fuck was that about, bro? You got us in some shit, man. But at the time of, it's unity. It's unity and camaraderie, united front. That's a bro. That's what a bro do, man. Travel bro. You say you're a travel bro. Why would you get on here on a public space, public platform? YouTube is public. Other people see it too. We already have people like Minister Jap and others, and then the sisterhood, all these damn females, these females that come for our space. And also all they need to see is that kind of schism. Why would you even say something like, even if you feel that, right? I get some people feel how they feel. Some shit you keep to yourself. I mean, First Amendment, you got a right, say what you want to say. And that's cool. But also, if you identify as a brother, you say you're a travel brother, but then you would say something like that. So that's wow. Okay. If you want to play advocate, that's great. That's good. Okay. You can take his side. That's cool. You can take his side. I mean, not like that. I'm saying, we can pretend or whatever. You can be him. Since obviously he erased his own comment. He might be in the chat, but I think he would be typing. Ain't nobody's like scared, especially when you're thousands of miles away behind the keyboard. Everybody is brave. Then you type what you want to type. Type what you want to type. So he must not be in here. If he was in here, I'm sure he'll be typing. I would hope he would click the link. I would hope any of you and none of you guys click the link. You guys are killing me right now. You guys are killing me. Nobody's clicking the link. Y'all just want boss to be up here by himself to entertain you. So you play devil advocate. Play devil. Come on here and play devil advocate. Come on, Cletus. You want to play devil advocate by typing on the keyboard. C. Jordan. Travel is only good for certain countries, not all. Right. It's like what? Almost 200 countries in the world, 170, 189, almost 200 nations in the world. You don't necessarily have to go to all 200, maybe 20. Shout out to, who was that? I think that was Black Man Travel. He said he went to 30 countries or 25, 30 countries. And somebody else, I think the No Excuse dude, shout out to No Excuse. Matter of fact, I'm gonna say it here. I think I'm gonna make this thumbnail for it tonight. Supposedly, let me double, triple check with him. For my Saturday night featured guest this Saturday. Let me triple check before I say it and make the thumbnail. Buck Travel, Rami Peso, same dude, the so-called travel bro, once in a video on his YouTube channel dissing all U.S. travel bros. What? As I said, he knows how to kill the travel vibe. So we have with us in an incognito, not in a featured interview, but definitely a brother to the channel, is just pulling up casually to have a conversation. Jordan, Mr. Jordan, welcome to the panel.
Good morning, everybody. I'm just playing the devil's advocate. I'm gonna be Ronnie Peso.
It's almost 4 in the afternoon, Mr. Time Traveler. All right, I got my coffee. This should be fun. And again, while we are about to engage in this, I also dropped the link. If Razor Rays want to come up, but I know Razor Rays probably having too much fun. He's having too much fun to kill his vibe. But the link is there for Buck Travel if you think you got a mic. J Love, I don't think he's here. See, Clifton, if you can. The link is there for anyone else to join me and Jordan. This is not a featured interview. Almost anybody can come up and join in. So, Mr. Jordan, Mr. Devil, you are the devil right now, the devil advocate. What say you?
Well, I'm gonna be very respectful on Jay Black.
Yes.
I give my condolence to everybody.
Yes.
But for the guy Ronnie Peso for saying what he said, You know,
Mm-hmm.
I thought personally, I feel like he was out of line for saying that.
Mm.
And second of all, I'm just playing the devil advocate because he's not on the panel.
Right. Yeah,
But
we need some back and forth, and that's good.
okay, okay. So I'll just say that maybe uh, it's hard. It's really hard trying to be that person because I agree with what you said and the other guys on the panel the other night who talked about it. The guy Demon, the guy for who let's learn Spanish.
Oh yes, yes, yes,
Yeah, yeah, he was
exactly.
real deep with it. He was real
Yes.
deep with it, and
But
Razor Ray.
there's always two different sides, two sides or three sides or
It's
10
hard.
sides, right?
I mean, but I agree with them. I agree with
Mm,
all you guys, all
mm,
100%. You have that outlet. You have an option.
mm-hmm,
It maybe he felt like he didn't have an option. That was the
mm,
whole problem. The brother, Mr. Black, just felt like he didn't have any. There was no solution to his problem.
mm,
And maybe if he did have a passport or somebody who could have reached out and talked to him, would have been able to let him know that there was another option, another way out.
right. Yeah. So like I said, I pride myself on being able to put myself in other people's shoes, even my enemies. I don't have many. All my enemies are dead now. uh, uh, people I disagree with, enemies or whatever. I pride myself on thinking outside of the box, thinking from their perspective, even when I don't agree, right? Agreeing, seeing somebody's side, seeing where they coming from is different than agreeing. You're right.
Correct.
I can see somebody's angle. I can see their side. I just might not agree, but I can see where you're coming from. So I pride myself on that. And I think a lot of people can't do that, but I can. I am a
Hmm.
good strategist, believe it or not, even though I act crazy. I'm a good strategist. So a good strategist has to kind of see the other person's side, like I'm playing chess. So okay, you want to be devil advocate? We both gonna be devil advocates for a minute. So you can
Okay.
say that uh, he had mental problems, and maybe what the ex-wife was saying was true. Do we really know? Yes, at the end of the day, we're men, and because we men, we tend to take the other man's side, just like the women do, right? The women always take a woman's side, always, and it looked like the law enforcement and the courts and the government always take the woman's side too. So because he's a man and a black man, we tend to take his side automatically. Maybe some of the things she was saying was true. Personally, I don't believe it. But technically, do I really know? So maybe when she said, "Well, he does this to the kids, and he's known to do this and this and that, and all these crazy charges against him with the kids," how do we know? Maybe he really had mental problems. Maybe he wasn't all the way straight, and maybe some of what she said was true, possibly.
But he was in the medical field. He
Yes.
you know he's sticking needles in people, giving them anesthesia. Do
Mm-hmm.
that sound like somebody who had mental issues?
Not to me, not to me. But then again, we do know. Unfortunately, you do have some elite people. You have some elite type people, um, higher than doctors and nurses and lawyers and even up to politicians sometimes and CEOs. Some elite people that are into some crazy, wacky, freaky stuff.
But did
So
they all? But did they go on the video and say, these women out here messing with us men emotions?
right. No, they don't. Normally,
No,
what they
they
do,
hide.
they hide it. And the
Right,
opposite, they give
right,
you the best public image. They
exactly.
smile. They wear their nice 3-piece suit. They kiss the babies. They smile for the camera. They shuck
Yeah.
and jive. They come to the black churches and they play the flute or the violin, or they say, "I ain't in no ways hired." They cap for the camera, right? And then
Correct.
behind closed doors, they some devils.
Yeah,
So you
exactly.
do have that in elite society. So like, well, he would never do that. This is a congressman or a senator. This person is a university. He's a university. He's a CEO. Sometimes them people be the main ones hopping on the Epstein flight. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe some of what she accused him of is true. We don't know. Personally, I don't believe it. I know
Right.
what I think a lot of times what women do. They know the system better than men, and they know how to manipulate the system. They will put a charge in. They will just throw something out there to see what sticks. Because even saying it, even the accusation, true or not, proven or not, even saying it will kind of mess you up. So
Exactly.
that's what
It
I think.
sticks.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
sticks.
it sticks.
Just them verbally saying it. No
Hmm.
proof, no nothing. And I'm not gonna tell. Well, I could just say the word uncle. Y'all don't know who my uncle is. I got several uncles. One of my uncles went exactly through that. And if anybody probably deserved to go off and do the action he did with my uncle. My uncle is a strong man, but this uncle I'm talking about is a preacher. He's a minister. He's a chaplain. Strong man of God. You know, if you're into that, and I think his faith is what helped him. So you know what I'm saying. But he had an ex-wife that just did all she. I'm only thing I'm gonna say on here very similar accusations. She lied, and I know it was all lies. It's pure lies. But the court ate it up like it was hot grits.
Right.
And I'm like, even the court's like, you do know this is a minister, this is a preacher, this is a chaplain, this is a man of God for years. Never, never came in contact with police. I don't even think the man even have a parking ticket. And this one woman can just say the most craziest stuff and
Right.
the courts believe them. So we do know that ladies a lot of not all, but some women they know the system and they know just hurling certain, especially the ones that hit below the belt.
Right.
Certain accusations, boom, the man that can't see the kid, the
But
man,
the key to that too is, were they ever arrested? Did they ever get the handcuffs on them?
right,
If
exactly.
they never got
Oh, my uncle
handcuffs,
hit hell no at
right?
all at
No,
all.
I'm just saying for any man,
Right,
when a woman make those accusations and they didn't put no handcuffs on you, depending on, I guess, on what state you're from, because
right,
I'm talking about from California.
right.
If they
That's
didn't
right.
put the handcuffs on you,
Then
if they
then it
didn't
should
put
know
them
it's
on,
just hot
thank
air.
you.
Yeah,
Exactly. You
yeah.
just
So
got to
shout
go
out.
through the process.
Mm.
You just going through the process and procedures, which makes you get mentally drained, which make you want to snap, makes you want to do everything crazy.
Right,
But you
right,
just hold on. You just hold on, and you will see the light at the end of the tunnel.
right,
But it will stick. And if anything ever comes up, that will come back up, because even though they didn't find you guilty, it was exonerated or whatever for whatever reason,
it's
and
still a
say maybe
record.
20 years later something did come up, they would bring that whole thing back up all over again.
Right.
A
Say
vicious
that.
cycle.
Say that, Mr. Civil Servant. Yeah, and I know, and we said before you was a civil servant. We don't have to get on here and say in
Right.
what capacity that you
Right.
worked, but yeah, say that, Mr. Retired from civil service. So what you're saying is exactly true. And
Yeah.
again, shout out to the lead attorney. Seem like I'm always shouting out the lead attorney with his 100 case subs. When I was in the chats on his live stream when he was talking about this very thing, because all the YouTubers are talking about it, right? Because
Right.
it's a serious, especially the men content, the guys who
Yeah.
make men red pill or managed men content. When he was talking about it, and he was an actual, or still is an actual family attorney, divorce attorney, 20 years. And he on his show, he had a lady she was talking some kind of nonsense, and she was bringing that up. What I was just devil advocating for, which I don't agree, by the way, is not my personal views, not my views. So somebody take a clip and run with it and make a clip of this, not my views. I was devil advocating. The
Right.
lead attorney, he said, hold on, wait a minute. He said, what is it an actual charge? Did he get charged for it? Yeah,
Right.
she might have said it because he was stopping the lady, some lady who was speaking, some lady caller. He said the judge threw it out. It's not a charge. So whatever was going on, obviously they had to investigate, or they investigated and found nothing of the sort, all the way thrown out, dismissed. So it's not, he has not been charged with it. It's only her saying it, her accusation. That's it. But what you're saying, Mr. Civil servant, retired civil servant, you're saying that um, even them saying it, it's a record. And
Yeah. Yeah.
unfortunately, the most fakest thing said is still a record. And if anything happened, they can come back and at least look at it and try to put some weight to it. Well, 10 years ago, you were accused of this. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
Prime example. Prime example.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson.
Mm,
See that?
yeah, yeah,
Prime example.
yeah. But the only thing I will say on that, yeah, we can do double F. The only thing I say on that, there's different opinions
Right.
of that,
Right.
and even me, I'm conflicted. I'll be honest, I'm conflicted. I don't want to believe it. I don't. He's a black man, blacker than black. He's a black man, black successful man. I don't want to believe it. I like his music. I like his spirit, his personality. But only thing I would say sometime, and not to turn this into that, right? But here's a live stream. We going for hours. We talk about everything under the sun. Um, Sometimes, many times, when there's smoke, there's fire. And if you have a consistent rumor, it's one thing if you have one rumor, you have a rumor that runs for a summer or two, a year or two. If you got a rumor that runs for 20 some years, and it's the same rumor for 20 years, where smoke is fire. But I don't know. No conclusive proof. So at the end of the day, since there's no proof, why tarnish the man? Especially he's not here to defend himself. But so I hear what you're saying. And I would say another example was I don't be liking when brothers get shot down by the police, especially on some BS. Then what they want to do, like Michael Brown, they want to go back and anytime he might have got in trouble, I don't care if he stole a stick of bubble gum out the store when he was 15, anything they can find on his record that he
Right.
was arrested for, and even not arrested if he was just like you say, just accused for, just
Accused.
accused,
That's right.
he accused and then beat the
Accused.
case, and then or accused and then wasn't even a case. Because like sometimes that's if it's a case, as you know, civil servant, as you know, the DA has to pick it up for it to even be a case. So yeah, you can be accused of something, or you can be arrested for something at the street level. You're arrested and you're booked in jail or whatever, and then it hits the DA, and the DA don't even pick it up. And so it didn't even make it to court because the DA, the district attorney didn't even pick it up. But guess what? You still was arrested. It's still what they call an arrest record. You was arrested
Right.
for it.
That's right.
You was detained
Exactly.
for it. You was arrested for it. You was booked. You was you went down there. You fingerprint, took the picture. You were processed. You were in jail 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours. The DA, I guess it's 72 hours. If the DA don't pick it up, they have to release you.
You're right.
It's really nothing really happened. It's almost a no harm, no foul, but there's an arrest record.
It's a
So
documentation.
now,
Yeah.
2 3 years later, you get pulled over side of the road. You notice, civil servant, the officer see that on his little screen when he gets behind you and run your plate. If your
On the
plate,
jail.
yeah, boom, 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 and we
Yeah.
all know this. Yeah.
Yep.
So sometimes that's the danger of even women who do this, to even put that jacket on somebody. Just having that jacket on them is not cool. It could put a target on your back.
Right. 100. I agree with everything you said. This being this devil advocate is really hard.
Right? Yeah.
Because we
Even I'm
both
being a devil
understand.
advocate, I'll talk my own self back out of devil advocate. Yeah, because
Yeah.
wow.
You are in the system. Yeah.
D Hick. Shout out to D Hick. You are in, yeah, at that
Yeah.
point, you are in the system. No matter what you do, clean
Yeah.
up your life, go get a
Yeah.
college degree, be a doctor, be a lawyer, and guess what? They'll bring it up. Well,
Look at
back
look at all
20
these
years ago,
politicians.
huh?
Yeah, I was gonna say, look at all these people who tried to become politicians, and when they go in a background and they pull up their record, all that stuff that been years and years, never,
Years.
yeah, it was never no proof or no nothing, and they still bring it up,
Just the
still
accusation,
the accusation.
Because
Yep.
what they say you have to be so squeaky clean, you can't even have you can't even be accused of nothing. But
Hey, let me ask you,
yes, sir.
whatever happened to Mark Ridley Thomas and his son? Did you ever pick up on that? Mark Ridley Thomas?
Who are those? The sniper guys in the sun?
No, Mark Ridley Thomas was had to get off had to give up his seat because he was giving money for his son for going to USC.
Oh, I wasn't even on that, bro.
Okay, okay. Then
Yeah,
it's
I'm not.
different. Okay,
I'm
don't
not.
worry
Yeah,
about it.
I'm not that advanced. I'm not that
All right.
advanced.
All right. Because
I'm
I've
not
been out of
that.
the country and I haven't heard nothing about it. That's why.
Right. I haven't even heard nothing about it even before. And I guess
Okay.
he was a brother. It sounds like he's a brother. He's black. I don't even know. Is he
Yeah.
black?
Yeah. Yes, he's black.
And
Yeah.
see, already it I smell some I smell a rat because white folks do that kind of stuff all the time.
Yeah.
They do that all
Yeah.
the time.
Yeah.
They known for that.
Yeah.
With the good old boy network. Nepotism. Nepotism.
Nepotism.
Your
Yep.
uncle, your uncle, he put his nephew on.
Yeah.
Nepotism. But as soon as a brother, whatever. Wow, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
Crazy.
Clifton, shout out to Egyptian Clifton. Egypt is the place to be. Egypt, no Wi-Fi, no water. But mothers still let their little boys come sleep over his house. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was interesting. Going back, I'm going back through the chats as
Okay.
we move on. People are still talking about previous stuff, and I didn't get a chance to hit it right then and there. That's referring to MJ. That's interesting. Depending on how you look at it, man. You could say because they really didn't believe that. You know what I'm saying? They really didn't believe Michael was like that. So to them, it was no issue because they didn't believe that or whatever. Yeah, interesting,
But
man.
like Michael's mother said, if your if Michael had molested any one of those children, would you take any amount of money? Would you just settle for anything, for any amount of money, if he did mess with your children?
I would want him in jail or worse
Thank you.
if he messed with mine.
Thank you. Thank you.
But you know, um, yeah. But you have strange people in the world, man.
Yeah.
You have strange people. You have people. I say this. What's say for YouTube? You have people that would do anything for money,
Yeah.
even pimp their own kids.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So D Hick, that's why I can't become a governor because of the party photos from Freaknik '96. Right? I think at this point, none of us in the travel community can ever run for anything.
Exactly.
We all have too much dirt on each other.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
all
Really.
have too much, talk
Agreed.
about technology in this new day and age of technology. And we all share info, we all share footage, pictures,
Yeah.
videos in WhatsApp groups. So I don't think nobody in the WhatsApp groups can run for anything.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Believe it or not, Mr. Man, the man of the hour. How are you, sir? So I don't know if you just joined us or you was here earlier and you just now posting. I'm going ahead and tell you, because you can watch on the replay, I spoke on you, the Travel Bro Pro. I hear that you used to go by Rami Peso. You're in Uganda. Sir, would you please come up? Would you please come up and so we don't have to play devil's advocate? You can be the real devil. It's all
He said
good.
who he said he was lying. Who's he referring to? What's he talking about?
I don't know. I want him to come up and say it. Yeah, exactly. What in what context? We were talking about a few things. We were talking
Mhm.
about Michael Jackson for a brief second. Obviously, we was talking about Jay Black. It's like the meat and crux of what we're talking about. So, who are you referring to? He said he was lying. Who's the he? Who's the he that was lying? And I preferably you click the link. Come on up. You can black out the video like Jordan has right now. Jordan, he's in the incognito mode because this is not his featured day, so he don't have to show his beautiful face. You can come up incognito mode, but click the link, sir. Click the link and come up. Clifton. I was thinking of that earlier. What? They gonna show camera footage from a random casa. Okay. Right?
Clifton.
The killer. Okay, the killer was lying. The killer. Um, so who are you talking about? He was lying. Again, bro, you're in here. Obviously, you have a lot to say. You have a lot to say, and you are a YouTuber, right? You are a YouTuber. Now, I get it. A lot of these other people are not a YouTuber. Now, I always say though, the crazy thing. Technically, everybody has a channel. If you have YouTube on your phone or a YouTube account, technically that account is a channel. It's just a channel that you're not posting videos on. So everybody kind of has a channel. But you're a YouTuber if you're posting content on your channel. And I've been to your channel, Travel Bro Pro. You are a YouTuber, so it really should be no reason why you would not want to come up on the panel, one YouTuber to another. Jordan is not a YouTuber. He should be. Jordan, you need a channel, bro.
I'm
Jordan,
good.
I'm gonna do you. I'm gonna do you like Richie Rich did me about a year or two.
No.
Richie Rich said, "Boss, you need to get a channel." And I'm like, man, I don't want no channel. So
No.
man, look at me now. Now boss has a channel. Shout out to Richie Rich. So Jordan, you need a channel. But but Travel Bro Pro, you're a YouTuber, bro. So I'm calling you out. You are a YouTuber. You have a YouTube channel. I don't know how many subscribers you have because you have your subscriber count hidden. You have a few videos with not a lot of views yet. I don't know how long, but definitely come on here and talk about it. You can shout your channel out, right? You can talk about your channel. Hey, this is free publicity, right? Come on my channel, my little 850 people. I don't know how many people you have. Come on the panel, talk about your channel, promote your channel, and let's have a conversation. You're a YouTuber. You should click the link. You shouldn't hide. You shouldn't hide in the you shouldn't hide in the chats. All these other people, they're not YouTubers. Shout out to them. They're viewers, faithful viewers who come all the time. Now this guy is a YouTuber. He has a couple of subscribers. This guy right here, whoever this guy is, this Razor Ray character, whoever this guy is, he has a couple of subscribers. He's a YouTuber, but most of these people are not YouTubers. You are a YouTuber, sir. Click the link, Mr. YouTuber. Debate about what? About that comment that you left and share your views. I mean, right, devil advocate. Okay. You a YouTuber with no microphone, bro? You'd have been better off not saying that. You don't have to say everything, bro. Buck Travel. Buck Travel. You a YouTuber with no mic? You're trying to save up so you can go to Ecuador, but you can't buy a mic? Come on, Buck Travel. You'd have been better off not saying that. But most of the other people are not YouTubers. But you are a YouTuber. So yes, debate about what? Well, first of all, let's start with the comment that you left. And say not to beat you up about it, right? Not to, whether it's a popular or unpopular opinion in the travel community, really flesh it out. Flesh out your thought. Why you say what you say? Why you think what you think? Why you feel like you feel? That's the whole thing. People should be able to debate. People should be able to talk. You know, so not everything have to be like a beef type thing. Like Minister Jack. Minister Jack been had a running beef with a travel community for a while. So everything don't have to be. Some things can just be a communication back and forth. And then at the end of the day, we can say, okay, good point. I agree to disagree. Boop. So, Mr. YouTuber, since you have a YouTube channel, click the link and come on up here. Buck Travel. Okay, what you say now? I only have local content now, but heading to Peru soon and will have more content. Okay, Buck Travel. Well, you are right in my book, but you still need a mic. And you said you are a YouTuber. You're a YouTuber with no mic. So I'm trying to get to. I'm not. I am not trying to debate about a killer. Old boy had emotional issues. Okay, I hear you. I hear you. That's a blanket statement. You said the guy had emotional issues. I'm not trying to debate about a killer. Old boy had emotional issues. Okay, that's one thing, but that's very surface though. And something like this is still complex. It's a complex situation and a lot goes into it. But you know what? If you don't want to come up and debate, fine. You can stay in the chats, and that's fine, and that's great. You can sit there and listen. You can type, but I probably won't really highlight your comments. You could type it all you want. Like I said, for you, like I say, what the good book say, what the Bible say, to whom much is given, much is required. For whom much is, I don't know where that is. Somewhere in the somewhere in the Old Testament, I think. Somewhere in the Old Testament. For whom much is given, much is required. You sir are a YouTuber, so I expect more from you. So if you want to stay in the chats, stay in the chats, my friend. Stay in
I
the
just
chat.
wanted to know about the fear. Why would he say the fear of, put the fear of mongering,
Yeah,
like
exactly. Well,
out
I
there?
invited him so he can flesh it out. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
even me, right? I mean, like it's like the whole thing, like text, even text message. Like when you texting the chick, or even texting the fellas, or even a text, even in the groups. Sometimes that the when you're texting, it can't get the full context. But that's a good
Right.
thing. That's a good thing on WhatsApp. They have the voice that we hold down the thing. You can talk,
Right.
and you can kind of, some people be long winded, like me. You can talk because sometimes you don't convey the whole message through a text.
Right.
So yeah, I see he texted out a sentence or two, but I want him to come on and verbally explain it. You can hide your face, bro, even though you're a YouTuber. Verbally explain it. But if you want to type out paragraphs, it's all good. I'm not really gonna focus and read them. I'm gonna let you live in the comments. Now I will read Buck Travel's paragraphs, even though his YouTube himself should get a mic. But I'll read his paragraphs. Rami, you had a video on your channel dissing all of the travel bros. Come on the panel and explain. Well, you know what?
Mm.
A lot of things, you know what I'm saying? Life is life. Real life is real life, right? A lot of things happen for a reason, to expose, right? So sometimes you can see what people are really made of. People can say one thing, but then when something happens, you can see how they act at the moment. So
Right.
right here with 20 or so people, 22 people, we have the travel bro. He says he's a bro, right? He says he's a brother, a travel bro pro, a travel brother professional, a YouTuber. I asked him to come on. He's in the chats, hiding in the chats, typing away. Multiple people are calling him and asking him to come on to promote his channel, so his YouTube channel can grow. He can tell us about his channel. He can tell us about his views, why he agree, why he disagree, have an intelligent conversation. But he wants to stay in the comments.
And that's the key. It's an intelligent conversation. That's
Intelligent
it.
conversation.
That's it.
Buck Travel says, Rami, he calls you Rami. Rami Peso. Rami, you had a video on your channel dissing all of the travel bros. Come on the panel and explain. Then he says, what video?
Oh God. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Jaws. Man, I used to love that character, man. In the old school James Bond movies, he mostly was in the not the Sean Connery, I think the Roger Moore James Bond.
Hmm.
Jaws character, I used to love that character. He takes up and just bite it. Love that profile pic, bro. So Jaws 2003 says, I love the voice notes on WhatsApp, right? You know I do. I know you guys can't tell. I know this is going to be a surprise to you guys, but believe it or not, Big Boss likes to talk. Wow, right? Shocker. No, yeah, I know. I know. It's hard to believe. Big Boss likes to talk and run his mouth. Blah, 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 yakety yak, yak, yak. But I guess somebody don't like to talk. And they have a use. So you know what? I'm really it, you know, it just made me think about the YouTube channel, bro. So, you don't want to talk. You don't want to come on the panel. You don't want to, content creator love from one content creator to another, one YouTuber to another. You don't want to come up on my panel, Mr. YouTuber. What do you do over there on your channel, bro? What do you do in your I forget, but you're gonna type out a whole paragraph instead of coming here and explain. I wish I go on somebody's YouTube and they ask me to come up on their panel and tell me about their channel. Nigga say less. Boop. Yo, this is Big Boss from Oakland. Oakland. Go to my Real Talk channel. That's what okay, but I guess who knows? I guess I'm crazy, right? Big Boss is crazy. Big Boss is crazy. If another YouTuber asked me to come on his platform and talk about my channel and my views, but everybody is different. Mr. Travel Bro. Yeah, you a travel bro, Mr. Rami. Rami Peso. Uganda, right? Are you a Ugandan? Worry about Brazil. What video? Worry about Brazil.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. Mm,
Ooh.
mm.
I do. I love Brazil. What video? Worry about
We love Brazil.
man. Love it to death. Love
Love
it,
it.
love it, love it. And I like that article you shared in the group, Jordan, about
Yeah.
the two brothers from the States who
Yeah.
moved to Brazil
Yes.
and they moved to
Sao
Sao
Paulo.
Paulo.
Yes.
Man. And what I
Yes.
typed, I said goals, life goals.
There you
Yeah,
go.
and the one brother was saying he likes it because it's like his little Africa, right?
Yeah.
Because he really tapped into the Afro community, and they take
Yeah.
that serious. So
Yes.
a lot of those Afro Brazilians, they really embrace their African heritage, and
Yes.
they even have like an African museum over there in Brazil. I'm
You
like,
you
wow,
haven't been there yet? I forgot to tell you. You should have went to go see it when you go to Sao Paulo. I recommend all the brothers to
man,
go see it.
Jordan, man,
I'm
oh
sorry.
man,
I'm
Jordan,
sorry.
I'm about to kick you off the panel. Where the button, man? Where's the
That's a
button?
treat.
I,
That's
I
a
got
treat. That's a
I gotta
beautiful
kick you.
treat.
I gotta kick you off the panel, Jordan. I gotta kick Jordan off the panel. You didn't tell me about the Black Afro
Ah,
Museum in
sorry.
Sao Paulo, man.
I'm so sorry. I'm so
I'm so
sorry.
busy
That's
going
one
to
of the
concerts and stuff.
I,
Oh my
I
goodness.
recommend all the brothers go to Sao Paulo. Go see it. Very interesting. It's a lot of truth, a lot of history, and it's beautiful. It really
Oh
is. And
wow.
we survived that. Us African Americans are, we survived.
We
We
sur-
Yeah, we
we
survived.
survived the worst of the worst, man.
Yeah.
We some survivors, man. We
Yes.
survived we survived police brutality. We survived Jim Crow. We some
Yeah.
strong people from the earth.
From the earth.
And you are at the motherland, right? You at the real motherland.
Yeah.
You at the real
Yeah. And
motherland, man.
I've spoken to Rami Peso because I was going to trying to link up with him in Uganda, and
Ooh,
I've
well,
never met him, but I saw pictures of him. But I
okay.
mean, to each his own.
Each his own.
I respect him. That's all.
Okay. Yeah. There you go. No comment. You know. So when you go to Uganda, right? Maybe you might hook up with them and yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be interesting. Report
Yeah.
back. Because
Yeah.
obviously, yeah, hey, um, yeah. So. Oh my goodness. You gotta love everybody. So God so loved the world, John 3:16. Jaws 2003. I haven't been to Brazil yet. Oh man, what are you doing with your life, bro? I haven't been to Brazil yet. I want to check out Paraguay and then the big waterfall on the Brazil, Paraguay, Argentina border. Okay.
He talking about the Iguaga Falls. Yes.
Iguaga. Iguaca.
Iguaga Falls. I may not be pronouncing it correctly, but yeah, the Iguaga Falls,
Okay.
beautiful,
Beautiful.
beautiful. And then if you cross over, you can look at it on the Argentina side.
Ooh
It's on the
wee.
border. Yeah, it's
Okay.
beautiful.
Beautiful. Okay. Right on. I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to put that in the
It's a
repertoire.
lot. Brazil has a lot to offer and a
It's,
lot to go and see. Just besides just Rio,
right.
go to other cities. Go
Yes.
to them.
Go to
Yes,
them. Yes.
Salvador Bahia, Victoria,
Something about here.
San Matus, Recife. Uh,
Wow. So
Come on, Clifton.
Clifton say
Come on.
I went to that museum in Sao Paulo on a Monday. It closes on Monday. LOL. Damn. Wah, 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 wah. Well, somebody didn't even tell me. I would have went. I think maybe kind of. No, I would have went. I would have went. Wow. Yeah. Um. So I guess Mr. Rami Travel Pro, so called, he's going back and forth with Buck Travel in the chat. Stop saying stuff, Buck. You're not gonna tell what video. Yeah, you who knows? You might have took the video down, bro. I see you delete stuff. You deleted your comment that you left here. I screenshotted it though. I screenshotted your comment, but you deleted your comment you left here. So you might have took the video down. I don't know. So yeah, and you won't come up here to discuss it. So yeah, whatever. E- e- Man, that word falls.
Yeah.
I planned to go there, but Argentina was closed, so I scrapped it for next time. Okay,
Do, you may not know this, but
probably not.
Argentina tried. Yeah, Argentina tried to kill off all the blacks that was there in Argentina.
Okay, I did. You know, I'm funny. Thank you for telling me. So I
Hmm.
did not know that specifically. I
Yeah.
heard something around that. I heard that it was like a genocide in
Hmm.
Argentina against the black.
Yes.
So I guess it's the same thing, and
Yes.
but I didn't think on that magnitude. And
Yeah.
then also I think if it wasn't Buck Travel that typed it out, I think Black Man Travel Means on here spoke on it, and I added what I knew, that a lot of the Nazis from World War II, when they escaped Europe, a lot of them went to Argentina. So I
Yes.
know Argentina has a big Nazi, well, they had a big Nazi expat group, very hyper super racist Nazis in Argentina. So that
Mhm.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Wow, wow,
Yeah.
wow.
They tried to kill off all the blacks over there. They didn't want no blacks, unfortunately. But again, we survived.
That is
We survived.
crazy. That is crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah,
Crazy.
even in the Marvel movie, right? One of the X-Men movie, I think X-Men First Class, the Magneto character, the bad guy who could control metal, his backstory, right? And showing my nerdiness, his backstory when he was a kid, he was sent to a German death camp. His parents was killed, but he survived. And when he got grown in his early adulthood, before he did his he started his villain team in his early adulthood, he was going around hunting down Nazis. So blah blah blah. In the movie, in the little Marvel movie, it showed he went to Argentina to hunt down some Nazis and kill some Nazis who would move to Argentina. Yeah, even in the Marvel movie. So that was
Yeah.
interesting. So believe it or not, guess what? Believe it or not, I guess it worked. I guess my prodding worked. Welcome to Real Talk Big Boss, a YouTuber, Travel Bro Pro. Welcome, sir. You are muted. You're muted on your side. I'm not muting you. You're muted on your side. Oh, we might have audio issues. Yeah, but you're here, bro. You are here. Hopefully to
Oh,
talk. Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm
I'll let you get it
I'm
together.
always here to talk.
Oh,
Can you
okay.
hear me?
I appreciate it. Bro. Um, first of all, how are you doing? How are you doing today, bro? You good?
I'm excellent, excellent.
Okay. So, a little about you. So you're in Uganda right now?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, I guess you most likely you just may be meeting Jordan if you're up to it, because Jordan's to be in Uganda in a few weeks. Believe it or not, I was planning to meet Jordan in Uganda next month. So it might have been a chance. Maybe we could have saw each other. But for the most part, Jordan, I think I told you, Jordan, right? I kind of cancel much. I'm not coming out there, bro. Not with the new COVID rules. I can't do it. I was this close. I was literally just gonna book my ticket. I was gonna book my ticket today or tomorrow for funny. First, I was gonna book it for Uganda and then fly into Uganda, bus over to Kenya, to get both countries in Uganda and Kenya, fly into Uganda to meet you in Uganda, bus over to Kenya, fly out of Kenya. But you said Uganda was closed. But then you said Uganda's open up January 1, but our sister was going to just do Kenya, fly in and out of Kenya, and maybe bus over to Uganda. But now you said Kenya is going to start on the 21st. They're going to start their new COVID rules. So, yeah.
Correct.
That is crazy. That is crazy. So, anyways, Mr. Travel Pro, see, you probably got like some little audio issues, but we can deal with that. So, what do you like to say, sir? What do you like to say? What do you like to add? You know, your points, your viewpoints.
I don't have anything to add. I just came across you. I saw you a lot. I was uploading those videos, and I deleted my comment. Matter of fact, I reposted the comment. So I didn't delete anything. I don't delete comment. Whatever I say, I stand on it.
Okay. So I guess you re-added it. It was deleted though, but I guess you made it re-added it or something.
Yeah, I think what happened was YouTube accidentally deleted it, or maybe I hit the button and it deleted it. But I didn't delete it.
So you saying you didn't delete it on purpose? You might did it on accident. Yeah, no, I didn't delete no comment.
My first comment, something happened, it disappeared, so I typed it again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened. And like I said, I wasn't even live yet, right? It was like as you know, it was on a reminder thing. It still had like 30, 45 minutes to even go.
Right.
So I saw the comment, and then I responded. Why would I I responded to it. I added you. I said, what I say? Interesting perspective. When I dropped the link, why don't you come on? So yeah. I wanted the two to go together, so I wouldn't have deleted it. This is like I'm responding to nothing.
I was by then. In Africa, you online, you offline, because here that is so
yes.
You come on, you come off. So I probably was offline. I probably didn't even see it because I've been uploading all day. Matter of fact, I uploaded a video. I got a feature video on you about to be probably going to be uploaded probably later on today. Featured about you. So you know, stay tuned to your video.
I'm gonna check it out, and I bet it's going to be critical, but that's cool. I'll be looking forward to it.
Let me tell you something. I don't come at people's heads, man. I just keep it 100. You know, I don't. But talking about I'm dissing people, I'm dissing travel bros and all that other stuff. I don't diss nobody. I just make critical analysis and I just keep it real. If somebody's doing something, they do, and I just say it. No disrespect to anybody. Whatever you do is what you do. I don't stop anybody from doing what they do and control anybody. But we got a lot of sensitive guys in this community that act like that you can't say anything about anybody. Everybody's so, everybody's untouchable in this community. That you can't say anything about anybody. Like for example, matter of fact, I got a video on my I just now maybe an hour ago about Minister Jeff calling people perverts.
I saw that video. Because I went to your after you left that comment, I went to your channel. I think I went to your channel before, but after you left that comment, I really went to your channel, and that's your newest video you uploaded about an hour ago, right?
Right.
I saw it.
So yeah,
I didn't click it. I saw the thumbnail.
Yeah. So yeah, I touched on that. I mean, personally, I don't have a problem with Minister Jeff saying what he said. It don't bother me, And I'm not gonna be saying, "Oh, Minister Jeff, have a bros, This let me tell you, this game, it's all smoke and mirrors. People have different personalities. You don't know if people trolling. You don't know if people serious. You don't know if people, it's just one big giant thing. But the thing is that I think a lot of times what I have an issue with when it comes to travel, and I think I had a video. Matter of fact, I think the video that Buck is talking about when I roasted Aaron's, I roasted his ass.
Ooh, black because I was on Black Men Travel.
Yeah, the other BMT. I roasted his ass on one of my videos. I took the video down. I roasted him and Citizen Lane, or what do you call himself, Citizen Luke. I call him Citizen Lane. I wrote on both of those guys.
I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
Well, he's his like his sidekick. Citizen Luke is their sidekick.
Okay.
But anyway, those guys because I came on their show because they had a topic, and I was just calling in to give my perspective on something. I wasn't coming at those guys or anything, but Citizen Lou ought to been on their attack, started attacking me, saying, "Oh, that's in Uganda. He's slapping people and he beating people up. He's like the D boy of the travel community. He's beating everybody up, and he took my video out of context and started trying to make me bad guy. So the guy, everybody in the chat, kick him off the panel, blah blah blah. So they they see off the panel, whatever. So I went back, and that's the great thing about when somebody do something, you can make a diss response to them. They don't have to do anything, but you can get a little speech off your chest. So I made a video about them. But what I said in that video is I said is that a lot of those guys, what I have a problem with Aaron and those guys, a lot of these travel guys, if they don't keep it real. And I mentioned you in there. I said one thing I will say about that was before you even had a channel yet. I said one thing I say one guy I do like in this travel community is Big Boss, because he keeps it real. And there's nothing wrong. A lot of these guys, it's nothing wrong with if you want to be a monger, wrong with it. But a lot of these, they try to act like they going over there to do business, and they doing this and they doing that. But yeah, I mean, they going over there to smash girls. There's nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong.
I call them out on that too.
It's nothing wrong with that. But don't be coming off like you this innocent person, like you going over there like you some NGO or something, or you something Mother Teresa. You going over there? We doing business over here, and we, I mean, if you going over there, there's nothing wrong with that. And I this one thing I don't like about the truth is that they want to complain about the black women and this and that. That's why we going over the matrix, blah blah blah. I mean, let me tell you something. You start traveling and going all over this world, you're gonna find out women are the same everywhere. They'll do you wrong all kind of. Yeah, they'll steal from you. They'll lie on you. They'll cheat on you. I mean,
human nature, female nature, female nature. Right?
Yes, universal. So you can't run away from female nature or female behavior. I'm gonna say female behavior. You cannot. You can, if you get on a spaceship and go to Mars. If there's women on that planet, they're probably gonna behave in the same. So you can't really run from it. If you want to go somewhere and you feel that your options are better, fine. Or if you feel that you can get a nicer looking woman than you can in the States, that's fine. But don't stop using all these other excuses, man. Just get on the plane, go have fun, do your thing, and enjoy life. Don't try to. It's like these guys when they get their passport. It's like they got a chip on their shoulder or something, or are they out to prove that that high down. It's like a guy when he gets money, he was a bump before that. But now he got money. How you like? Almost like Jones. Back then they didn't want me. Now they all on me. They try to take that Mike Jones philosophy. And what I say, man, is just don't worry that stuff. You got sport now, nations. Go have fun, do what you want to do. You're a grown man. If you want to go out there and smash all day, you can do that. If you want to go out there and find your wife, you can do that. I mean, do whatever you want. But at the same time, man, don't be, like I said before. Don't be trying to say, we going over here, it's just better. America, America's not good anymore. It's this or that. And let me tell you something. After traveling, this country, I mean, all over this world, Yes, I like traveling. I like being in other countries. I like most definitely I like being in Africa because I like seeing black people. I like seeing black people all the time. Instead of white people all the
There you
time.
go. There you
However,
go.
I will say America is a great country. There's so many great things about America. Like for example, in Uganda or in Africa in general, if you get robbed, that's it. You get robbed. You ain't getting your shit back. You can go to the police. You can file all the police reports you want. You ain't getting that shit back. They not gonna help you. No nothing. In America, if you get robbed or you get wrong, you can go to the police, and the police will do something about it, or at least they will attempt to do something about it. You get robbed in Africa, that's an L. That's an automatic. If a girl steals from you, if somebody pickpockets you, if somebody break your phone by accident, whatever, it's a L. It's a L. You might as well chalk it up as a L, or unless you gonna catch them. Unless you gonna catch them yourself like I do.
Typically,
The
yeah.
dude that I slapped. It's just a straight L. So
You know what?
so a lot of these.
A lot of the chat is agreeing with you, man. They saying you right. Say you stating facts. This guy, he's speaking facts, and so that's the good thing. That's what I was trying to say. And I meant it. I did have a little spice on it, but even that in the back of my mind, I was holding on to Olive Grant because I know, I'm an old man, right? I'm old. I know how these things kind of snowball. That's why I really said, and I meant it. Come on and explain yourself. A lot of things is better when people talk. I think a lot of beefs could have been squashed if people would have sat down and talked. But when you only going from a text or back in the hip hop days, East Coast, West Coast, fuck you the wall, fuck your wife. Well, fuck you, nigga. This coast better. This coast better. Pow, 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 pow. If brothers would have sat down and smoked the blunt, if that's what you do, and had a drink, if that's what you do, then they probably could have talked it out. Oh my goodness. Okay. Are you back here? You on? Yeah. So I'm glad you came up to talk, because now with you talking and fleshing it out, it makes a lot more sense. And as you talk, right, I'm not going to cap. Certain things you saying a lot of facts. There's 1 or 2 points I might not agree with, but everything you were saying made a lot of sense. And I'll let you just cook with gasoline, and we can talk. We don't have to agree on every single point. We don't have to agree on every single point. The whole thing, though, is a communication.
I wouldn't agree with that. Let me, if somebody came on your panel roasting, I wouldn't have a problem with that. I would just laugh. It's a lot of guys that are sensitive.
Yes.
Example, I'm frequent. I frequent the only show that I really frequent is Fit, and no to Fit.
Oh yeah,
but a lot of times
travel.
Yeah, no disrespect. But a lot of times he has the same on the channel, same people on his panel. Every single talk about the same. So I come sometimes and I switch it up, and I throw in something controversial, and then they don't understand that they all of a sudden he's this. I'm trying to change the conversation or trying to get them to think of something new. For example, a lot of these guys, all they talk about DR, Brazil, and Colombia, and I'm telling them about Bangladesh. I'm telling them about Pakistan. About
You been there? You been there?
I haven't been to Bangladesh yet. But I want to go. I've been to Sri Lanka. I've been all Indonesia. Been all in Indonesia. So I'm telling them about other places, and in those places, I'm telling them about. Oh, there are plenty of beautiful women there. I mean, if you're looking for a wife, and that's another thing too. A lot of these, they talk. I'm looking for a wife. I'm looking for this. I mean, you ain't looking for. You looking, and there's nothing wrong with that. Exactly.
Exactly.
If you looking to smash, I mean, that's fine. I mean, do what you want to do, man. I mean, hey, to be totally honest with you, my philosophy is that most men, and that goes back to your topic with old boy Jay Black, I think, or whatever his name is. It goes back to him.
Speak on it.
Most men aren't relationship. Most people aren't relationship material. Try to get relationship a lot of times, and we don't have the mental capacity, the skill set to be in relationships, and we end up having kids out of wedlock or kids. You end up getting divorced. Now you into these custody battles and stuff, and a lot of times these guys, and that's what trips me out, is that all of a sudden these guys get a point, and they think that that's gonna change their life, that their dating conditions or situation. It's really them. They're the problem. It's not the other. It's them. They don't look within. Sometimes you have to look in, and as men, that's what we do. We self-reflect. A real person can self-reflect and say, okay, I messed up here. Let me go back and let me try to make a few adjustments. Almost like in a boxing match. That's what makes Floyd so good, that he's able to make adjustments in the middle of a fight. And that's what you have to be able to do in life. You have to be able to make adjustments. And a lot of these guys, like I said once before, and the reason why I took a few of them sometimes, these travel bros, is that they passports and they think that's the
Magic bullet.
the cure, the panacea or the magic bullet, the cure for all they woes and all that other stuff. And they go over there, they go to other countries,
bring the same problems over there. The same sentence, the same overpaying. Yeah, that is true. What you're saying is true. There's a lot of context to that. I think this is a beautiful, wonderful tool. Is it a one hit wonder? Is it a magic bullet? Does it have magic? Almost, but no. If you have a lot of mental problems, emotional problems, then all you're doing is literally transplanting your problems from here to over there. You're gonna have problems with females over there. So there is a lot of truth to what you are saying. If we're looking at the glass half empty or half full, who's right? We're both right. I still think, now I'll let you talk, I still think there are a lot of benefits to having a passport. A lot of benefits. A lot of good can come from it. But by itself, no, this is not going to fix all of your problems by itself. Some things you need to get fixed first before you take your problem somewhere else. So you make a lot of good points, sir. Bravo to you.
Let me say this.
Yes.
Let me say this.
Yes. Chime in, Jordan.
When you get your passport, and I've heard it a lot of times.
Okay.
Leave the U.S. in the U.S. When you go somewhere else, mentally in your mind, yes, leave the U.S. When you go to these other countries, don't go there thinking with the U.S. mentality. Don't go there thinking you're going to change something, because you're not.
Right.
Just leave the U.S. in the U.S. The next thing is about that Jay Black is that, Romney, to be accused of something that you didn't do is stress all by itself.
Right.
There's a lot of stress and a lot of pressure behind that. Next thing is he got into another relationship because he's human. It's only natural. Okay, I'm going to try to move on. He told his new relationship what was going on with the old one. She used the same tactic, and broke that man down. Some people can't deal with that. Some people can't be flexible. It's hard. He even said he has nobody.
Right.
And the people who he did say, they didn't probably even know how to help him.
Right.
With the right comforting words.
That's real.
I would agree. What you
Okay.
what you're saying.
Trevor Pro, before you respond with your bad audio, but thank you for coming on. You stay up here because I know you're streaming from Africa with your data. I'm going to bring up someone else. He's been waiting for a while. So right after Jordan got done talking, I'm going to bring him up. He's kind of controversial himself. So be on your good behavior, Snug, or I will drop you. Yeah, I'm telling you that. Woo, Snug.
What it do? What it do? How everybody doing?
Snug.
Yo.
Be on your best behavior, or I would
I
drop.
I am.
All right. So,
now,
do you have anything to add to what we're talking about, or anything other perspective, Mr. Snug?
You know, being in the Black travel community and everything, you know, I know it's a lot of good guys out there who are you know, trying to travel and keep the stress off of them, you know, in the US and you know all of this, you know, silliness that we go through, you know, and then to be under attack from somebody in our own community to call us pervs and losers for want to go out and enjoy something that we might not have had. You know, like I said, for you, boss, you grew up in Cali, so you got a chance to experience more flavors than I did coming up. You know, for me, all I had was, you know, the big girls and, you know, the Southern girls and everything. You know, you had some of everything, you know, at your way. And I know Jordan out there in Clifton. So you know, y'all had a chance to rack up on all that good stuff. Me, it was all a dream. So to say.
You should look at Word Up magazine.
Exactly. That's what it was like until, you know, I moved out to Texas and, you know, got a chance to see what it was like being out there in Texas. And then I, you know, eventually got out there to California and, you know, I started seeing different things and, you know, I didn't believe that was possible.
You went to Mexico 200 times.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. You know, done been out there a whole bunch. But like I said, the thing about Mexico, that was more so out of convenience, me being on a semi-truck. Yeah, and then, I mean, like, Mexican women, cool. I love them to death, but a lot of them are shaped like refrigerators. I mean, just
say that. Start them damn tacos burrito. Real quick, and then I'm going to let Trevor Bro speak again. I want to address, so Jaws says, in our community, a lot of times in our community, people don't want to help the brothers. You know what I'm saying? So we out here by ourselves. I went through the same experience that brother had, but I didn't kill anyone. So shout out to you that you was able to hold it together. And I would say this, I hope he said this on the channel, because I know he said this in the chat. He said this in the chat, and that's why he came on the channel yesterday. I think he said it on the channel. And if he didn't, I won't say the name because I had a couple people on the channel, so I won't say the name. But one of the people that was on the channel, on the chat yesterday, on a panel, said he went through the exact similar, same everything as his brother. And he said he came this close to doing the same thing, minus he wasn't going to delete himself. So yeah, I won't just know the person. He was on my panel, and I had several people on my panel, but he said it in our group, amongst our group, and our WhatsApp group. He shared that with the group, and that's one reason why he came on the panel. And I can't remember if he said it on the panel. So since I can't remember, I won't say his name. But he was on the panel, and he said in the group he went through the same thing with his ex-wife. And he said he came this close to doing the same thing to the ex-wife. He just wasn't going to do it to himself. So I'm saying, so look at that. And then this brother right here says he went through the same experience, but I did not kill anyone. So this is not an isolated incident. But a lot of times as Black men, we hold it in. We don't tell nobody. We really don't tell anybody about the bad stuff. I mean, like, this is like the worst case. But even other stuff, like if you get robbed, a lot of times, or if you get drugged, don't you know there's a lot of crimes, just period, that's not reported for a lot of reasons? Because sometimes you might feel like embarrassed. You don't want to tell nobody. You want to tell nobody that you got. You want to tell nobody that you got drunk and you got robbed. So a lot of things, and that's small potato. A lot of times, a lot of things happen, and guys we don't hear it because we're taught not to talk about it. So and so you have a small section of some guys, mental problems. Travel Bro says straight mental problems or whatever the case may be. Sometimes everybody can't hold it in, and they're gonna lash out. And one of the tools, not a magic bullet, one of the tools to help release the stress, if you're not that far gone, right? If you're not clinically far gone, one of the tools is travel. Even you, Snug, you travel. Okay, what did you say? In Georgia or wherever you was from, you didn't have a lot of opportunities, and then you went to Texas. Now, obviously, that's not international travel, but guess what? That's interstate travel.
Right.
So guess what? You still technically what? Travel. It just wasn't overseas. You got it from your environment. You changed your environment. You went from Georgia, I believe you said, to Texas. And even went to California. So sometimes you got to travel. And it's even more so when you what? International travel. Travel to give your mind a reset. Because sometimes you might could be to that boiling point and you take yourself away from the problem and you travel. But I also get the other side what Travel Bro is saying. Travel is not a magic bullet that cures everything. Sometimes you have to do the self-work, self-reflection first, then travel. So half empty, half full. We can agree to disagree respectfully. So hold on. Travel Bro Pro, you want to chime in? It's on you, Travel Bro. Bad audio and all, but I know you were streaming from Africa. Shout out to you. You're streaming from Africa, Uganda, with your limited data, and your YouTube, and you're uploading video. So thank you for coming on my channel.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Barely, but yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. What I was saying was Jordan theoretically would make sense, and I gotta understand as men that when you start getting into relationships, women first of all, process is important when you're talking about getting with women. Ever, they're gonna women. Something when you start having issues with women on a breakup situation, divorce and stuff like that, women don't play fair. They don't play fair at all.
They don't play fair at all.
No, one of my last girlfriends called and said I hit her. You know, which I didn't do. So and knew I didn't hit her. They still tried to file charges on me. So women don't play fair. They don't play fair. And let me tell you something. Me and this girl, I was dating this girl for years, and this cat and I one time had an argument. Not even an argument. So when they go for blood, you gotta understand it's how to treat women. I mean, and I hate to say this, but women are jazz niggas. Okay. When y'all, excuse my French.
No. But your audio is kind of bad, and I'm bearing with it, and I kind of missed that. So can you repeat it? You said you got to treat them like what? Like.
Unfortunately, you got when you are at odds with women are like bitch ass niggas. They're doing.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. Okay.
So
I agree. We agree on that. You know what I say? I would say not to interrupt you. Now this is controversial, and this is on YouTube, and women see this, she might whatever. But my opinion, a lot of women, most women, I say are like children. They're like grown children. Very similar to children. Spoiled, want their own way, don't really use logic, all emotion, me, buy me this, buy me that, no accountability. Someone always there to take care of them, the big daddy government. So really like children. What do they say in the war movies when they're about to bomb? Women and children to the bunker. Women and children to the bunker. men go grab a rifle and go out there. So in many ways, women are very childlike to me. Not all, but many. So that's what I would say. More so, more so like children, like grown children. You say bitch ass niggas, but I say grown children. And you have to treat them. You have to treat them almost to the point like you know what's best for them. You might even can love them, right? If you do, you might even can love them. But like your kids, you have to guide them instead of they self, and you have to do what's best for them and what's best for you. You almost can't treat them like an equal per se. You still have to be the leader, and you have to guide them what's best for them and what's best for you.
Right. And I also say too that my philosophy now when it comes to women and dating and mating and I don't have any kids or anything, never got caught up in the child support system, thank goodness.
Lucky you.
But I don't think I've ever would because I think I can be a great father myself. I tell if you're gonna have kids, first of all, you need to take care of your kids always. You need to be 100% father to your kids, support your kids. But if you're gonna have kids, have them overseas. Have your kids overseas. And the reason why I say that, this is the one of the main reasons why I say that is because you can change a person's life, especially in the country, because your American setup gives them so many opportunities. You can change a child's life. Because when you have a kid over there, that kid might, and I will say this, believe it or not, in third world countries, a lot of times the kids they living in harsher conditions, but a lot of times it's a raising kid because they're not America is not a greatly raised kids. They have all the everything, but
the culture,
it's
kind of sick.
Dangerous.
Yeah.
It's a lot dangerous.
I know.
It's a lot. I'll say it's a lot dangerous. It's a lot more dangerous in America because of guns. The guns. A lot of countries, like for example, like here in Uganda.
In Uganda,
you can walk down.
Hold on one second. Guys, remember he's in Africa right now. He's in Uganda. He's spitting facts. He's a YouTuber, a fellow YouTuber. He's spitting facts. He's preaching, spitting facts with gasoline, and he's in Uganda. He's in Africa with a limited internet. So we're gonna bear through it. But after this last statement, bro, I'm gonna bid you good night from the panel because your audio is kind of an issue. But bro, man, you're dropping so many gems right now. I'm glad you came up. Because I'm gonna be honest, you know I'm real. I don't gotta lie to nobody. You know it is. I was feeling a way towards you just from reading the comments you left in the context that I was thinking in, and of course getting feedback from other. I never really knew you. Feedback from other people, but I'm glad you stepped up yourself and you came on my channel to speak for your own self. That's very good. So you changed my perception of you. So I appreciate you. I'm gonna let you say this last comment, and then I'm gonna bid you good night from the panel, bro. You can stay in the chat and type, but your audio sucks. But go ahead, finish your last statement.
No, I was just saying, man, that it's probably better to raise kids in another country here, because how dangerous the U.S. Gun violence is ridiculous in the U.S. However, if you go to a lot of these others, for example, here in Uganda, most people don't have guns here. So you can walk down the street. It could be dudes on corner walking up and down the streets. You're not gonna see no fighting. You're not gonna see no gunplay. You're not gonna see that. However, if you get 100 guys in America in one place, some gunplay, gonna be some fights. that's gonna be that's probably gonna get killed that night. You know, so I would tell anybody about having it's I would have kids overseas. I wouldn't have kids here. And then two is that you gotta women that you're dating, and when you start getting into these custody battles and stuff like that, you gotta really you got your control. You gotta show a calm temperament, and you can't let these rouse you up, because at the end of the day, hey, and I'm gonna say this, at the end of the day, your kid is gonna eventually 10 years old. Your kid is gonna become an adult. So even if the child from you, eventually is gonna be 18 years old, and that child is gonna come for you. That's your opportunity to explain what happened. That's when you have your to explain it. You might not have an opportunity then, but eventually, when your cousin, I don't know what child at what age it is gonna start, where my father at? Where's my father? You know, and that's when that child decides that they want to see their father, or when that child turns, mother can't stop them. That's when that's to tell them everything. Out here killing yourself, out here doing none of that craziness. Because once you tell, it's game over, and I'm out.
Yeah. Thank you, man. It's bittersweet, man. Bittersweet. You dropping facts, cooking with gasoline. The audio was shitty as hell. But thank you for coming on. Thank you for representing yourself. You know what I'm saying? You represented your own damn self. You came up to speak for yourself. So thank you for that, man. Thank you. You're all right in my book. You're all right in my book. And again, we don't have to agree on every single point. But you are right in my book. You have some interesting views. It seems like a lot of them I agree with. So, and you handled yourself well. So shout out to you, man. You can rock with me. I know you said you're uploading videos. And I'm interested. You said you're uploading a video and you're talking about me. So I'm very interested to see that video. That's what's up. Shout out to the Travel Bro Pro. Jordan has been silent up there, but Jordan was on here first. So what do you want to say, Mr. Snug? And by the way, Snug, I want to address something with you too. But what do you want to say?
Okay. Well, one thing to say about having your father, my mom and dad have been together about 40 years.
Oh, wow.
My dad
they still together now?
Still together now. Yep. My dad is 77.
77.
And my mom is 67. What? I'm sorry, 66. So,
66. Oh, that's what's up.
Am I having double audio?
A little bit. So hold on. Clifton said he was getting double audio from me. I don't think he does, because I'm getting the double audio from Big Boss. That's great. Well, I don't know. Obviously, I hear whatever. But that is crazy. So are all you guys getting double audio from me and everybody? What's going on? Type it out. You're good for me. You're good with me. I don't know. Do you hear double audio from me?
I do hear a little double audio on myself. I wonder if I click out and come back in.
Oh, you're good with me, kind of. I mean, this audio stuff is kind of wacky. You're good with me.
I just want to say my little part real quick. I wasn't gonna be here too long. So basically speaking on fathers, like I said, I don't know if I said in an interview before with you, but my dad got 25 kids.
Yeah, you said that before.
Okay, yep. I'm his last child, and him and my mom are still together. Now, one thing I will say about all of my other brothers and sisters that are alive, they kind of look at me funny, and I look at them funny because that's not my fault what Dad did. You know, he chose to do the things that he did. So with that being said, you know, me having brothers and sisters in the 40s and 50s and them looking at me a certain way, I kind of look at them like, well, why don't y'all look at dad like that? Y'all looking at me like I'm the problem. I'm the child. So I didn't cause the problem. I didn't tell him to leave y'all mamas or none of that stuff. So by the time my dad wanted to straight up and fly right, he had done got with my mom.
Right.
So with that being said, I grew up with him in the household, him and my mom together in the household. So
they jealous, really. So they jealous then,
right, you
they
know,
jealous.
yeah, pretty much. And as far as like the travel community, you know, like my heroes that I looked up to, you know, like Drees, O'Dub, and even before them, I was looking at a guy down in Mexico. His name was Jaden or whatever. I forgot what he called himself. Negro something he calls himself. But anyway, I discovered that he wasn't quite who he said that he was. And then, like I said, I've said before in other videos, you know, Chris Dogan, you know, and them
Yeah.
guys, you know, just believing in everything they said and following them word for word when I was at a very emotional state of my life.
Mm.
And you know, getting tired of the women in the US and they BS and all I'm just coming with multiple baby daddies and dealing with relationships with them, and they come in 3 kids, 3 different baby daddies, 4 kids, 4 different baby daddies, all these crazy numbers.
Right.
I don't know, man. You know, so I thought that traveling would be the cure, would be the medicine for that. And it was. I haven't quite traveled as much as some of you guys have been to all of the countries, but I've done a little bit of traveling. You know, I lived in Alaska for a little while.
Yeah, I remember
And
Joe.
and when I got up there, you know, um, the Samoans, they treated me real well. You know, clicked up with them. The Dominicans and the Filipinos. So with all that being said, you know, I got a chance to experience dealing with other cultures and other women from, you know, different backgrounds and everything once I got there. And it was kind of like my upside. But one thing I will say is pretty much that matrix mentality up there too. I mean, being in Alaska is part of America, and of course you got those people coming from different places from America. But you know, I'm still looking forward to traveling. You know, I know it's a little bit more difficult now dealing with the state that we're in today, and I'm not gonna talk negative on that. 'Cause I know you don't like that,
No,
but you know, I'm one of the ones. I refuse to get that, you know, shot and everything.
me
But
too.
yeah, so you know, with all that being said, I don't know what it's gonna be like for me. I firmly agree with what you said yesterday, or well, rather last night, about they're going to eventually lift the travel restrictions.
Oh, yes,
For
eventually. At some point. At some point. I say by mid-year, but by summer or before.
exactly,
My
exactly,
prediction. My prediction.
I'm,
exactly. So you know, by that time, but you know, by that time, sure, I'm quite sure Jordan will be working on his Brazilian residency and be well on his way with that. And you know, I'm just hoping and praying that I'm able to get on over there because one of the things that I'm most upset about. I used to talk to
Okay.
watch.
Snug. I normally don't do this. I stop people when they gassing, but you went for a while. So you good. But I'm going to introduce somebody. I had somebody else in the background who was waiting. I was waiting for them for you to finish your current rant, and they dropped off. You got to be patient. Hold on. You got to be patient. When you come up in the background, if somebody is talking, I'm gonna let them finish their sentence, or and then I bring you up. Or like Snug was about to do, Snug was about to hit another gear and kind of go into something else.
I'm just gonna say the one little last part that
Oh,
was.
no, you're not. Wait. So but then the person dropped off. But now somebody else came up. But travel, you can say your part. Yo, Buck, you got a
What's
mic.
going on, man?
Nothing much. Hold on. So Snug says he wants to say his last little part. He was going on and on and on, and then he kind of pivoted. You're up here now. Say your other part, Snug.
Okay. So at one point in time I was talking to brother Yusef Watif, and me and him had, I don't know, probably about 5 or 6 good, hour, 2 hour conversations. And I know that he had passed away, and that's one thing I kind of regret, that I'm not gonna get a chance to see him and meet up with him and everything. So without it being said, I definitely say, brothers in the traveler community, if it's people that you look up to and you want to see them and meet them, and they want to see you and meet you back and everything, go ahead and jump out there and see them, meet them.
Right.
So that's pretty much all I had to say on that. People that you look up to, just get on head out there and link up with them brothers.
Right. R.I.P. to Yusuf. So you saying that, yeah, because you never been to Brazil yet, right?
Nope.
I know you haven't. So I guess what you were saying is you were planning in the future to eventually get out there to Brazil and link up with Yusuf, but then we all know what happened to him last year, I believe it was. Yeah, R.I.P. to Yusuf. Yeah, my biggest thing is to pull triggers. Pull triggers whenever you can, even if you have to squeeze a little bit, because you can't get time back. You can get money back, you can't get time back. And even if you might ruffle some feathers, step on a couple of toes, do it, still jump out there and travel, because you never know, anything can happen. Tomorrow's not promised. The person you want to see may pass. Hell, you may pass. Get in a car crash or something. So, you only live once type of deal. And or as we see now, a new variant might pop out of nowhere, and all of a sudden your country says, ah. So for all these reasons, I get it. You want to make sure everything is right, and normally you should. Every little tiny detail is right, but sometimes you got to jump off the porch, man, because
Right.
you can't get time back. You never know what's going to happen. We live in crazy times, especially with COVID now, with these countries being schizophrenic. Oh, you need this to get in, you need that to get in. So if you have a window, just go.
Exactly.
As long as you ain't gonna get fired, as long as you ain't gonna get fired, as long as your job not gonna fire, your job might be a little pissed off. Let them be pissed off. Your friends might be a little butthurt. Let them be butthurt. When you come back, you can make everything nice. Travel when you can. So with that being said, finally had Buck Travel get on here, and then he dropped off. What's up, man? And I brought you up. I didn't even leave you in the back room. I didn't chaotic truth. Chaotic truth. If you're still here, come back on. Chaotic truth was sitting in the back for a while you were talking, Snug. But normally I don't want to bring somebody up while somebody's talking, so I left them in the back. And you kept talking, and then he dropped off. And then Buck Travel came on. I stopped you from talking. And I brought Buck Travel on the panel, and Buck left. Man, I can't win from losing, man. I can't win from losing.
Let me say this for a few minutes.
Yes, sir. You need to talk.
Let me say this. If you having issues, if you having problems, I highly recommend you to seek answers. Ask some mature people, about your situation. Seek help. Don't be afraid. I mean, I did civil service for over 23 years, and I still have to seek help, to help bring me back down, to earth, and make me think with, logically. Okay. So I highly recommend for people to seek somebody mature, somebody who may have been through that situation, and don't ever give up. It's your life. Don't ever give up.
Right. Don't ever give up. Well, thank you for sharing that with us. You didn't have to share that with us. Thank you being vulnerable. But like I said, this is, a men's space, and you're saying, even you, sometimes you're seeking counseling, you seeking help sometimes. Yeah. So hell, I know I need some. I know I need to talk to a shrink. Yeah. At least I know what they say. A real crazy person don't think they crazy. So I don't know. But I know I'm crazy, so I know I need a shrink. But part of my therapy is outside of travel. Because let's be real, I'm a working class dude. I work 2 security guard jobs. I take about 3-4 trips a year. I'm not traveling all the time, and I'm not staying places 1 month like some people named Jordan. So a lot of my therapy are these WhatsApp groups. You know, that, believe it or not, that is real therapy. You know, I talk to you guys, especially in the WhatsApp groups. I talk to you guys more than I talk to my real family.
And that's how
in ways you guys are my family.
And that's how I'm able to get to travel, is because of the WhatsApp group. And when I say, hey, I'm going to Africa, I'm going to Brazil, I'm going to Europe, wherever I'm going, I reach out to somebody in the group who knows the area or who can kind of give me some guidance about where to stay, how much to spend, you know, all of that, you know, important information. And so far, everybody has been completely 100 with me on all of my traveling trips. And I thank everybody in the group for that. And Jaws 2003, I'll have to give you a shout out. I read all of your comment and I'm proud of you, bro.
Yeah, exactly. He said Jaws had said in an earlier comment, Jaws 2003 said he went through the exact same situation as Jay Black, the same situation. And but he handled it differently. So I'm glad you was able to handle it differently. And I think a lot, well, I know of guys who go through similar situations. I'm not gonna wait because you know people are impatient. Let me bring this person up right now. Boop, you up, okay? You up. Clifton, the
Hey, what's up? Oops, let me mute this part. Hold on.
You guys are impatient, boy. If I don't bring
Hold
you
on
up,
a second.
Oh, okay. Y'all don't see him, but I see it because it's my chat. I see the people in the back, and right before I can click them, they drop off. Like, bro, I'm running the channel here.
Yeah, I would have waited.
People
I would have
waited. Talking. I'll bring you up when I bring you up. Goodness.
Yeah. Yesterday I was on. I was waiting, but I was walking to get my car from the stirrer shop, and it was too much traffic, so you probably wouldn't hear me well. So that's why I clicked off. Yeah. So
well, what do you want to add to this, Clifton? And before you do, Snug, before you go, I want to address something with you also, Snug. So stay up here before you click off. Stay up here, Snug, because I want to address something with you, Snug. But before I do, Clifton, what do you want to add?
Well, I was thinking as far as mental health and stuff, as far as traveling, you know, it's like it's not gonna like solve, it's not gonna get rid of your problems, but it's, to me, traveling's like it's part of mental health, you know, for me, you know. So it's like it's not gonna get rid of like your baby mama, and but you could focus on other things. You know, you can see different things, try different foods. It's just lots of people don't understand, you know. So it's just but I'm just, you know, agree with what everyone says, you know, as far as this, you got to get out and enjoy yourself. Get out, man. You know,
it still helps. It still helps. Yeah. All right, so I got somebody else in the background. So for you, because I don't know you, I'm gonna want you to come up. Y'all don't know, but y'all can see. I have somebody said, and their screen name is No Baby Mama. I don't know who that is. You guys ever heard of somebody named No Baby Mama?
Nope.
That sounds like
I'm looking right at it.
Nope.
No Baby Mama. And I don't even really remember you from my chat. I know my channel is growing, thank God. More people, and this is going to happen as my channel gets bigger. I'll get new people, but No Baby Mama. Let me see yourself first, and then I'll put you up. You don't have to show your face for them, but cam up behind the scene. Let me see who you are. I want to make sure you're a real person or what's going on. Yeah.
Just be ready to push the button.
We don't want we don't want no photo bomb.
Do that too. And then even the name, right? Okay, boom. Okay, they did. But I can't see. I went able. Okay. Boom. All right. Are we good? Okay, we're good. So if you want to, okay, boom. I'll bring them up. And also, right before I bring them up, boom. Because I think I can have 6 people up here at once. We're going to be lit. Yeah, Jaws, pull up also. So I'm going to bring on No Baby Mama. That's a hell of a name. I seen him. He's a real person. He's a real dude. He's a black man. Look like a young brother. What's up, No Baby Mama? Holla. Unmute yourself. You're muted on your end, not on my end.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What's good with you, sir? No baby mama. So I'm curious.
Man, I'm just enjoying the show. How you guys
right
doing
on.
tonight?
Thank you. I appreciate you coming, and hell, I'm ecstatic that I'm getting new people. I'm just curious. I like to know my people. So how long have you been following me? How long have you been following this channel? And this your first time on one of my shows?
Actually, I've been following you since you've been doing interviews on Richie Rich's channel. To be honest.
For real?
Yeah, you just started a channel, so decided I support.
Man, that's kind of, and I guess that's like reality, right? But in a way, that's kind of scary. Big Boss is out here now, huh?
Yeah, man. That's kind of
scary. Okay, well, but that also tell me you good people, you vetted. No, I did. I don't know if you remember, I had said on one of my lives, I brought a brother up, and he was using somebody else's name on top of that, so that made it worse. And I brought him up, and I didn't think nothing of it, right? I'm trying to be cool. La 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 la. I click him. He comes up. His camera is kind of is muted, like and then he cams up and holds his phone to the camera, and it's porno. And I had to kill the whole stream. One person messed it up for everybody. So when I saw that no baby mama, I didn't really remember and recognize, but we're good. Blah 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 blah. You want to add anything to this, sir, or what's going on with you?
I more so just had a question. I didn't really want to take up too much time because I'm actually in the middle of doing something, so I figured I'd add something to the conversation just as a listener.
Thank you.
I'd like to take the conversation in this direction, and hopefully some of the gentlemen on here wouldn't mind answering this question. I'll just jump off. I do, because I live in the inner city.
Okay.
And obviously I'm black or brown, however you choose to look at it. Some of these incidents that are happening, I feel like it does affect us a little bit more. People can attribute that to whatever. Mothers, as the name you see, no baby mamas, that could be something, or lack of resources or whatever. But like, you guys have lasted on this earth for so long, and hats off to you for that. Any advice you have for maybe some of the younger gentlemen, such as myself, under 30, maybe even under 35,
right,
trying to navigate what we now come into as, like, you could say, the technology age, the travel stuff, all these buzzwords that we have to kind of pacify us from our reality. Like, how have you used all these resources to make sure you didn't end up like this gentleman that we're gathering here to talk about tonight? So that's really it, because I love the combo. So I figured, you know what, let me just splash this in there. Hopefully somebody finds it and they could take something from it. That's all I gotta say. Appreciate it.
Wear a condom, and when you leave, take it with you.
We're gonna pack more than that, but hold on.
Paranoid.
Also, this is a first. This is a Real Talk Big Ball first. My most populated panel. I want to add the sixth person, the sixth wonder of the world, Jaws 203, and I think I'm max. I think I'm gonna have 6 people. I think. And this is the first time my panel ever been like this. So wow, I got 6 old people. You can stay up here, no baby mama. I know you said you're busy. You're in the middle of doing something, and you mostly jumped online so you can ask your question. But if you want to stick around, stick around. If you got to drop off, you can drop off, and maybe I'll fill your spot with somebody else. So thank you for coming on, no baby mama. Thank you for following me. Oh, she dropped off. And thank you for following me since Richie Rich days before I had a channel. And thank you for that question. I remember the question. I'm gonna get to it, but we're gonna flesh out what we was already talking about. And I'll bring that question back up. So hold on. So Mr. Jaws, what do you want to say? What do you want to ask since you're new on a panel? Unmute yourself. Okay. Shit, I know that's gonna. I knew this day would happen. I'm gonna have to figure out a way. And Snug, I ain't put you in there yet, huh?
Email.
But okay, yeah, email. We gonna figure it out. But Snug, I got you. Yeah.
Oh. Let me say this right here. So like we have 2 sides of the travel community, and I think Jordan is a mix of this. So Boss, you're more so the monger type as well as me. I am definitely guilty of that. Clifton is more so of the travel type. He can go to places like Egypt and spend 2 weeks and not touch anything or smack on anything. Um, I just want how people um. Well, hold on, hold on. Actually, I said that wrong way. I just want to say to people, don't let people shame you out of what you want to go
Oh,
traveling. If you want to go to just straight monger, do that. Don't let nobody make you feel ashamed of what you want to go
Oh,
on a
what's up?
trip.
How you
I
doing?
don't.
All right. I know. I'm like, my brain's like, no, you're in Richmond. All of a sudden, I'm okay, like focusing. It's been a while. Yeah, I know. Oh shit.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay.
Give me yourself.
So
Yeah. So
so
right
so
on. You saying don't let people shame you. If you're grown and you spending your own money and you vacationing for yourself, do what makes you happy.
exactly that part. It don't matter what Japs say or any
Yeah.
of these women who have a platform say. Don't let them take you out your element. If you want to go enjoy women from other races and other countries, go do that.
Exactly.
Man, you only got one life to live,
Yeah,
and
that's right. That's
yeah,
right.
most definitely do that. So like I always said, the first time I saw Boss and heard his conversation on traveling, I totally agree with him. And like no homo when I say that. I totally fell in love with Boss when he would just
Uh,
tell the truth. I was like, damn man, this is like a big bro. I was like, hopefully one of these days I get to talk to this man. Maybe one day he might start his channel up and here we are talking. I don't think you realize how much I actually look up to you and Jordan and me and Cliff talk behind the scenes all the time. I mean, like spend hours on the phone talking. But I
yeah,
definitely like say, Boss, I truly look up to you a whole bunch.
right on. I appreciate that. And I always say jokingly, you gotta love the bossy boss, man. I'm a lovable guy, man. Jaws, Jaws. Before you get into it, I have to address something with Mr. Snug, who says he loves me. So I'm gonna see if he really loves me. Now, Mr.
Gotcha.
Snug. Okay. Hold on. Clifton, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So this is this we have the right snug. This is the right snug, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Mr.
Yeah.
Snug.
I already called him about
Oh,
it.
you did?
I called him. I told him. I said, hey, yeah. I talked to him after the live. I said, I put you
Okay.
on. I told him I put him on blast.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Well, I'm still the judge. I'm Judge Joe Brown. So, do you guys got some kind of understanding? Not you, Snug.
uh,
Clifton. Do you guys got an understanding
Outstanding.
about compensation, recompensation, or
Oh,
Your
I
money.
don't
you
know.
got an
I don't
agreement
know.
in
I
place?
don't know what's up. I don't know what's up. So,
Okay.
I'm assuming I'm going to be like that girl he was talking about that he looked on Facebook and paid her after like 6 years.
6 years, huh?
Anyway, he knows, but no, I don't know. It's like whatever. I'm not. I take it like as a loss because I don't think I'm gonna get shit. So whatever.
What? Snug.
Nah,
You
don't take
gotta
it as no
talk,
loss.
Snug.
Give
You
him his
gotta
money.
talk. I was gonna
Okay,
make a whole. You know what? Being part of the community has benefits, and it also comes with responsibility. Oh, I got somebody else. So, Snug, I want to hear from you? Okay. How do you plan to rectify? How do you plan to make Clifton whole for him coming out of pocket? How do you plan to rectify it? I want to hear
okay.
from
So
you.
when we was speaking on doing the trip,
Mm-hmm.
excuse me, guys. So when we were speaking on doing the trip, one of my dad friends, he kind of scared me about doing the trip. Talking about the whole COVID thing, and you get over there and get stuck, and blah blah blah, and they hold you, and just put a whole bunch of weird thoughts in my head. I was totally souped up and ready to go, and uh, Cliff had went ahead and jumped on Airbnb at that time. Yeah, so just kind of got scared out of doing it, and
yeah. And I asked you before I clicked that button. I said, "You sure? Are you sure? You sure?" I said like 10 times. You sure?
Okay, well, I got him. I got him, Cliff. I got him, Cliff. I got this. I got this. Okay, so from what I understand, like say, this is a Judge Big Boss show right now. I got the plaintiff. So you said, okay, I got it. You were all set, revved up, ready to go. You were talked out of it by a family member, and you kind of listened to them, and it kind of turned you off from going. I understand that. So you didn't go. You didn't go. So, but that's not my question. Okay, but thank you for giving me a backstory of why. One of the reasons why you didn't go.
The reason
why you didn't go is not really important, because by the time Clifton clicked that button, money was due. Money was due, and he had to. From what I understand, Clifton, you had to pay out of pocket, right?
Yeah.
For the full thing, right?
Yeah.
So what was the agreement? That you guys was going to go half?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So the agreement was you guys was going to go half, and you asked him. He said yeah, and you clicked the button. So he didn't go. So obviously he didn't go at all. He didn't go at all. So maybe he's probably saying, I don't really want to pay you half because I never even went. I didn't even freaking go. But so I'm gonna ask you this, Snug. What do you think should be fair compensation? Even if from your end you don't say half, right? Because you literally didn't go. Even though he clicked it and he paid your half, what do you think would be fair to compensate him? For him paying your share. He pay, he's a grown man, he paid your whole share because you said you was going. He clicked it, he paid everything out of his own pocket. So what do you think is fair at least?
So me and Clifford definitely talk about that a little bit more.
No, right now. What do you think is fair? Right now, what do you think is fair?
That's a little bit more on me and Cliff's personal end right there.
No, with Cliff, well, it's personal on your end, but it's not personal on Cliff. Cliff already said it on YouTube. He said it on my last live stream. He already said it. So the personal went out the window. Now you could be personal on your side, but Cliff is very vocal. Cliff came on here and said it already. So it's already out there. So very much like shout out to Travel Bro Pro who came up. We all had a lot to say because his comments or whatever, but he came up and he explained himself. And when Travel Bro came on the panel and explained himself, we kind of, we saw a little different. You can be like that and say it's personal, but Cliff already made it public. It's already public. And we already know Cliff paid your whole share. And what you do or don't do, Cliff is going to tell us again anyway. So instead of hearing it from Cliff, I want to hear it from you. Now you could now I can't force you to do anything, right? I got it. So if that's your thing that you want to stick to it, you're a grown man, I guess. But we're going to hear from Cliff anyway. My thing is, I'm trying to give you a chance to talk for your own self. I'm trying to let you talk for yourself, so we don't have to hear it all from Cliff. Because Cliff is going to tell us. He already told us. So what do you think is fair? He paid your whole fee. So what do you think is fair to pay him back? Will you answer today or no?
Yeah, me and Cliff would definitely have to speak behind the scenes on some topics.
Got it. So Cliff, okay, got it. So Cliff, make sure you let us know like you already did. He doesn't want to say now, and maybe he has to really think about it in his mind. But Cliff, make sure you let us know. And I'm going to talk about it on my Saturday Night Live. Make a video. Everybody's going to know. So
well, it's been a year.
So Snug, think very deep. Think very deep because I'm going to talk about it on my Saturday night show, and everybody on YouTube is going to know. So think very deep.
Also this too. that if you do decide to go with one of the travel group communities, people gonna remember who you are and what you did.
This is very big. This is you're a part of a community now. See, the reason why I'm doing it for a reason. I love you too, bro. I love you too. But again, we have to call out behavior amongst ourselves. Females don't do that, but men should. Men should call out other men. And who knows, Snug? You seem like a cool dude. I might want say like I might want to go somewhere with you or whatnot, or link up with you. Not if I'm getting reports like this. Not if I'm telling you, not if I'm getting reports like this. But and I ask you as a man, I'm asking you now as a man, oh, we're going to talk about it. Remember, you're in a community of travelers. So I'm giving you a chance to talk about it. I might want to go somewhere with you or hook up with you or link up with you somewhere. Link up with you in Brazil. Link up with you somewhere. And is this how you move? And things happen, right? Things happen. I get it. Things happen. Things happen all the time. But even if they happen, even if it happens, guess what? It happens. It happens. You're grown. You're a grown man. You're not a kid. You're not a woman. You're not a female. You're not a bitch. You don't let grown men pay for you. You pay for your own, even if something happens. So think about it, man. I love you, bro.
Oh, yeah, more definitely, more definitely.
All right, you have a good night. You off of here while you think about it. So, anyway, Cliff Dunn, you make sure you let us know when you talk to him behind the scenes how he's going to make it right.
Yeah, it wasn't like, trying to attack him. It's just the way it came up is we were speaking about him, because when I came in, you talked about, I don't know what it was, but I was told Jordan, that's the same person I was telling you about, because he wanted Jordan information. And I asked Jordan, I'm looking at, I asked Jordan if it was okay. This is when I was in Brazil. So and I told Jordan, this is pretty much the same person that I was, talking about. Big, man. So it wasn't like I'm like,
you only got one time to burn people in this community. We are a small community. Reputation is very big. You don't want to be known. You don't want to be known as that guy.
Yeah, and it wasn't like I'm trying to talk about out of the blue. It so happened that he was on the topic. I guess someone was talking about like the girls, and I'm like, oh, so that's the same guy. Yes, that's the same guy I was telling you about that he wanted to talk to Jordan. So it wasn't like I start talking about him out of the blue. So
money over honey. Shout out to Germany. Germany, money over honey. Nobody gonna trust you ever again. Bad news travel fast. Nobody's ever gonna trust you. I had you online. I asked you. Simple question. You could have said it. I didn't say you had to pay it right now. You could have said it. You could have said it and took 6 months to pay him, but at least said it. But you couldn't even say it. So all that being said, I brought somebody up here, and he's been sitting back there, but I wanted to handle that. Jaws.
Hey, what's good, big boss? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Finally, somebody else whose audio is not all jacked up.
Yeah, I try to have mine straight, man, because I know some people keep their stuff up, and I want to be clear when I talk, and also people understand me. So
right. I got it. Mine like a steel trap. I even remember his question, but I want Jaws to chime in on whatever aspect we were talking about. Chime in, and after you chime in, I'm gonna address No Baby Mama's question.
Oh yeah, sure thing, boss. I just want to say to the fellas, if you're listening to Big Boss, anybody else traveling right now, then you're in the right spot, because you know something was up. You want to do something different. You don't want to follow everybody else in Western society. So you knew something was up, and you're doing something to take care of it. Like, all I would say is men, just know what you want, and also we don't need to end up like this brother that just, like you say, deleted himself and then deleted his ex-wife and his baby mama, because I know how tough it is, because I went through that, and I had evidence against my ex, and it was still hard to get custody. She filed paperwork on me in South Florida, and I had paperwork filed in North Florida, and then I had to go down there twice. I had paperwork from the courts in North Florida, and I walked in, and I had to hire two lawyers, not one but two.
What?
Yeah, because I had the custody case going on in North Florida. Then she tried to file a restraining order on me in South Florida, and then if you do a certain type of restraining order in Florida, with domestic violence, DV with kids, because I don't want YouTube to catch those
Right, right,
words.
right, 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 right.
But if you do DV with kids, then
Mm,
automatically whoever
automatic.
files, the child goes with the parent that files.
That filed,
So
and that's just a tactic and a strategy. That's the only
right,
reason she did that.
right. And so I had an emergency pickup order from North Florida, and I walked in that courtroom in Miami with my second lawyer, and we showed it, and then even the judge was like looking like she did all of this because what she did was she forged the chief justice's signature up here in North Florida, and yeah, and then she went down to South Florida, and so yeah, like I walked in the courtroom, my second lawyer displayed everything, and then that judge in Miami looked at me like, oh, well, I'm sorry, your case is going before another judge, so you're gonna have to take that up with him. And I'm like, how? When I have an emergency pickup order
Right,
stating I'm supposed to get my son back,
right,
and she was like, nope, I'm not touching it because this judge down here, he's very particular, blah 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 blah. And I'm looking at her and I'm thinking like that don't mean nothing if I got a court order.
right. That
So
supersedes all that. It's this.
it's yeah, basically, basically, and so like I had to go through all kind of little stuff like that, and even I had a judge up here in North Florida that was he couldn't throw her too many bones, but whatever he could throw to her, he threw to her. So like I understand what the brother went through, but deleting other people and then deleting yourself, I don't think that's the way. I think that he should have fought another way, got his
Mm,
finances right, got his car situation right, having a car payment, try to get in a more affordable home, stuff like that, so that he would have more money to fight. And then for the brothers that don't
yeah,
have no kids, just don't do it in the West. Do not do it in the West.
don't
Just
do it in the West.
go overseas,
Go
get you
overseas.
get you something that you like. Be honest with yourself, and once you do that, just keep it over there, and it'll cause you less problems.
Wow. Shout out to you, man, for handling it right, man. I know that had to be
Oh yeah,
stressful. You in
it,
North Florida, she in South Florida. You had to
yeah,
hire two different attorneys. And even with that, you finally had the emergency order. You went there with court order, and the judge did not want to recognize it and wanted to pass it off. That's crazy, man. And I'm glad
right,
that you
bro.
held it together.
Appreciate it. Yeah, because it took the courts up in North Florida to call the courts in South Florida to even get that right. Because
Yeah. It wouldn't happen from just you. It took the
yeah,
court, not even the lawyers. It took other judges. It took the court to
yep,
court.
yep.
Wow,
Yeah, so I wouldn't wish any young man to go through that at all.
at
It's not
all.
worth it because that, and honestly that was a crazy year for me too, because I lost my uncle, two of my uncles, I lost
Mm,
my dad,
mm.
all in that same year, and then like
Your dad, oh man, your
yeah,
dad and uncles. So your father and father figures. Your dad and uncles. Mm,
yeah, bro, like it was 2016 was a crazy year, bro,
2016.
and I'm like, yeah, it was like it just kept coming back to back to back to back.
And
I was
dealing with
just
this and dealing with her, and you had to hire one lawyer, then you had to hire another lawyer, and then the actual court, you know what I'm saying, the so-called system is not working the way it's supposed to do. You know what I'm saying, you trying to play by the rules and they're not even working with you, and the other court had to tell the other court. Oh my
yeah,
goodness, people don't understand that can push somebody over the edge, man.
heck yeah, and I didn't really have nobody there for me because I told like some family members, I was like, man, my son gone, I don't know where he at, I just heard crickets, and I'm like, what?
Wow.
And some people wonder why I move the way that I do now, and then they act like, oh, like you can just try again and da 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 da. I'm like, man, hell no,
Nah.
because
Nah.
because people have
Nah.
choice. They
Mm-hmm.
have choice,
Mm-hmm.
and they can choose to do that, and they can choose not to do that. But
Right.
just like I can choose to stay in the matrix or leave the matrix for travel, like they got that choice too. So I'm not going to sit here and expose myself to like something that
Right.
any woman in the matrix can do.
Right.
I
Easily
don't.
again. You know what? And what happened to this brother, Jay Black?
Yeah.
The situation with his ex-wife, he went to the girlfriend, like Jordan said. Shout out to Jordan up there. Like Jordan said,
Hmm.
he had the girlfriend, and what did she do? She pulled the same trick. She threatened the same stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
The
And
very
you
next
think
trick, his ex-wife, his new girlfriend, he's caught in the bind. And guess what? If he went to another girl, she probably would have did the same thing too. Can't win from losing.
exactly, exactly. So like everybody's like, oh well, this, that, and the third. Like, nah, like this is what men go through in the system. And
Yeah.
and even the judge told me like, oh yeah, you should have picked better. Pick better. Like how am I supposed to pick better?
Are you serious? Was it a female judge?
A man,
A man.
but he was palm colored though.
Palm color. Wow.
Yeah. So
I hear you. I hear you, bro. Just hold on one sec. I'm gonna bring up this person, Benjamin. I'm gonna bring you up. What's up, Mr. Benjamin? You're up here. You're in the room. Just kind of sit back and relax. I'm gonna let Jaws finish what he was saying, but I didn't want you to hang in the back room for too long. So sit tight, Mr. Benjamin. So what were you saying, Jaws?
yeah,
So
basically,
the judge said you should have picked better. Why?
yeah,
Sir, that's
and
not your
personally,
job to tell me that, sir. You're supposed to be doing your job. What the hell's going on?
they always like in the area that I'm in North Florida, they always tell men that, oh, you should have picked better, or you slept with her, and it's like, yeah, but I ain't expect nobody to do this and pick better.
Ay,
This
ay, ay.
my ex was
So casually. So they just toss away men's concerns so casually.
heck
Like
yeah, yeah,
like we're very disposable.
yeah, and see, my ex, she has a degree in IT. She went to a very famous university here in North Florida. She was working for state government at the time that we met.
Mm-hmm.
So, in the eyes of everybody else, I'm like, okay, well, that's the type of woman you should look for, right?
You would
And
think
yeah, like
on paper, you would
facts,
think college educated, IT, all the stuff. You would think
right? But to me, she behaved no different from
no
Keisha
different.
on the block.
Educated hood rat. An
Yeah,
educated hood rat. Wow, man. Shout out to you for keeping it together. And thank you for sharing your story, man. You didn't have to share that, but thank you for being vulnerable, telling us your personal business. And I know you did it. You did it more so if it can help other men who may be going through it, because again, a lot of men suffer in silence.
they do.
Things happen to us and we don't say it for fear of looking weak, looking like a punk, looking like we whining. We just take it on the chin and keep it in. And you can do that for a while, but if you do it for too long, it will bubble up and then tragedy happens. So thank you for sharing, bro.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Yeah, you can stay up here as long as you can. You leave when you want to leave. It's all good. We still got Clifton up here. I want to hear from the new brother, Benjamin.
Yo, big boss, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you pretty good. I'm glad we getting people with good audio finally. Sheesh.
Well, I'm doing this from my phone, so I don't know how great it's gonna be. All right.
Hey, it sounds good so far. So,
All right.
what do you have to add to the situation? And I didn't forget the young brother's question. I still got it in my head. But we're rocking and rolling. People are coming up. What do you want to add?
So I'm trying to be an expat. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I'm pretty young, but I got a little bit of my finances together, and within like the next 2 years, I'm trying to like leave America. Right.
Boom. Got you.
Now, I'm not trying to leave America because dating's too hard here, or American women don't treat me great, or any of that narrative you be hearing. I'm only leaving because with the money I make passively, I could live a better quality of life than I would with America. You know what I mean?
Boom.
So I've been traveling for probably a lot longer than I care to admit, like 8 years ish, right?
Wow.
Yeah. So been to Japan, been to Singapore, Hong Kong.
Asia, man, you an Asia traveler. You been to Brazil?
I mean, I lived over there for a little bit, so I had to be. But I used to go to the DR a lot, like a lot more than I care to admit.
Where are you based off? You don't mind me asking. Where were you based off? What city?
You know where Bakersfield is?
California?
Yeah.
I know all California, man. Yeah. Oh, Jordan, you hear that?
I'm not like in Bakersfield. I'm like an hour out in like the desert part of California.
You're on the desert, like, okay, you from out there? I know exactly where Bakersfield is. That's what's up.
Like I said, I'm hitting Brazil like the 1st of January, actually, right?
You never been, right?
Nah. But
okay,
like I said,
I asked that so far at like a 90% rate, guys who start in Asia, Thailand, Philippines, all that, some reason those guys don't do Brazil.
So I'm gonna keep it 100 with you.
They just don't. Guys who do the Asia, Thailand, and Philippines tend to not do Brazil. If I ask 10 of them, 9 of them not having did Brazil yet.
All right, so I'm gonna keep it 100.
The guys who did Brazil hasn't did Asia. I done both.
So the reason why I didn't used to go to Brazil when it like was popping back in the day with Charles Tyler and stuff is because I used to go to DR.
Okay.
And I really used to like the DR, like I was a Susua. I was in them streets. But I was there like 2012, 13, 14, and 15.
Where, Susua?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was a completely different ball game back then. You know what I mean?
Man, like, I can only imagine.
Oh, listen, they weren't hitting your pockets as hard.
Rub it in. I miss all the glory days. But I got a quick before you keep going. Were you in the military? Ever in the military?
Yeah, that's how I ended up in Asia.
Okay, that makes sense. So shout out to James Jones. This is a sergeant, a senior master sergeant, Gator. We call him Gator. That's his code name.
That's actually funny because in the Navy there's a position called the Gator, but whatever.
Oh, that's just his nickname. But yeah, James Jones. He's a senior master sergeant. And he asked, is he in the military? So you're right, Sarge. You were right. Okay. Continue.
So yeah, like I said, I was doing the DR because it was really great. But like I said, I'm looking for like something a little bit more than just like chasing, eating mangoes all day. So I'm gonna go to Brazil. I'm gonna do that for like 15 days, and then I'm gonna go to Bogota for a week, and then I'm going to Medellin. Because my boy's going out there.
Spots, man. What you trying to do, man? You hit Brazil and Bogota? What's going on?
Well, yeah, because it's a direct flight from Bogota to LAX, so might as well. Right?
That's what's up.
So as far as like the whole topic about escaping, like
escaping the matrix.
Was that me who caused that feedback?
I didn't even hear feedback, so that's interesting. So you heard it. I didn't even hear. Yeah, I said you coming across clear, bro.
All right. So like my biggest thing I'm trying to let people know is just the quality of life, man. That quality of life is a big game changer. Like originally my family's from Jamaica, right?
Okay, right on. Shout out to Jamaica.
So like the biggest thing that Jamaicans do is they go to America, they work, and then they go back to Jamaica and basically live like the top 10%, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, smart.
So I'm just trying to do the same thing. Right now I'm just trying to find a spot. Because
where your American dollars would last longer, would stretch and go farther. Especially if you're still making them passive too.
Well, that's the lucky part about mine. Mine's really passive. I just got to wait for the rent to come in, so it might be like a 5-day difference sometimes, depending on the tenant. But it makes a big difference.
You're a landlord, huh?
Yeah. I got a couple
rentals. Look at you. That's what's up, man. You got your stuff together. That's what's up.
I be trying, bro. But like I said, the quality of life is like the biggest thing I always got to explain to people. You know what I mean? So like for the biggest thing is before when I was in the DR, right? I was in Santiago for a little bit, and you could go to like a really nice restaurant. There's this little barbecue spot, and I was paying like maybe $20 for me and my lady friend.
Okay.
To eat, and it was like a full blown.
Yeah, I'm about to say, because that's a little pricey even for there. So,
but it was a lot.
You must have had a spread.
Yeah, and I was trying to impress her because if you feed a woman the DR, she is a lot more agreeable on things, if you know what I mean, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to keep your algorithm good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, good, please. Because most guys don't. They come on here and just let it all out on my channel. I said, God.
Yeah. So, like I said, I would always tell people to look at it, and then like here's another life hack, right? So you can do customer service in America. So like for me being in California, they offer me 15, right? And that 15 is per hour, and it's remote. So if you get a good VPN on your router, you can work anywhere.
Customer service, and you don't have to know that the hell what you talking about, because all you really going to do is look on your computer and just read off like whatever they calling about. Hey man, my so and so don't work. Well, hold on, sir. Serious? Did you try turning it off and turning it on and resetting it? Oh, it worked.
I'm telling you, they're willing to pay you like whatever minimum wage is, depending on where you live. But I'm in California, so that 15 comes in real strong.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Right. And like me making 15 an hour in California,
it's nothing.
Trash. But me making 15 in like Brazil,
I'm telling you, I make about double that on one job, and I have 2 jobs, and I'm still, getting by.
Well, to be fair, my real job is like a security officer. That's why I can't show my face.
Exactly. Yeah.
But this is for like me living on a beachfront. 15 an hour and having that is worth more than the 6 figures I make living in America, if you know what I mean.
Say that. So I hear you. So what you saying, you would rather make $15 an hour living in paradise than making $50 an hour living in the big city USA. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. I hear you, sir. Boom. Club filler, the real one this time. I should have known better when that guy trolled me. He didn't have this thumbnail with that beautiful Thai woman, and he didn't have a period, and it wasn't capitalized. He says, I agree, bro. I just got to Brazil. 35 countries later. Shout out, 35 countries. I got a question. Where was this place you said in Brazil where the women's rent is low? You asked me that. I don't think I said that. Maybe that might be for Jordan. We have a Brazilian expert on the panel. Hey, I'm dropping the link. Come on up, Club Fillers. Hold on. I hear you, bro. I gotta invite Club Fillers. He came on here before. Come on. This link right here is for Club Fillers. He's the only other person I'm gonna bring up. Come on up, Club Fillers. Come on up, Club Fillers. So yeah. So what were you saying? Sorry, I interrupted you. Yeah, but
it's all good. Hey, if I disconnect, my bad. My phone's kind of heating up. But
wow.
Yeah. So going back to what I'm saying is, like I said, I make really, really good money out here. This is why I kind of live in the remote part, because they pay well when you live further from the city, right?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Why is that? When you think it's the other way around?
I gotta hit you on the side later to explain that, if you know what I mean.
You said what now?
I gotta hit you on the side later to explain it.
Okay, right on. Got you.
Yeah, but like I said, I make really good money. I have everything I want. But like I said, when I'm going off the DR because that's where I used to be at, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I was in the DR, I was spending maybe not even $1,000 when I was staying there at a month at a time.
Not even 1,000 for a whole month.
Yeah, and I had everything. I had like my own little taxi dude who came and picked me up, took me wherever I wanted to go. Crazy. I had like my little friend who came, cooked, clean, did everything.
Your little friend, clean and then clean you up too. No.
Hey, bro, we gotta keep it clean for the algorithm. You know what I mean? But like I said, I had everything I wanted. I could go to fancy restaurants. I could do whatever I wanted to do. Don't get me wrong. I could do the same thing in America. But like, for example, having somebody who comes, cooks, and cleans every day, bro, that's good. That's a good amount of money you pay. having basically a personal driver who comes, picks you up, and takes you wherever you want, bro. And I was paying these people like maybe $250 for the month I was there. You feel me?
Right. Yeah. So the sergeant, senior sergeant, just asked my question. He said because less qualified personnel in those areas, so they use the money to incentivize people to relocate to the area. Thank you, Master Sergeant.
Hey, he knows it. He knows it.
Oh yeah, that's Gator.
But like I said, I'm going to look at Brazil to see if I could do the same thing because I don't like the DR anymore. If you know what I mean.
Okay.
Only because, hey, them prices went up. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know, right? Crazy.
Yeah,
crazy.
And they low key trying to like get you. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with you 100%. Your quality of life is going to change for sure. Just moving into another country. For Brazil, you need about the bare minimum to live in Brazil is about 1,500, but they require 2,000. Anything over 2,000 is a kill, overkill, and you can live good. But the bare minimum is 15.
Hey, Jordan, can I like throw something at you though?
Go ahead.
So like I agree, the bare minimum is 2,000, but that's because you got to pay taxes on it, right?
No,
you don't have to pay taxes on it.
You don't. There's a certain amount that you do not even have to pay taxes in Brazil because you're below the poverty line, what they consider the poverty line.
Whoa, 2,000 USD a month is way above the poverty line. That puts you in like the top 10%.
Exactly, but they don't. They get you more on when you buying, like if you buy a refrigerator, when you get a CPF number and you buy a refrigerator, you buying a couch, you buying a car. That's where they get you at.
Okay, so like my whole goal for it is I want to live somewhere where I could live on like because I make a little bit more than 2,000, but I ain't trying to like spend all that money. So I'm trying to live off of like 1,500 and then put the other 500 in like day trading to try to make it like that's gonna be my little side hustle.
Right. So, well, you're not gonna use all the whole 1,500. You're not gonna even use all of it. You're gonna pay your rent. You go when you first get there, you're gonna spend a little bit more because you got to get yourself, situated. But after you get settled in, after you pay your rent, you pay the basic utilities, money's gonna be still put in the bank.
Okay. So you said in Brazil that could work too?
Yeah, Brazil is about 15. The bare minimum is about 15, and you still gonna live good.
Okay.
Now, if you do 2,000, it's gonna be They require 2,000. Well, if you're retired, they require 2,000. You got to show proof of income of $2,000 if you're retired.
I got
anything over 2,000 is going to be an overkill because you don't need it, bro. You can get you a 2-bedroom for $500 to $600 across the street from the beach in different cities. So it just depends on where you want to live. You want to live in a city or do you want to live near the beach?
So funny story about that. When I go to Brazil, I'm actually going to take a little trip up to the northeast, Fortaleza, because it's a big city.
You know about Fortaleza, man?
That's where I'm gonna move. That's where I'm gonna
Bro,
stay.
I've been doing my research.
That's where Jordan's gonna move.
That's where I'm gonna move to. That's gonna be my home base is Fortaleza.
Yeah.
I was looking at Fortaleza because I heard you could, from my research on OLX, you could get like a really brand new 3.2 for like 60,000 US when you do the conversion.
Easy. So I was going to get the 2-bedroom for like under $500 a month, bro.
I believe it. So that's like like I said, my trip to Brazil is a scouting mission.
Yeah.
So I'm curious. So Mr. Benjamin, are you considering going out there buying property?
Well, no.
Mr. Landlord.
No. So the rule of thumb is you live somewhere a year to 2 before you buy, but you always got to keep in mind how much it costs.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you got to live somewhere a year, see how the local people is. So like I said, I'm Jamaican. So like even in Jamaica, like things may look good during the day.
Yeah.
At night.
You want to stay there long? Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta feel for people.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to keep the idea. So like I learned in Brazil, you could buy a brand new car for like 10 bands.
Yeah. And the key too is when you're renting out there in Brazil, they do rents for 6 months. 6 months.
6 months.
So if you do try to do a month to month, they're gonna charge you more. But it comes out cheaper for you when you do the 6 months.
But like I said, I'm gonna look at Brazil. I'm looking at Colombia because I heard good things about Bogota for like living. Actually, you know what I mean? Because like I said, I just want like the fancy things, like the nice restaurants, the little museums, you know what I mean? Stuff to do besides my lady friends.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Exactly. Because they're gonna be there.
Yeah,
you're gonna live in a target rich environment.
Yeah, like I said,
it's like grenade fishing.
I'm gonna tell you something. What one of my supervisors used to tell me. He said, if you have your things together, women will always come, no matter where you is, whether that be America, whether that be Japan, whether that be anywhere, right? So I always used to tell people, like, get yourself together to a point where you're like I said, you don't have to be no high value man with that stupid thing that they be pushing or whatever, but have your stuff together. Be able
have it together. Hold on 1 second. Stop the show. Senior Master Sergeant Gator in the building. What's
What
up,
up, man?
Sarge?
What up? What up?
How you doing, sir?
Man, I'm good, man. Enjoying the live like everybody else. Hey, good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. So, what do you think about what's being said on the panel? Mr. Benjamin is giving us good information of what he plans to do. Jordan is gaming him up on how to move in Brazil.
Oh man, I think it's excellent, man. That's what the whole thing we started out with these groups for, right? Network and cross share information. So other people don't have to pay for the lessons we already bought, right? You just try to help and pull the next brother along. So I think it's excellent.
Right. Exactly. That's one thing. And so what I'm trying to do also, one of the things I'm also trying to do on my channel is basically extension of my WhatsApp group. Notice the name is very similar. It's just inverted. Instead of Real Talk with Big Boss, it's Big Boss Real Talk. So yeah, bringing brothers together, sharing information, encouraging one another. Shout out to Jaws 203. He said he went through that situation, and I'm glad he came on and told his personal story because it can help somebody else that might be going through the same thing. And so whether we talking about encouraging people here in the Matrix or giving people game and information about specific countries, it's like we're a mastermind pooling information together. Yes, absolutely. So, Mr. Benjamin, what else were you saying? I know I kind of put you on hold so I can bring up the sergeant. What were you saying, Mr. Benjamin, if you remember?
Well, I was just trying to explain to all my fellow travelers that understand that when you go other places, all you're looking for is opportunity, right? And if you can make US dollars and you can upgrade your quality of life, I suggest you do. That's pretty much it.
That's facts. That's facts.
Hey Benjamin, when you were in service, did you work any VA angles? If you still not active duty, if you were reserve anything, did you work
hey, bro,
anything
I know
through there?
exactly what you told me, and yeah, your boy is 10-0, if you know what I mean.
Oh, okay. Well, shoot, man, you can pack it up now then and get out of here, man.
Okay.
Well, there's like a 5-year rule you got to be aware of.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I got you.
So I'm kind of that's the.
You're talking about temp and permanent and stuff like that. So you try to make sure everything's good to go before you dip.
Exactly.
Got you. Okay. Well, if I need to borrow something, I know who to call and make sure I contact.
So he got it like that, huh? You say hey, so
listen.
Hey, let me know when you move out there, man. You say you're gonna get a 2-bedroom, D-bedroom?
Well, for 60 bands, you could get a 3-3, maybe a 3-2.
60 bands. So you trying to buy something then? You're not talking
yeah.
about rent. You talking 60 bands? You trying to buy property, bro?
Well, yeah, but you gotta wait a year. You gotta see what the neighborhood like. So, if you haven't noticed with Brazil, like a lot, well, from the research I've done, I haven't been there yet. Give me 3 weeks.
3 weeks. Wow.
There's a lot of gated communities and stuff like that. So, you got to understand that. So, when I was looking at the 3-2s, when you're on OLX, it doesn't show you if it's like a fully gated community. So you got to put your boots, boots on the ground and stuff. But one thing I always, I know the Philippines, they have a big expat group.
Yeah.
And they have a social networks where basically expat looks out for expat. So I'm looking for that too in Brazil, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Yeah, but now Philippines so historical, they running about 40 years deep over there. Exactly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Crazy thing about the Philippines.
Maybe you could be my landlord one day in the future, Benjamin. You'll be my
Hey,
Brazilian
bro,
landlord.
I got you. I'll give you the brother price. You know what I mean?
Brother price, and I pay you. I make sure you pay by the 5th or
Nah, you
before.
just gotta send a couple mangoes my way and don't let my wife find out. I'm kidding.
Wow.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding on that one.
That's what's up, man. Shout out to you, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah.
The GOAT of the panel in Africa, man. Wow,
Yeah.
you really in Africa, bro? Do you know
I'm
that?
here. I'm
Do
here,
you know
man.
that?
If it wasn't for the group, I wouldn't be here. Because when you introduced me to Brazil, I was like a puppy to you. Asking you questions, and
Yeah.
when you was on the phone, I was blowing your phone up more than
Yeah, you
when
was.
you was in Brazil.
And I had only been a couple times, which is a couple times more than you. Yeah.
Yeah. But it was great. I'm grateful for the panel, and nice to meet the Sarge and hear from Benjamin and Jaws. Like I gave him a shout out earlier. I'm very impressed with all of you guys doing you and making yourself happy and finding a comfortable zone when you can leave out of the matrix.
Yeah, when we can leave out of the matrix. And something to touch on something that Travel Bro Pro Rami Peso says, shout out to him for fully explaining himself and coming on the panel. He was saying that like some guys really rag on the US like it's the worst thing ever. Like I said, I don't really agree with that either. I still love this country. This is far as I know, this is my home. This is my
Exactly.
land. It is not perfect. It's not perfect.
Exactly.
But at the same time, we also need to do what's best for us, what's best for our personal interest, right? Where our money will go longer. Where well, sometimes, especially if you want to get off into relationships and having kids and marriage, where those family laws are a little more fair, or even one-sided towards the men. Hey, but before us, a country, I still think this is one of the best countries on earth. It's not perfect, so we take the best from everything. You know what I'm saying? We come here, we make our money, and then we go where our money can go longer. We go where the society, where the dating male female relationship has not got toxic with westernized feminism yet. So we go where we can get the best deal for us.
And also, too, don't think that the U.S. got the best doctors, because they don't.
Right.
Other countries have excellent doctors. South Africa is just the country that just discovered Amaron, or whatever,
The
however you
Omicron,
pronounce it.
right?
They just discovered it, but they done took it to a whole nother level and said, okay, nobody from Africa can come to our country, and that was ridiculous.
Yeah, very ridiculous. Gator Sergeant.
Yo.
How have you been, sir? So on the travel side, have you been traveling at all lately?
Yeah, I've been traveling. I've been out to, I went back out to Medellin. I was just in DR. Went to the zoo in SD last month, actually, in November.
Oh wow!
It seemed like so long ago, just last month.
When you come back, right? When you come back, it seemed like so long in between trips, man.
Yeah,
that is
I
crazy.
just got back last month, actually, about a month ago, actually.
About a month ago. Wow.
But things are changing out there. Even from when me and you was out there.
Yeah, I know, man.
Things are changing, and they changing rapidly, man. It just is it a side of the times. I think a lot of the pandemic, what's going on, the streets got to eat. You know what I mean?
Streets got to eat. You used to
streets
always
gotta
say that
eat.
too. That's one of your sayings. The streets got to eat.
So it just made them even hungrier, So people out there going on. I think, with the internet, even before, the world used to be big, right? And we used to have small and little time, but the internet put everybody on the same page. And with
really
this
did.
information age, Mango's communicating just like we communicating. I think they're a little more consolidated in their mindset than when we are, and that's a whole different conversation. But that's what's changing the landscape out of there,
Wow, communication.
But it's also the same thing people talking about, why you worry about what another man pay and stuff like that. But I always say this too. I say whatever's going on in the economy, the prices go always be the prices, but every man is dealing with that one decision, what their money is like and what they have. But usually, a person that doesn't have a lot of vacation time or doesn't have a lot of time, they have the money and they just looking for the experiences, and they're not looking to forego their experience, to save money. So that's most of the struggle that a lot of people are dealing with, and I think sometimes too in those conversations that piece get looked over because they say, "Man, who got a lot of money ain't got a lot of time. A man who got a lot of time don't have a lot of money." You know, or a man who lives there has a lot of time doesn't need to be in a rush. So it's just those nuances of conversations of why things are changing. So you just go down there and do the best you can, and you just have your limit, and you just party, have a good time.
Yeah, do the best you can. Now, believe it or not, I did not forget the young man, no baby mama, drama, llama question. His question was to the point, was for a young man or a man in his 30s or his 20s or 30s, early 30s, for a young man, what can some of the older guys, older travelers, and we lost y'all. No, who we lost? We lost
Clifton.
Benjamin. Okay, shout out to Benjamin. Shout out to Benjamin. He said he was on his phone and his phone was getting hot even then. So
He
the
sent you a
question.
message in the back though, so check it out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got a lot of private chats. I don't even be tripping on my private chats. Damn. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, he did. So what I was about to say. Oh, so the youngster. His question was like, for the young guys, whatever you want to call young, for the young guys, or basically who not married yet, don't have kids yet, for the young guys, us older guys who's been in the game a little longer, what can we tell them or teach them or show them or advice for them how to move nowadays in these 2020s internet information age with dating and relationships and travel? That's a hell of a question to put on me, man. Because I'm figuring out, yeah, I'm old. So thank God for me, I'm past a lot of that. At this point, I'm in fun mode. Um, but I'll start it off. My thing is like, and we spoke on it already. Matter of fact, Jaws spoke to this, and several people spoke to this. I would have to say, this is a trope we all been saying. Use the states to make your money as soon as you can. Set up a passive situation, something online, some kind of business, investing, or at least make your money and stack. And if you looking for something serious, I would almost have to advocate like overseas, bro. You can't trust this system, man. You can't trust this system. I mean, I know that's not the best answer, but to be honest, I never said I have all the answers, and I know you don't expect me to. You just threw it out there and asked, because that one right there is a tough one.
I'm gonna say this. I would say focus on getting yourself together first. Know what you want. Then you have your goals and achieve them, and then do what you said. Uh, Stack your money up for the future to go overseas.
Right.
Yeah,
I agree 100%.
Same here. Like I totally agree. I would tell any brother to just stack up his paper, or if they have like a family inheritance or something, like maybe some land in a small area that they can like have a little base over here in the U.S. Use that, and then have your main spot overseas. So you got something to come back home to in America, and then you got some overseas. What else? Be honest with yourself and just know what you want. Like if you want some long term, short term, multiple women, whatever. Like you can tailor make whatever you think of to your personal situation abroad. Like unlike over in the Matrix where you pretty much locked into a certain system. So, but hey, Big Boss, I do have a question for you, brother.
Yes, sir.
As a man that's traveled to both Asia and Latin America, what made you pick Latin America over Asia? Because I see more brothers that go to both. They usually pick Asia.
Okay. So you said from the guys who do both, who do Asia and Latin America, you said from your observation, what most guys pick Asia?
Yes, that's what I've seen personally.
Yep. Okay. And so if you would ask me, you know what I would say?
What's that?
I would say Asia. But okay, but now here's the thing. For travel, to live, say to live outside of the US, for me, I wouldn't necessarily want to live in an Asian country. Shout out to the Travel Bro Pro who's living there in Uganda. He said he likes living around people where basically like 90% of the people he see look like him. I think that's dope. Especially if they act right, right? Especially if they act right. So like I say, life goals for me is the article that Jordan, shout out to Jordan shared in our group within the WhatsApp group of two successful brothers, two brothers from the States who moved to Brazil. And I think they both live in Sao Paulo. I know one did for sure. I don't know if the other one lived in another city like Fortaleza, but especially in Sao Paulo area, they are very connected with their African roots. Like they take that serious. So to live, I would want to live somewhere, Afrocentric. That's just me. But damn, Asia is a hell of a party scene. You've been to Sasua, right?
I have been to Sasua, but I am a Santiago man. I don't too much care for Sasua.
Oh wow. Okay. All right.
All right. I know that's different.
Well, yeah. Okay, because what I was about to say is, well, you know what? Santiago, that would be Philippines. Philippines would be the Santiago.
Yeah.
But Pattaya, Thailand is Sasua on steroids.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So it's catching too. It's like everybody is different, right? Everybody is different. Everybody got different tolerances. Everybody got different preferences. And some people don't kind of like the Sasua scene. They rather have like the capital scenes, Santo Domingo, or the middle ground of Santiago. But the people that like Sasua, man, I don't know. Matter of fact, Pattaya is so turned up, it might be too much for some people. And you might be a candidate for have Pattaya be too much. Pattaya is too turned up. But it's like a constant party. It's like crack cocaine party. I couldn't see myself living there. I'll probably be dead. I'll probably be dead in a couple of years in there.
I couldn't either.
It's a hell of a party scene. So my best case scenario, I would want to live in Brazil. Not sure what city. Most likely, I might just follow Jordan's footsteps and go live and be his neighbor in Fortaleza. I would rather live in Brazil and party my ass off in Pattaya in Thailand.
Yeah. See, for me, I know
some long flights, boy.
Man, it is though.
Can I throw something out there?
Clifton is back. Yeah, go ahead, chime in.
Big Boss. So another thing why Asia is like a lot of people like Asia is that it's super safe. Like in comparison to Latin America, Asia is super safe. I remember one time I had to catch this MAC flight, right? And I was in the Philippines on the Air Force base. And another thing is crazy. So like we got a driver, right? Little moto dude. And we paid him $20. And for the next 7 hours, we were in a club in the Philippines, tore up from the floor up. And then like we were gonna miss the flight, to be honest. And he came in there, he rounded us all up and got us back to base. And all we gave him was like $40.
Wow.
So your money goes like crazy far. It's like super safe. As long as you're not like, granted, as long as you're not like doing something crazy, like doing drugs or anything.
Right.
But that's one of the reasons why people love Asia. It is party city. It's super safe and it's super cheap.
Party. It's a party on crack, man. It's ridiculous. I never spent nothing like it.
So boss, boss, would you say like comparing, like you say Pattaya is like on steroids compared to Sasua? would you say, even like he's saying it's more safe, but do you think that it's more structured and organized? You ain't really got people all over you. People talk about, you don't hear as many stories of drugging and stealing and, leche this and this, like the whole hustle mentality culture, but you have somewhere that's more lit than there, but they don't bring on that same hustler and scamming hustling culture to it,
Yeah, okay, you touched on something, and that's very interesting. And maybe without thinking about that in my front mind, I'm aware of that in my back mind. You're right, because I'm a big Sasua man. Come on, I'm a robot monger. That's I embrace that. So that's what I'm all about. That Sasua. Then I go to Pattaya. It's like Sasua time, at least 3, no cat, at least 3, probably 5 or 6, but at least triple Sasua. And more safe, but less drama. So how is that? How can they achieve more lit, more crazy, more party, and more safe and less drama? I don't know. Maybe
it's organized.
Organized, yeah. And they've been doing their thing a little longer, like from you military guys, right?
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, military started after Vietnam.
Yeah. In Vietnam, Southeast Asia. So maybe over time they worked out the kinks. Who knows? Maybe they used to be like that back in the 1960s and early 70s. But now it's like a well-oiled machine, boy. It's a well-oiled machine. You get on that train and you get on that ride, and woo, it's so good. It's it got boss considering, and that's crazy. That lets you know how good it is. I'm one of the most anti VC I know, and for Pattaya, I was taking a hard look. I was like, man.
See, Sasua doesn't have a mile long of women along Beach Road. It's like a mile of women. That's just that part.
Yeah.
Sasua will be like one
Beach
street.
Road, the Coconut Girl. That long. Yeah. I think it's longer than a mile though.
But it's long. I mean, basically. It's about a mile, but it's a lot of women just on that stretch.
It's ridiculous.
But then you have imagine Sasua can fit on like one block of Pattaya. I mean, it's so compacted. It's not spread out like the DR. It's compacted, so it's like streets within alleys full of women, and the city is made for. I mean, basically, I didn't go there for
made for that, right?
I went there for tourism and actually for food. It's gonna turn you to a monger. I mean, it's like they're gonna pull you. It's gonna make you to a monger. I mean, that's all.
You know what I'm looking for. I should have known. Somebody's gonna make me put it on.
And don't forget, and let's not forget, Vietnam is another hot spot too.
Yes, I wanted to check out Vietnam next year, but But I've been to the Philippines before. I was in Davao City and I liked it there. But see, that's a little bit more chill. They don't like have.
This for you, Benjamin. This for you.
For what you said,
Benjamin's baby.
Oh,
ding, ding, ding,
to keep it 100, the only thing really wrong with Sasua is just there's no customer service. That's all it is. I mean, I hate to put it like that, but in Asia, think about it. In Asia, like one of my little sea stories is we pulled into a certain location and everybody met their mango for the night or whatever, and like we hung out, we drunk, we got trashed, we let them they went home, we went up, woke up the next morning, came downstairs, and they were downstairs with waiting on us. Like, hey, you want to party again today? If that makes you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, it's ridiculous, bro.
Yo, that customer service skills.
It's ridiculous. It's like, man, this is the first. I remember I went to Pattaya, right? So I did Bangkok, and Bangkok was cool. Bangkok was ridiculous, especially if you stay in that Nana hotel. You stay in a Nana hotel, they all in the parking lot. They all on the street, but they overspill on the street and be in the parking lot, which they're not supposed to be. And so they be hiding between the cars. It's just ridiculous. So Bangkok is crazy. So then, and shout out to Rob Brazil, he was not lying. He said, boss, if you think this is something, wait till tomorrow till we get to Pattaya. And I said, it's going to be better than this. I mean, BJ bars, man, bro, a BJ bar.
Oh, yeah, I bet you one.
The concept of a BJ bar. You know, kind of You go in and you sit in a lazy boy chair recliner. She has a little pillow. She gets on her knees between your legs, and it's a B and CIM.
Yes, exactly.
She washes you off in the sink. She gargles with Listerine. All right, thank you. I'm like, what the hell? What the fuck?
Yeah.
This is crazy. So then we go to Bataya. So I'm up in a hotel, the Grand Hotel. Shout out to Mac Mall. He gave me the hookup on the Grand. I'm on Tinder. Now Tinder pops very hard in all the places, especially Colombia. Tinder goes hard in Colombia. Man, you pull out Tinder in Pattaya. I'm swipe. I thought something was wrong with my phone, bro. I thought my phone broke. Everything I swiped on, everything was a match. You know, I'm used to being in America, right? In America, it takes like 50 swipes for you to connect with one. Everything I hit, it was just like a match. I'm like, wait a minute, is this thing working? Everything was a match. So now, while I'm still matching, I'm getting messages. I see like a little icon. I'm getting a message. So then I go into the message. About half the chicks that I connected with, they messaging me, where you at? You out here? What hotel you? I was like, golly, I had to put the phone down. I thought the phone was possessed. Man.
Yeah, I had girls jumping off their mopeds, pulling on me. They physically will grab you. Vietnam the same way. Vietnam also.
Guys, you better go on that 20-hour flight, man. I'll go on that flight for 30 hours. I tell you, it got me thinking about the VC, and I ain't gonna do it. I'm gonna stay strong, but god damn it, I hope they open for regular guys like me next year. But yeah, so just to answer your question, y'all, just for that little exchange that me and Benjamin are saying, it gives you a glimpse of how lit it is. So that's why. But for me, I as much as I like it, I can't see myself living there. It's like almost too much. It's like
yeah.
I know. I know. I probably everything like we say. A country is a country, right? Like DR. DR is the whole DR is not Sasua. I get it. So even in Thailand, sure they got little provinces, a slow place. But if I'm gonna do all that, I still rather be around my own. So but I can do that. When you're traveling, you got money. You can craft it to the way you want it, right? I can live around my own. And I can go travel over there with the yellow man and get too turned up, and then come back and be around my own. I can have it. The world is our oyster.
Yes. Like bro, I wholeheartedly agree. And like I said, most of my travels have been to DR, and then I've been to the Philippines. And like I said, I was in Davao. Like I didn't that flight didn't bother me, and it took me like 30 hours.
Woo! Ouch.
Yeah, because I went.
Mine was 21. Mine was 21 hours.
Yeah, but see, it's so easy for you, bro, since you're on the West Coast. So it's just like, but for me, I had to leave from Jacksonville, Florida, to New York to Taipei, Taipei to Manila.
Yeah. And we did Taipei. We did Taipei.
Yeah, because I'm from Eva Air, which I'll fly them again. But
I think mine was Eva Air. Yep. Shout out to Eva Air.
Oh yeah,
it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad.
They treated brother good.
It wasn't that bad. Good. You know, it sounds worse than what it is. You know, exactly like before you really do it, it sounds worse. But once you're really there, it is what it is.
Yeah, facts. And like I said, when I got to Davao, the reason why I chose Davao is because, like you said, like it's more of a chill spot. But if I do want to go get turned up, I can easily fly to Manila for like maybe $50 on Air Asia or something like that, and you in Manila, you straight, and then to go to other parts of Southeast Asia is like hell, maybe 300 to 500, if that, depending on who you fly with.
Right.
So you know that's what I like. I like having one location, and then I can go to other places to get turned up. That's why I was looking at Paraguay too, because like I see some things there that I like. Good things about getting permanent residency really easy, and then once you get that permanent residency, South America has that Mercosur trading agreement thing, where you can go to like any other country in South America just with your ID card. So that's why I'm looking at Paraguay, and then
Paraguay.
So if I want to go get turned up in Brazil, I can easily go there. If I want to go to Colombia, I can go there. All of that. So, like, that's one thing I'm looking at. I like to have a central location where I can travel to other places.
Yeah. What you got to say about that, Sergeant?
Oh yeah, I agree, man. I think the difference what we talked about before, the difference between like DR and Asia, I think it's just cultural backgrounds, right?
Yeah.
Just culture back. When we talk about customer service and everything, like I can say the best, not the best food I ever ate, but the best food I was ever served was in Japan. Just like how they serve you, how they treat you, right?
Mm.
Um,
Mm.
and I've been flying to Asia here for a while, so yeah, them 20-hour flight shit. Once you own it, you own it. So
Once you on there, you on there, right?
that's pretty much it. So you just sit
Right.
down, go to sleep, eat, watch the movies, and that's it.
Watch the movies.
And you basically there then, like, 'cause
Yeah.
that's
Right.
how I was when I left JFK. Like, I saw what time it was locally in the Philippines. I got a little sleep. Then they woke me up for a meal, ate that, went back to sleep, and then
That's sweet.
woke back up, and then I watched like a few movies and did some
Mm-hmm.
stuff on the computer, and then the next thing you know, welcome to Taipei. Like, all right, cool.
Yeah. Ain't that about something? Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
I have a running joke because I don't really watch TV at all too much, especially now since I'm YouTubing. Right, it takes up all my time. So I got a running joke. I said any movie out, I'm just going to see it when I get on the flight.
Yeah,
Honestly, oh
yeah. Go ahead, bro.
no, I was just gonna co-sign that thing about Japanese and their food. Their food is like phenomenal, like hands down, the greatest thing I've ever tasted. And another like low-key country in Asia you guys should look out for is Malaysia. So in
Malaysia.
Malaysia,
Yeah.
yeah. So I like it.
So
I'm super
Indian.
attracted to Indian women. You can knock down some beautiful Indian women in Malaysia.
Oh
Man.
yeah, yeah. I heard
Now,
about them. They have a
now
They have
I'm
a
saying too much
bicycle.
information, but on the on P sites, I love the Indian. The East Indian with the dot. The Indian P. It rhymes with corn. It rhymes with corn, but it starts with a P. Yeah, the Indian. Yeah, I don't know. They
Oh,
so sexy, man. They so
the,
sexy to me, man.
they're in Malaysia. I mean, they're usually skinny, but
Uh,
yo, they are gorgeous.
they some
Like
freaks. They
super
practice the
long.
Karma Sutra. They practice the Karma Sutra and put the moves on you. Isn't that where they belly dance? Don't they belly dance?
Yeah, yeah,
Put
Some
the
of them,
definitely.
moves
yeah,
on you,
yeah.
boy. Like Sierra, her skinny self, her skinny,
I'm,
sexy self. Put
I'm
the
trying to get
moves
back
on you.
out there.
Mm.
Yeah, but you know how they've been locked down. But honestly, like for me, I know this. To me, this whole pandemic has showed me like I want to strive for more to get like at least permanent residency in a country, so that we'll have more rights than tourist visa. Because like they can pretty much do anything if you're like trying to come in under a tourist visa, but at least if you do have a permanent residency, like you're given more rights to like come
Mm.
in.
Okay.
That's true. The only thing I would say is I've seen this crazy narrative where people are talking about giving their U.S. citizenship up. Don't do that.
Yeah.
That's
Ooh.
stupid. That is the
Andrew
Nah.
Henderson.
dumbest thing
Don't
I
never.
have
I can't never give
ever.
up that.
Well,
No.
I'm just saying. I've seen it. I've
Yeah,
seen it, and I'm looking at
Yeah.
the
No.
people who
I
live
heard
it,
it too.
and I'm like, y'all is the dumbest mother. You know what I
Yeah.
want to say? Because
yeah.
Yeah.
people.
There's a sorry to cut you off, but there's a YouTuber, Andrew Henderson from Nomad Capitalist. He renounced his American citizenship and he was like, I didn't fit in over there no more. I was making a lot of money. I got tired of the taxes. So,
Yeah.
like, I just
But
renounced my citizenship and now I save more money. But it's like, no, I'm
Mm,
not going to do that.
mm,
but they don't understand there are a lot of privileges that come with being an American. Like
mm,
technically, in like if you're in a life, I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but so for example, I found out that if you have an LLC, right?
hmm.
Because I told you I got those little rentals or whatever, right?
Yes, you do.
And I get
Mr.
a
Landlord.
1099.
My future landlord.
I could pay into Social Security so that even if I stop working, I'm still paying into Social Security so that when I'm ready to withdraw, I can withdraw from it.
Mm,
Does that make
right.
sense?
Hmm.
And that is like super free money that just hits the bank on top of what I'm already making.
Mm, mm. Pay it. You literally paying it forward. Got it.
Yeah.
Um,
Uh,
okay, now, real fast. I
Yeah,
heard
yeah. I knew.
something. Go ahead.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead,
Like
Sarge.
I even knew like with this whole thing when the pandemic hit, right? And all this stimulus was going on. I knew some expats that were overseas that they living, but they're not doing as great as they would have been in the States. But because they paperwork wasn't even right with their citizenship and their bank accounts, they couldn't even get access to the free money. You know what I mean? That was going out just here. You know, you just getting money for existing. You know, for being a citizen. And I know they make under the amount. They all you had to do is make under 150,000, and those people who are living overseas who could have easily got that money. So it's just different things that happen like that. And I tell you, like being, you know, so my comments and speak do not reflect the official opinions of the United States government or the Department of Defense. I gotta say that right. But
yes, sir.
One thing about America, anything happen to you, we'll move heaven and earth to come get you. That's one thing, you know, other countries will say that America don't. We value one life more than many. You know, so that's the whole thing. And then I always like I say about it's relationships that I'm so even if they can't get you, just other people speaking on your behalf or working for you. Like we work through Sweden or work through another country just to try to help you get to a certain place. So it comes with those different things that, you know, it's kind of like insurance, right? You don't really think about it needed to something bad happen.
Right. Right.
Another thing that people don't know is like that U.S. embassy. Like, let's say you're in a country, you know, like a lot of these countries aren't the most stable. So something bad happens, you could go to an embassy and they will give you money to get you back home.
Wow. I didn't quite know that. I didn't quite know
Yeah,
that per se.
technically it's a loan. Keep that in mind. You got to pay it back.
Okay.
But
at least it's there though. At least it's a lifeline, like a literal lifeline.
When your life under threat, you like, yeah, go and give them. I got you.
I got you. Hey,
get me out of here.
Get me out of here.
Another thing, I got pulled over. I got pulled over one time in the DR, and I was like, "Oh," like I kept saying, "I didn't understand you. I didn't understand you." I can call the U.S. embassy, and they can get us a translator, right? Yo, that man just waved his hand, and I drove off. Just
when you said that, he said, "Oh no." He's
Yeah.
probably gonna try to extort you.
Yeah, like in the Philippines, I've heard of some foreigners like not managing their money correctly, and they have gone to the U.S. embassy to get that loan, like the other brother was saying, and it was like, well, we'll get you home, but you got to relinquish your passport, and then you got to pay us back once you get home, and after that you get it back.
But that's good though. At least it's there as a lifeline. Yeah.
I think the brother
always
who
say
had
that.
got shot in Colombia said the same thing. When he got shot there, he was like, yeah, the embassy made sure they kept in contact with the hospital, checked on the status. They sent somebody out there. They were making contact with his family. They were making flight arrangements for him and all of it. And you think your taxes pretty much been preempted, prepaid for that stuff for you after when he got shot in Cali. I'll see, can I find that video? I'll send it to you. And he'll say, well, hey, this is what the embassy came in and did when I was shot and robbed. Here when he was in the hospital. Yeah.
And speaking of Colombia, like, is that how do you say it? Scopolamine thing? Is that only big in just Colombia or like in other spots in South America?
Like the scopolamine, that devil's breath.
Oh man, that scopolamine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you mostly hear about it being used there.
I heard of one case in Brazil, and after I heard of that one case, after that, some people said they said they heard of other cases, like very obscure. So it's not.
Wasn't that last week? I'm sorry to step on you.
About 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it was a trans person or something doing that to people.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, that must be the second one. Yeah, I heard. Okay, the trans person on the beat. Okay, I wasn't even talking about that one. Yeah, so that's.
I heard about that one too.
Yeah,
but from my understanding and from like my other big brothers who kind of explained to me the traveling thing, they're my military brothers. They say that like you always gotta. So a lot of people be meeting these young ladies and getting super comfortable way too fast. Way too fast. And for me, one thing that always like, always kept me safe in my travel in like Dominican Republic and stuff like that is like I never go with a woman who's too aggressive to go with me. You know what I mean? It's like a setup. Like, yeah, she about to hit a lick. You know what I mean? So you never want to go with the girl who's overly aggressive coming after you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and then another thing is, I don't drink. I don't drink with them like in like a private area where like it's not public. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I keep my eye on them. I definitely keep my eye on them.
It's like in Thailand. If they wear too much makeup, like a Kardashian, it's probably a man.
Oh yeah, tranny.
Yeah, so it's like
Oh
when they're too
man.
aggressive, I'm like, okay, I'm paranoid. Or if
Oh,
they look too much makeup, I'm like, probably a man. So I'm like, I'm paranoid. When it comes to that.
oh man.
Yeah, but like
Yeah,
I
a lot
said,
of
people just
times when
gotta
we
keep their.
overseas like that, we just have a rule that somebody in the group can't drink.
Right.
It's just like a DD just
Okay.
looking
Right.
like, well, hey,
That
you just be
normally
like,
be
well, I'm
me.
gonna chill. Yeah, because if you somewhere foreign and y'all like out there on official work and stuff like that, you like, hey, we go drink, you don't drink tonight, such and such, just so somebody can have wits of the group and be like, nah, man, that ain't it. Come on back over here, or hey, what's such and such here? It's just good to have
Mhm.
somebody like that. But when you go in places, there's a group of someone you pretty most comfortable with. I think everybody can drink, but when you going off somewhere for your first time, y'all don't know nothing. Somebody need to be sober, you know.
Right.
I
Facts.
feel you on that. Like I know with me, I try to do like not as many tourist spots, so that like that can take some of that element out. Like for example, like DR. First time I went, I was in Zona Colonial, straight for a few days, and after that I wanted to leave. But after that, I started going to Santiago. Like that's more of a chill vibe to me, and like I haven't knock on wood, thank God I haven't went through any like crazy stuff in Santiago. So
A
so
big
yeah.
rule of thumb for me in DR was if I don't know where you live, I don't trust you. You know what I mean? Like, no, because in the DR, when a girl like messes with you, she'll take you to her like mom's house or like something like that or yada yada yada. So if I don't know where you live, yeah, I don't trust you.
So yeah, you're not a big Sasua man, huh?
Actually, I was,
Oh, but I'm
but like I
saying
said,
you're not gonna know what those Sasua chicks are. That whole setup is
bro,
different.
I'm telling you, it was
Yeah.
different. Like they would take, so like one girl, she was like, "Oh, I'm from Santiago." I'm like, "Oh, I've never been to Santiago." She's like, "Oh yeah, come with me, come with me, come with me." And she's like, "Oh, we'll take the bus." I'm like, first off, we taking a taxi because I ain't sitting on the guagua or whatever they're called for like however long it takes or whatever those giant buses are.
Mm-hmm.
So I got an Airbnb in Santiago. We went out there. I was in the Airbnb. She's like, "Oh, I want you to meet my mom." Da 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 da. Da. And they cooked for you, and it was a pretty great experience. Yeah, that
Yeah,
don't
you
happen
was
no
boo
more.
loving though. That you boo loving. That ain't moderate.
Well,
Man,
yeah, you're
Remember who
right.
you talking to, bro.
Nah, bro,
I mean,
you're
that's
right.
all
You're right.
good. No, that's all good. But
I'm
yeah,
gonna
my
listen.
mind is like, okay, something don't compute. I said, oh, okay.
Hey,
Yeah.
listen,
yeah,
bro.
You
You
boo
do it how
loving.
you do it. I'm gonna do it how
Yeah,
I do it.
you
If
boo
I'm gonna pay
loving,
you,
man.
I'm about to have an experience.
man. I indulge
Uh,
a weekend at Blackbeard's. That was my. I feel like dealing with
I've
Sasua, so
never
I
been to
stay in
Blackbeard's,
Blackbeard's.
man. Oh, I need to, man. I've never been to
Man,
Blackbeard's.
man,
It's a
it's
dope experience. It's a dope
it's a
Man,
nice
experience.
experience.
But
I
brother
mean,
Eric,
shout out to LJ. LJ, he always preaching on Blackbeard.
yeah, I came in and barely got my suitcase in, and hers knock on my door, and there's like two girls. I mean, it just started off within like 15 minutes of getting there. It starts
Oh
off. It just
wow.
and
Oh
it's like,
wow. Let's
and
start off.
you think you're gonna rest. Okay, I'm gonna rest and eat. There's some more girls. Okay,
Yeah, that's what I'm
I
asking.
just, yeah, I'll just, yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's overindulging over there.
Well, you know what? Like someone was saying, I think it was Kenny Ken. Shout out to Kenny Ken, KPR1. He was saying place control setting places like Blackbeard's might be the ticket, might be the key.
Yeah,
Uh,
because they're not
you
gonna
know,
mess up because that's their job.
right.
They got their information, so they're not gonna take your stuff and run. So you do have an element of I know it's not gonna be any drama. There's no drama. They're not gonna steal from you because it's more
Yeah,
controlled.
it's
They know who they
structured.
And
are.
Yeah,
control
it's
prices.
Yeah,
structured too. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Control prices. There's no drama. No police gonna come. So, and everything you need is there.
Right.
So and they have shifts. So different girls come in at different times and stuff. So yeah, so you do feel different than like Sasua. You don't know what the girl's gonna come with some guy pretend to be a cop or whatever. You don't have that drama.
Oh
So
man, you know a
yeah,
little something, huh? Is what was you
yeah,
saying, Sergeant?
No, I was just saying it's just structured in there too, and the people work there too. Like the old man and the lady, they real cool. It's just a good, fun, friendly environment. I know a lot of dudes used to put like two of their last days of the trip there, or either
Mm-hmm.
most guys go up there and stay on a Sunday or something like that.
Right. When it's slow already. That's smart. Yeah. You work it in your trip. Yeah. To be there during the slow day. When it's slow on the strip, you be there. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Sundays, all the girls go home on Sunday, so you're not gonna get nothing on Sunday.
Oh wow.
That's
Well,
yeah, all the
maybe
girls.
get some rest then. I don't know.
Yeah, you're gonna need some rest sometime
You
because
get some
I
rest.
was
Exactly.
yeah.
To recharge, man. You drink a lot of Gatorade, you get your electrolytes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. Jordan, what you doing over there? You sleep?
No, I'm here. I'm just soaking it all in about Asia,
You sleep in
and
Africa, man?
I've never been, but I know when they do open up fully, I'll head over there. So I'm just, I like how Benjamin said when he was in the DR and the police was, pulling him over, and he said, "Let me go ahead and call the consulate."
He said, "No, this go, my friend, go."
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Yo,
And one thing about Asia, so go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, I was like at one of the checkpoints when the pandemic first started up in the DR, and my driver, I already met him before, and it was my second time dealing with him, and so police stopped us. It was me, him, his daughter, and his wife, and so the police stopped us, and he was like, "Hey, well, we need y'all to pull over there," and I understood him. And then my driver was like, "All right," and he just kept driving. He was like, "I ain't stopping." He was like, they trying to shake us down, and he kept going, and they did not pull us over.
What?
Yeah, they
Wow.
didn't pull us over, bro.
Your partner got a pair of brass balls, man. I
And
don't even
that's
know if
what
they would pull you over.
and that's one thing I do like about like pretty much the Caribbean and like a little of South America is like when you're dealing with police, like they probably gonna shake you down, but that's not that bad if you consider it.
Yeah, you won't get shot like here.
Yeah, well,
I know, right?
Yeah.
I'm not only saying that, but
Say
like
that.
I've been in some
Say that.
situation where I was driving down the wrong way on a one way,
Oh
and they
man,
pulled me over and they started interrogating me, and I'm like, "Here's 500 pesos. All right, go have a good day. You just turn around and
Hey,
you know what I
man,
mean."
$10.
I
Listen,
lucked
bro.
out. I don't get messed with because if I don't speak, they think they thought I was Dominican, until I started speaking. They're like, oh, or Egypt, they thought I was Egyptian. Panama, that was Panama. Brazil, they think I'm Brazilian, so I kind of blend in. But until I started
I
speaking,
res-
they're like,
Man,
oh, oh,
respect
you're a
that.
chameleon, huh? Wherever you go, they
yeah,
think you from there.
yeah. Colombia. Only thing about Colombia, just
Unless you go to Russia.
I'm tall. Yeah, only thing about Colombia is I'm taller than everybody. So,
Yeah.
but like Brazil, they're all tall and stuff. But it's just, I kind of blend in until I start speaking
Listen,
because I don't speak
I,
Spanish.
yeah,
I
Hey,
have
like
quickly,
no
what was your
shame.
thoughts on Panama?
Panama was cool. I didn't stay a long time. Stay a few days. It's cool, but as far as the people, they're cool. They're cool. I mean, the girls are fine, but it's kind of expensive to me as far as compared to other
Yeah, I
places.
just went there in
These are
September.
dollars. Yeah, it was like,
Okay.
but it's cool. I need to stay there longer to give you a good. Like I was there for like 4 or 5 days. I can't give you like a really good answer, but as far as the people, they were cool. They weren't like, you know, I didn't have any bad experience or anything great. I didn't do any, you know, I didn't do any, girls and stuff, but
What?
it was cool. It
You
was
you
cool.
and that no girls,
Them
man.
boss like what?
You and
Oh
that
no,
no
you better
girls.
than me.
Right.
No,
Now,
but it's
this guy went to Egypt for 2 weeks.
well,
14
that's
days,
like
14 days, no girls. It's all pyramid.
But that's like it. Egypt. See, Panama could have. It's just I was just busy doing this stuff. But Egypt, that's hard. It's just
I You say that, but I've learned in all my travels, wherever you go, you can find
well,
it if you look.
no. But the thing is, I was on a tour thing, so it's like the pre-planned itinerary. So basically, I was part of a group. So basically, we hitting all the spots. We leave like 4 in the morning and get back at 10 at night. So and you gotta get up at 3 o'clock in the morning again. So it wasn't like time to,
Oh hell
Google
Did
any
you
nah.
hit
hot
up your
spots.
tour guide?
That sounds like work.
Man,
Did
somebody
you
would
hit?
have got hit
Was
up in there.
I'd
it's
have been like,
Somebody would
but
have
some
got
of these,
hit.
but some of these places it's you
They'd have
middle of
got bent
nowhere.
over. They got a bent over someone. They'd have
yeah,
got
I mean, if
hit.
you want to,
Messing with the bossy boss.
like I said,
yeah.
I'd have hit up the
So
tour guide, be like, "Hey, bro, I can get some girls, bro. That's it.
Man,
That's
yeah, but
it."
man,
some of
you
these
just say
places it's like middle of
you
nowhere.
better tour guide me to some chicas. That's what you better do.
Yeah, if you
Well,
put
I
these
want to
places,
see.
you're in the middle of the desert. It's like,
Hey man.
come on. Yeah, it's a little hard unless you're in Cairo. It's
You're
more
some
people, but
gypsies. You're some
you go in
gypsies, you're some nomads.
middle of nowhere like Aswan and stuff. It's just
That's why.
it's not that easy. It's not that easy,
Not that easy. Wow. No water, no Wi-Fi.
But I didn't go to Egypt for, the girl. I went there to the travel, the
Right.
history
You're
and
a
all the other stuff.
better
So
man than me because those Egyptian girls, I heard they be looking hella good.
yeah, they're
He
good, but lot of them are covered up. So some of them half of them you can't really see. You see their eyes and stuff. But
That's
man.
even better. It's a mystery box. You don't
yeah,
know what you're gonna get.
You get to unwrap them. You get to unwrap them.
It's
yeah.
like Christmas.
We'll go to Thailand. They be in Bangkok. Them
Oh
Arab
yeah, oh
Arab
yeah.
chicks
I
be in
saw them.
Bangkok.
Yeah, they have an Arab, a few blocks is like Arab corner.
Yep.
But also as far as Asia, one thing about Asia, basically I went to Chiang Mai. Chiang Mai is up north of Thailand.
Man,
It's
I
not
want
as
to go to
crazy,
how is
but
Chiang Mai, man?
okay, it's not as out in your face as Pattaya. It's like kind of opposite. So it's like this. You know how
Santiago.
Colombia, you know how Colombia, Medellin, all this stuff is not in your face like it is in Thailand. You go to New Life. You're not gonna know what it is, right?
Right.
So things you could get the same stuff. It's just not in your face.
Not
So
in your face.
so basically, this is one place. It used to be a hotel, but they kind of changed it to like I guess a casa. It's like a hotel, but you don't see it. They kind of cover it up. So I mean, you go there and you get like the Eddie Murphy treatment. Like the girl,
Oh
you
yeah.
go in this big giant tub. The girl will bathe you. She massage you. She do everything. It's like you get the Eddie Murphy treatment.
You be
Yeah,
in the tub, but naked in the hot water in the tub, and she
yeah.
just
She bathes
scrubbing
you for
every
a
part of
while.
you. Oh
She
man.
scrubs everything. She does
The royal penis is clean.
exactly. She did a royal
Hey,
treatment on
clean it
me.
again. With this how to
Yeah,
use your mouth.
yeah. It was a little embarrassing because I was trying
Big
to get up in
boss
that
real
big ass
talk.
tub. I kept falling down.
Oh
But yeah,
man.
you get the royal treatment, and it's like it was like a hotel that turned into like
Thailand,
a
man. That is
you know
crazy. Do
yeah they treat
you
you.
see a Dominican chick doing that?
Nope.
No,
Not at all.
no, no.
Really?
It's like they treat you like a king when and yeah, it's same things like the blowjob bars.
King
Same thing. You go in
Dangaline.
there. Yeah, you go in there and open this room and you go to like a little sink that's like waist high and
And
she
watch it.
washes you and
That's what they
she has
do
like a
at the BJ bar. Yeah, go to the
yeah
sink,
she
they
has
wash
yeah
you
that's what
off.
I'm saying BJ bar yeah she has a little kit with the
Yeah, little
cleaning and all that
kid, and then
stuff and
she gargle the
yeah and it's like
Listerine.
like I said CIM whatever it's I
CIM.
mean yeah
Toothpaste.
and
Oh man,
they have
you
a
guys
bar
don't know.
yeah and they have a
Man,
bar you're like you want to go to the bar I'm like no I just want to go straight up to the room
so
the little
so
area.
so hold on one second. Have you ever got a soapy massage?
Me,
Yeah.
I was trying to, but I was walking down Soy Honey, and I was looking for one. I got sidetracked. Some girl
Yeah.
sidetracked me.
They do that a lot in
I
Oh
had
man, I got
Japan.
never got
sidetracked.
one, and I
I
didn't
was
trip
trying to get
on it
one.
until after I left. And so what is it? What does it consist of? What does the soapy massage consist of?
Basically, oh,
Yeah,
okay. Well,
so they
basically,
do it
you
a lot
go.
in Japan.
Oh,
They do? Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him
Somebody
go, and
tell
I'll
me
talk
what does
after.
it consist of?
So for Japan, what you have is like you're like so the one I went to, it was like you're in a giant like inflated pool, like like those giant pools, right? Inflatable pools people have in their backyard,
Oh, the
but it's
inflatable ones,
big.
the big giant ones.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then like the one that I did, she did it with oil, right?
Oil.
Yeah, and then she started like massaging me and massaging me and massaging me. And then she like whipped her in this case melons, right? We were
Melons.
tracking,
Yeah,
and
the
then she was like
melons.
rubbing my back with her, her
Her melons.
melons.
Okay.
Yeah, and then like it was a very sensual experience, if you know what I mean. And then like after we got done with that, then she took me into like a giant like I guess like a bath, right? And then she had like a lot of bubbles, and then she kind of did the same thing again, and it with a little bit of she was very smart, if you know what I mean. Like she definitely went to college. Yeah,
brain. So brainiac. She did all that
yeah,
with some
and
brain. So you got some knowledge.
yeah, it's like a super hyper sensual thing, if you know what I mean.
yeah,
But
yeah.
So to completion, right? So it was just that part and not vaginal. Is it
nah,
on
you
the
ain't
mouth?
getting
You couldn't hit the malls. I wanted to though.
You couldn't hit the walls. Only
But
the
I think it was
Um,
because I was a foreigner. That's a thing in Japan.
Thailand, you hit the walls.
That's
Thailand,
what I
it's the
thought.
same
Yeah.
thing.
Okay. Tell me something
Thailand, they
now.
hitting the walls. But
Is
I
it?
didn't consider soapy, but basically, yeah, they do also Nuru, which is like a soapy
Yeah.
massage itself. Soap is algae, is like a slime. So it's pretty much a body to body massage. So they do you massage with their body. So they kind of slide around
Slip and slide.
and
Slip and
yeah,
slide on you. And some
but
gonna
you in
slide
the
in. Some gonna
yeah.
slide in and go
So
boop.
in Thailand, you get it all. I mean, Thailand, you're gonna get stuff that you don't even expect. I mean, I was trying to get some water at 7-Eleven, and next you know I'm like having something like, wow, I wasn't expecting to have sex. It just
Hey man, that's Thailand,
Thailand, they
man.
come to you. They come to you. It's like it's more supply than demand. It's just like, damn, I wasn't even trying to, but I might as well. So it's just how it is in Thailand. You're just gonna end up
Hey,
doing it
Clifton,
not expecting.
how many 7-Elevens is in Thailand?
It's a 7-Eleven every 50 yards. I mean, you can
Man,
look. You can look. It's 1,000. Yeah, I was in Chiang Mai. I was getting some food, and I looked, and I saw like 4 7-Elevens within like I
in
could
your
throw a
vision,
football
in
to
your
each of
field of
them.
vision.
And my field of vision is 4 of them, and it's different than out here. They be having like some bomb food out in their
Yeah, exactly.
7-Elevens.
Man,
It's like a different experience.
I was living off 7-Eleven food for a minute, man.
Yeah,
Between 7-Eleven food and this little street vendor, man,
yeah.
Thailand is lit.
Yeah.
They
This
got too many
about yeah.
7-Elevens, goddammit.
Yeah, it's too many. It's like so somebody said meet you at 7-Eleven. That's gonna be kind of hard because
Yeah, which one? It's
yeah,
a million of them.
yeah, every
Shit.
50 yards, literally, and I'm not even exaggerating. It's like
No,
it's a
I'm not.
7-Eleven.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You just keep walking and you get another 7-Eleven. I'm like, what the
It's
hell?
yeah,
You
12.
think
It's
you're a deja vu?
12,000 7-Elevens in Thailand.
How many?
yeah.
12,000.
Wow. Oh, you
That's
must
crazy.
what for real?
Yeah, I
Wow.
think they say it's
Yeah,
12,430.
That's
and
Yeah,
and they're
crazy.
see, I
They took
smaller.
over,
check
but
them
they the
out.
only play that they took over or something. The corporation at 7-Eleven did a hostile takeover in Thailand or something.
Man, it's smaller than it's in the United States, but it got other stuff that we don't do. They're big on the food and they got the sushi. You got all the food. Just different food. You go there 1 o'clock in the morning, and
Yeah,
I walk from my hotel to the 7-Eleven because it's safe. I mean, all you're gonna
it's
see is maybe
safe.
a
Yeah,
rat. I mean, it's no. I mean, that's
yeah.
one thing out there. I have
It
no
would be
fear
there.
of getting jumped. It's just it's safe the whole time. But yeah, it's an experience. It's unlike other countries. It's just
Yeah.
Asia itself.
It blew my
It's
mind, bro.
different.
It
Yeah.
really blew my mind. Um,
Yeah.
I didn't know, but also I was pleasantly surprised because I kind of didn't know what to expect. And I just went out there on a recommendation of BKG and T Love and Rob Brazil, and they told me a little stuff. And I got out there, and my mind was just blown. And I ain't even got my mind back yet from Thailand. So part of my mind is still in Thailand. So yeah,
Yeah.
I just can't wait till they let regular people in. So, but you
In,
guys,
in
you guys
Vietnam,
who are already vaxxed, what are you doing with your life? Go to Thailand. If you're already vaxxed, go to Thailand.
Can we
Nah,
go
I'm
there?
gonna go to Brazil.
Yeah, if you vax,
Yeah,
if you
you can
vax, you
go.
can.
I
Yeah.
thought you could just go to Phuket.
No, all the way. You can go to Pattaya. You can go to
Oh,
Pattaya.
okay.
It's
Oh
all the
yeah,
but
way.
I
you
don't
can
know
go there,
if
but
they're
they
back to
haven't
normal
opened up
though.
the bars and stuff
Well, yeah,
yet,
okay.
right?
Well,
Yeah.
no, but you
They
can go. Everything is, you can go, but then again, it is going to be like a less of an experience because not quite
Yeah,
everything is open.
it's
But
open. Yeah,
but like I said, Thailand is so off the hook. They might need to almost cut that shit in half. They can cut it in half and it still blow other shit out the water. It was too
Yeah. You go.
overpowering, bro.
You
It's too
go,
overpowering. It's
Pattaya.
like crack.
You Yeah. You could go there. I mean, you could live there for 100 years and you still can't hit all the place. I mean, it's so many. It's so compact. When Asia
Yeah,
itself
it's
is so
like
compact.
dense. It's
It's
dense.
compact. It's
Yeah,
just
it's and I didn't even
yeah.
try. I didn't even try to do. Man, I just beach road, walking street. That's it. And
Oh,
then
really?
shout out to BKG. He still ain't let me live it down now. He said, "Boss, you didn't go to Soy 6. You didn't go to Soy 7. You didn't go to LK Metro." I said, "Man, I had so much fun on Beach Road and Walking Street, just alone. It's so dense and compact."
Yeah.
And then even into every little spot, it's like, heck, girl, it's just ridiculous, man.
Yeah, I had to go to Chiang Mai just to. It was so much. I had to go to Chiang Mai just to like, what I'm saying. it's just like I say, almost too much.
It is
As far
no.
as the girls,
So we're
I
saying the
mean the
same thing.
girls,
They don't
yeah,
get it. It's too much. They
yeah.
kind of need to kind of like strip half of that away. So if I
It
was to
just
go now,
overstimulates you, huh?
I
yeah,
feel
if I
like
was to
Justin
go
Bieber
now,
walking
it
down,
probably manageable now.
yeah, it was so much, you go to
Oh,
like a
there's
little
no alcohol
soy,
in bar.
you
Oh
know,
wow.
they yell at you, sexy black man, massage,
Hmm.
massage, and they like pull on you and stuff, and it's like, yeah, I mean, they same thing as Vietnam. I was surprised by Vietnam. It's different than Thailand, but they're aggressive too.
Really?
Have
I
you
went
ever
to
been
get
to
a,
Cambodia? Have you ever been to Cambodia?
I was trying to, but the internet something was off, and the internet was trying to book the flight, it
Hmm.
was wasn't working. So I tried to book a bus, and it was a little late. So I'm like, forget it. So I went to Vietnam instead. So I was trying to go to Cambodia, but I didn't have enough time, and this computer was jacking up, whatever. So I went to Vietnam. So next time I go out there, I'm gonna go to Cambodia. But I do
Hey,
have
boss.
friends over
Cambodians are
there.
thick, boy.
Which
They
city in
thick.
Vietnam were you
Hey,
in?
boss.
Uh huh.
Boss, hey, I appreciate you having me on, fellas, and it's nice meeting you guys. But I'm gonna go ahead and go at 6 o'clock in the morning, my time in Africa,
Ooh, six
Kenya.
Oh
o'clock
man,
in the morning.
Yeah,
Jordan,
6 in
you
the
are real.
morning.
You always rock out with boss for a long time, Jordan.
it was good
And you're
conversation.
in Africa, correct?
Yeah, I'm in Kenya.
Okay, I've got one question for you. Go. I'm planning to hit Cape Verde next year. You heard anything about it?
Yeah, I'm hope. Funny thing you say that because I was gonna do Cape Verde, but I found out that it's a 20-hour flight from Tanzania, so I skipped
Mm,
Cape Verde. But Cape Verde, if you land, you probably could only stay on that one island. You can't island
yeah.
hop because of the COVID.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I
Yeah, I
remember
was
you
just
told
going
me
to go
that.
to Sal to Santa Maria, Sal and Santa Maria. That's what I was looking at going.
Yeah, Sal. Yeah, so
Mm,
yeah, but you want to I say just wait till it completely opens because if you land, you're just gonna be stuck on that one little island. You can't take the ferry to the other islands of Cape Verde.
okay. Yeah. All right. Well, maybe next year, maybe December this time next year, I'll be able to go look.
Yeah. Okay, fellas, you guys take care.
All right,
Appreciate
Jordan.
it.
All right.
All right, you
Thanks,
too.
Jordan. Thanks for rocking out with me, man. Good night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Okay. So Benjamin, you see this one? Did you visit the temples in Chiang Mai?
Whoa, can you say that again?
Oh, yeah, it's right here on the screen. So Money Over Honey
Oh,
asked, did you visit the White Temple in Chiang Mai? The White Temple?
no.
I
I
mean,
have.
I haven't been to
It's in
Thailand.
okay. I'm about to. It's funny. One person steps down and another steps up. Ding, ding, ding. I'm gonna welcome Black Man Travels. Black Man Travel. What's up, Black Man Travels?
Hey, what's up, man? How you guys doing?
We doing all right. How was that workout, man? You got it in?
Yeah, I got it in, man. 2 days. So
What was
feel a
today?
little bit
Leg day, arm day, full body,
not
cardio,
full body. No, full body, full body.
full body. That's what's up, man.
Full body. And I just finished eating the steak and potatoes, man. So I'm kind of
Ooh,
just
look at you. You're replacing that protein and starch. That's what's
yeah,
up.
man, yeah, training is important to me, man. It's my way to release stress.
Right. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Yeah, welcome to the panel. Yeah, Jordan just left. And yeah, so it's my first time I ever having a full panel of 6 people. Yeah, we got Jaws
Okay.
2003, we got Sergeant Gator, Clifton, the Egyptian, and Benjamin, and now Black Man Travel.
So what are you guys talking about?
Right now, the conversation somehow kind of shifted towards Asia. Asia travel for the few of us that's been and the others who having questions about it. So we're talking about Asia for the most part right now. You haven't been to Asia, have you?
No, I was supposed to go in 2020,
Okay.
but the whole COVID
COVID.
situation happened. At first, I was never really turned on by Asia, um, but now that being a photographer and doing drones and videos, I
Yeah.
definitely want to go. I definitely want to go now. So it's just a lot of great areas to take a lot of good footage and stuff like that. But I'm not attracted to Asian women.
Yeah. I hear you.
but
When
also
you
you
get
go to,
there, we had that conversation.
yeah, when you
Yeah,
You're
go
gonna
to
find something.
Bangkok,
You're gonna find something you like.
yeah, especially Bangkok, you're gonna see some African girls, big booties there. There's a lot of them. You're gonna have
yeah,
the
but
Arab girls.
I'm gonna say this, man. Based on some of the pictures, that I've seen that some of you guys been posting. I'm not speaking to you guys directly, but the Asian crews, man, I'm not impressed.
Not impressed.
It's just I see nothing but pancakes. Women with boys bodies. It's just like
boy bodies.
Hey,
nah, I'm
let's
good,
travel.
man. I'm good.
Can I throw something out there though?
Go ahead.
I would. Oh, sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
No, and in regards to the thick chick, they actually fat. So again, based on the imagery I've been seeing in some of these WhatsApp groups and Facebook groups, I'm not impressed based on the pictures that they're showing.
So my opinion on the skinny chicks thing, I've learned that like a lot of men really like thin chicks, but like when I was in the Philippines, you could find some like basically the Instagram model look Filipino ladies. That's what they look like. Like they literally basically behave like they're in America, and they get sponsored a lot. If you know what I mean.
Yeah,
so
but
being out there, I could tell you. Well, see, everyone has their type, so they're gonna show you what their type is. Some guys like big old girls. You'll show big old girls. Some guys like the skinny, petite. That's what you're gonna see. But being there for like about almost 2 months, there's gonna be different shapes and sizes. And also, I was telling Big Boss the other day, the Isan girls, they're like country girls.
Yes.
So you have the country girls, they're gonna be in a farm, so they're not gonna be fat. They're gonna be like thick, like the girls out in the country. It's like so. It's not so. It's people gonna show you what they like. So they like petite little girls, with no chest. That's what they're gonna show you. But going there, it's all different types because Bangkok is like, especially Bangkok, it's like New York. You get people from other different countries.
Bangkok is an international city.
Yeah, so there's a lot of African girls, big booties out there. I was surprised.
Arab girls.
A lot of
Arab girls with the full
yeah,
rap.
yeah,
African
exactly.
girls. It's lit.
Yeah, and you got the so it's until you're there, I can't really extract. But like but the thing is, the girls who are thick, they're not really wanted like for like the white guys, they want the petite ones,
Exactly.
So and they're kind of looking down on because they're darker because they're they consider like poor. If you look dark, you consider you a farmer, you're poor. So they're not wanted compared to the petite light skinned girls. Like when I went to that place where I was telling you with the the bath and stuff, the girls like, they're all behind the glass thing. You pick a number, but there's some girls on the side. They're really expensive, but they're petite and very, very pale. I'm like, I don't want that. But the one I had was, so it's just the ones are petite and pale. I guess they want it more, so they're more expensive or kind of hard to get to. But I'm like, I rather have this thick girl she's not fat, she's like thick, like muscle, like not muscle, you know what I'm saying, like thick, like. But it's what they like. Some people, majority like the light skinned girls. I mean, the pale girl.
Yeah, I've seen that in the Philippines as well. Like you'll find some with some nice legs, some that are thick. I was trying to get up with this one boy. She had cheeks on her that I wanted to clap louder than I could clap my hands. But but man, I couldn't get up with her. I wound up getting with another woman. So, uh, but man, you can find what you're looking for in Asia. Like
you can.
I mean, personally,
he's gonna be pleasantly surprised. Go ahead.
If I were to go there again, it wouldn't be for the women. It won't. The women would not be the reason why I'm there.
Right.
So if I am surprised, I mean, I used to work out of San Francisco, so I'm used to seeing Asian women. I'm just not attracted to them, and I know for a fact I wouldn't have any problem actually getting them. I'm 6 feet tall, black muscle bound dude, so that is going to be easy.
Well, let me tell you. Let me cut you off. That doesn't matter out there because people. When I say that, they don't care about being 6 feet tall and muscle. If you get more attractive, if you were 50, 60 years old, those old people will get more attractive. And that sounds weird. If you look,
you know why?
Older,
but do you know why they look at the older guys like that? I mean, it's really based on money. But at the same time, but let's keep it real, fellas. If you see an attractive man walking if they see an attractive man walking towards them, they're still gonna gravitate to him because he's attractive.
Yeah.
But especially if he's older guys, especially if he's you, right? Of course.
Huh?
especially if that attractive man is you, right?
No, I'm not saying it's you, but I'm just keeping it real. I mean, guys, come on, let's be real now. Let's
be real.
not
It's
be
me we're
delusional.
talking about, man. It's me, man. What's
I
wrong with
understand,
you?
but let's not be delusional. Women still attracted to men beyond their pockets. Let's just keep it real. So it's just like to say that the short little fumpy dude is gonna get more looks than the dude that got that still looks attractive, but yet still got the same amount of money than the older guy. I mean, who's gonna get the most play?
I mean, I also think that depends on where you is. Like in the Philippines, I hear what you're saying, and I would agree for most other places. But in the Philippines, older Caucasian men specifically are known for security and for treating them
Yeah,
right.
but again, you take away the security aspect of it.
There's also the
But what I'm telling you how they act, how they are out there. It's they want that money. It's like you could be a poor white man. You could be a poor old white man, and you see a young guy who's fit. They're gonna go by the old white man because they're
Yeah,
gonna think
because the
he's rich.
perception.
It's
Yeah, because the
perception.
perception
So
that the white
yeah,
guy has money, but that
yeah.
white
So
guy could be
I'm not
broke as
saying
fuck.
you can get nobody get with you. But what I'm saying is if they're gonna look at the older person, they're gonna go money over looks. That's so you could be the fine, you could
But
be frat,
but
you
again,
know.
guys, I'm a marketer. I do marketing for a living. Everything's really based on perception. So the perception that the white guy is known across the world as being more stable,
his
although most
features
white
too.
men tend to be broke, especially white men that go to Thailand, the Philippines. They don't have money like that for real.
No,
But
but
to
they
those
don't know that.
people,
They don't
huh?
know that at first. They don't know
Yeah, they
that.
don't know that. But the thing is, the perception that they give off is like, okay, this old man may be able to take care of the family. Then those are two older guys are more willing to give. Younger guys not willing to share their money compared to older men.
I
Yeah, no,
agree with
but
that.
yeah, I'm not saying that you're wrong as far as but what I'm telling you is when you're walking down the street, you're gonna get older guys gonna get more attention at first. You could be fine, you could be the model, you could be a model, you could be whatever. They're
Because
gonna
the
look at the
older
old
guys got
guy
it easier.
because they want to pay their
Fabio.
houses. Yeah.
But a lot of
Because
it also comes with features too, because I know like in Philippines they like their children to have very specific features that usually only European men can
white
give them.
man can give, and that's
Yeah,
again
But the
white
thing
men.
is, I see more brothers winning over there too in the Philippines. Like
They do like black guys, yeah.
When I was in
I
Manila
didn't say they
Airport,
didn't.
like it was
Shout
getting
out,
it
hold
in.
on. Shout out to the sergeant. The sergeant says, I guess for the older guys, they can finesse and not smash as much. Y'all young
Bingo.
fools are trying to go all night and spend the least. Yeah, so they trying to save their walls, man. They trying to save their walls. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
So yeah, they'll go for the old guy. He ain't gonna put too much pressure on that piece.
okay. I'll say this: if I was a girl, if I was an attractive girl, and I see an old guy compared to a young stud that could fucking beat my walls in, I'm gonna fuck with the older guy. He probably got one. He probably can't keep his dick hard
He
throughout the whole
got one
entire
good one.
session.
And
Yeah,
And
but
he
look.
I'm
probably has
talking,
one good one, and that's it.
and that's
Compared
it.
to you,
He gonna go to
I
sleep the rest
agree
of
with
the night.
you. I agree with you, but you're thinking as a Westerner.
Mm-hmm.
They don't.
no. It's universal,
The
man.
reason why I'm
No, I
saying it, the reason why
disagree.
I'm saying it is
It's
because
universal.
they
You
want
go.
they want the old man,
Come
80
on,
years old,
man.
because he's rich. He's gonna die
Come
soon,
on,
and they're
man.
gonna inherit
Come
that
on,
money.
man.
Seriously,
Dog.
no.
I mean,
Look,
it's
they have
Well,
even
universal,
have
bro.
TV shows about it. They want
I mean,
somebody.
it's
They want
universal,
somebody,
man. Come on,
and
man.
it's not about sex. It's about I want some money. He's gonna die. I'm gonna get that
Okay, but
inheritance.
again,
You know.
it's the perception that the older man has money. However, they don't. They always realize that old man don't got shit. All he has is his retirement plan or Social
Exactly.
Security.
That's what they want.
But
Because
the
you
thing is, but you just said it was a Western thing when it's not. It's a universal thing. Most women put
what I'm
them
saying,
into. Right.
what I mean, you speaking like were you saying it's right for like say most of the countries, but what I'm telling you, like it's I can't really explain until you see it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's also they even have these shows how these guys who got scammed by these Thai girls or whatever. It's about the money. It's about paying for my they live out there. They have like 3 or 4 different boyfriends from Australia,
Yeah.
United States,
There's no.
England,
I mean, let's keep it
and
real. They're no
and it's
different from
like
Dominicans.
Yeah.
They're no different from Brazilians. They're not different from Eastern European. They run the same game, bro.
But what I'm saying is, what I'm telling you is, of course, a young guy could do different things. What I'm telling you is, I'm not saying every single girl, but majority of them, it's like they looking at security. They want that golden ticket. They want, they pay, the grandmother died about 5 times, so they need to pay for that funeral again.
But
That's
that's
just how it
every
is.
country though. That's every country.
Yeah.
You're making it seem like the Philippines is special when it's not.
No,
Every
I'm
country
talking
does
about,
that.
I was talking about Thailand, but Philippines kind of simple. What I'm saying is, it is maybe I'm not explaining it right. Maybe I'm not explaining it right.
So what I'm trying to get
what
across
Black
is,
Man Travel. I think what Black Man Travel saying is like, hey, attractions is still attractions, and we're arguing. We're arguing the nuances of. We're pretty much saying alpha fucks and beta bucks. So he's saying, hey, an alpha, an alpha that's a certain stature, that got his shit together, that looks good, masculine. That's who women are sexually aroused by, right? The betas, who you would talk about, the old white man, he has a more picture of security. So he's appearing to that long term. Not saying that the alpha can't have that, but just in that mind frame, he's saying, hey, but she's not aroused by that white man, but she's going to be aroused by me. But if she's thinking like just security and things like that, the long term finesse plan is him. It's more on the beta side.
I was
That's
just
why
talking about
most young
who's
women, they
good.
go with the high school football captain and all that, and then they try to catch the nerd later down the road. What's her walls all beat up? You know what I mean?
Because I'm
For
not
the
arguing
security.
or disagreeing. It's just I'm saying like, I'm not arguing anything like that. But I'm just saying how.
Let's be clear. Black Man Travel could pull any chick all over
No,
the world,
I'm
man.
not saying
The
that.
world
I'm not saying
she
that.
got to be crazy.
Look,
She has to be
no,
crazy
I'm not saying
insane.
that. All I'm saying, based on biology, based on just perception, there's certain perception that certain race of men give off. Old white men always give all the perception that security. So that's why the gentleman that spoke before the other guy, he was on point. The whole alpha beta thing. Women, regardless how much money you got, at the end of the day, a woman's still gonna be attracted the way you look and the way you carry yourself. Yes, she may still settle for that old flumpy dude, but yet, at the end of the day, trust me, that dude would have come in, dude that with the muscle bound, the looks, everything, he could still smash if he wanted to.
Still smash.
Facts. Yeah.
Damn.
And
He
I
can still
was talking
smash.
to
These hoes ain't loyal.
facts. Yeah,
Wow, man.
I was talking to some Filipinos before, and like, they typically would prefer somebody closer to their age, but they see like the older white foreigners coming in, so they deal with them. But when I was over there, like, yeah, like they'll deal with the brothers. But I've seen me personally, I think that brothers like get finesse less, and there's more of a genuine attraction there compared to the white guys, where like everybody else is saying, like, oh, they're seen as money and status symbol, and they're not really attracted to them. Because just
So
like the
I'm not
old,
arguing that. All I'm saying is like the person who's gonna get like attacked or approached more is usually older men. I'm just saying from my experience. That's all I'm saying.
no, I got
Older
Because
you.
men are hounded.
because because the older men are the prey
I
and the
agree
girls
with
are the
that.
hunters.
Yeah,
I agree with that 100%. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying they're going after them.
It's just like too when you're in the suit, right? And you sitting there talking. But then say you flip and you start speaking in Spanish, or you start saying, "Oh, this ain't my first time. I'd have been to Santo Domingo." They like, "Oh shit,
Yeah.
we ain't gonna better get him. We ain't gonna better
Ah,
get it."
man, he gamed
You
up.
know what I mean?
Shucks.
Like
I
it's
thought
the
he was a
same thing
sucker.
versus somebody not speaking no Spanish. They saying this is my first time. You can start seeing in their eyes they get eager to be with that person versus the person who done been there before and stuff like that. They kind of shine away from them because the finesse is not available to them there.
Not
You
available.
know.
yo,
I totally agree with that. I could
10,000
chime in.
pesos, Poppy. 10,000 pesos, Poppy. Your first time,
Like
10,000 pesos.
10,000.
Hey, your first time? Yeah, that's a deal, Poppy. That's a deal, Poppy.
Man, the crackhead prices.
Hey,
10,000?
have y'all heard the girl channel? It's a Filipino chick. She be talking about it on Pi or P. I forgot her
I
name.
think
Filipino King.
so. I think
Yeah, she be
so.
putting out a lot of game about like, hey, this how we
Yes.
do it over here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This how I did it. This how my cousins
I
do
know
it.
the chick's probably mad at her. Yeah, she be putting out a lot of game.
Did
She
you
be
be
putting
telling
out a
all
lot
the
of
business?
game.
But yeah, hey, let me ask y'all something for you Sasua fellas. Have you guys ran into that Haitian lady with the messed up eye? Because I know the
Oh
first,
yeah, man. Yeah,
the,
they be walking around there with the short hair.
yeah, she's like ENS, ENS, and she was talking to me one time when my first time up there, and she wanted to shake my hand. I'm like, and then she started holding on to it a little too long. I was like, hey, do something out. I was like, hell no. I was
This
like,
guy. Hey, is that midget still around there? That little midget, like she ain't like a midget. The
I
short
haven't seen her.
man. I always wanted to hit her. I never, and I had opportunities, and I say later, and I never could bring myself to do it.
Oh man,
Nah, man.
that's crazy. Cause see, I was trying to find flip flops and speak to him and meet up with Richie Rich, but
Okay.
but yeah, I had ran into that woman. I was like, oh shit, that was
Yeah,
crazy.
I actually know her. I'm Haitian, so I speak Creole to her,
Okay.
and so a lot of the Haitian I speak Spanish and Creole,
Mm-hmm.
and like you said about the whole 10,000 pesos, I'll just sit there and just stare at them, and they think they running games, and I just start speaking, and their eyes just like, oh shit, it's
Oh.
like he's one of us, like yeah, but you can't
Mm-hmm.
run that dumb shit with me, man. But with her, yeah, she got money, man. She makes so much money panhandling.
What?
Um, yeah, yeah. She has a nice crib right behind the beach area on the other side. And she just, I mean, that's a gimmick, man. Although her eye is sick, but
Uh huh.
that's a gimmick, man. She makes money by panhandling.
Wow.
Yeah, I seen her get
Wow.
arrested one time.
For real?
Yeah, I mean, they all get arrested. They get arrested and let
Yeah.
go.
Well, they get
Yeah,
shook
yeah,
down
but
for their
I
money,
thought it
huh?
was kind of foul. I had told him too. I thought it was kind of foul. Like they just grabbed. She wasn't doing that, you know.
Oh wow. Just randomly, huh? Snatched her up. Yeah, I think they be
Yeah.
shaking them girls down for their money.
Yeah, they do. They
Yeah.
do. The
Yeah.
girls told me. Some of
Yeah.
the girls I do have like casual conversation with, or like if I'm out there, and they tell me like, yeah, a lot of police. Sometimes they ask for sex. So instead of them going to jail, let me just blow me off, or let me just get it real quick.
Hmm.
And they do it a lot. They do it a lot to the Haitian girls because they know they could
A lot to the
deport
Haitian
the
girls.
girls. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yo,
With that, I
I
ain't with
saw
that.
something on IG one time where this one Haitian girl, she was not allowed in the hospital. She had to have her baby outside of the hospital, like literally. Yeah, like
Okay.
yeah, it was just. I'm just saying that because it was just bad treatment, boss. Like I ain't trying to dampen the mood like that, brother.
I ain't gonna lie, that's pretty messed up.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. So, wow.
So what's the new frontier? What's the new frontier?
Lima, Peru.
That's where you headed?
Yeah, look like I'll probably go in March. I'm not. I'm canceling my Africa trip for next month, and I'm not going to replace with that trip next month. I'm just going to ride it out for another few more months, and then my next trip will probably be March. And I'm gonna try out Lima, Peru for the first time.
Do you know
I
what Parlima you're gonna be at?
Ooh, so
Because
I'm going to hook up with well, not hook up. I'm gonna get the information from Check in effect. He's there
okay,
now.
because most foreigners they go to Miraflores, and I mean you're not gonna get those. You get girls anywhere, but it's not gonna be like Sasua. They're not gonna be on the streets.
Right,
But there's
right.
some girls. They're gonna be kind of down. I know with the megaplex, they're kind of like down the areas that you don't have tourists at. So it's gonna be a little more grimy. So I mean, but if that's what you want, you can stay in one spot in the megaplex. Because when you look online, um, I forgot the name of the site, but it's a site, and a lot of them are going to be in that general area where that he was at the megaplex with the mall. A lot of them
Okay.
from there. So, but mostly it's not. It's gonna,
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
just
I'm gonna have to
lower
see
it.
some. I'm gonna have to see some more photos, man. I
I
know a couple, and I haven't seen a few. I ain't ran across too many. I like, you
Well,
know.
as far as Peru, the ones that the ones I hit was all Venezuelan.
Yeah,
one was super fine. Um, yeah,
Venezuelans are
yeah,
everywhere, huh?
yeah. And you could tell because the proven girls are like barely 5 feet tall, if that, and you got Venezuelan girls who are like 5'8", 5'9". So,
Mm,
but yeah, they stand out because they're way taller than the Peruvian girl. But The ones that
love
I hit was all
Venezuelan,
Peru,
so
was all Venezuelan.
wherever I can
Yeah.
find them, I collect them like
Actually,
stones.
That's why I'm waiting to open up Venezuela, man. I can't wait to go there.
Yeah.
I've been to Peru.
Jacked up right now.
Okay. What do you think about it then? What are your
It
thoughts?
was cool.
It was
I
cool.
mean, it was cool. I actually went there in 2017.
Okay.
I actually stayed in Miraflores.
Okay.
Then I was actually using Tinder, so I had girls lined up already.
Oh,
Out
okay.
there.
Lined up.
And
Pre-game pipeline.
yeah, I was pipelining, and it was cool, man. The food was amazing. I ate a lot.
That's what I keep
So
hearing. I don't know. I don't be trusting other people's food like that, but I that's what I keep
Well,
consistently hearing. The Peruvian food is good.
they have places. It's like top of the whole world as far as the top places in the whole world. Two, I think number 2 is there, and number 5 is there of the top all restaurants. So they take pride in their food. And they do have some expensive restaurants. You're gonna pay $500, for that meal, 14-course meal and stuff. But
$500.
I'm not.
Wait.
Some of the restaurants for
$500
that
what?
U.S. dollars or $300 depending on restaurant. So they have like a 14-course meal. You're gonna be paying at least $300.
I mean, that's the extreme.
That's experience. That's experience. No, I'm saying that's the places that's like top of the world, like the number 2 in the world.
Yeah,
I mean, but that's not the normal place. No, normal places are kind of like
I'll go to number
reasonable.
15 in the world. See how much that costs.
But what I'm saying is, if you're gonna go like if you're like really into the food and you want the 14-course meal, I'm not into all the sea urchins and all that crap. So I was gonna go. I was gonna go until they had the menu. I'm not into seafood like that.
I mean, guys, Peru is super affordable.
Yeah.
There's tons of great restaurants at affordable costs. There's a lot of nightlife there. And again, I recommend that you pipeline as a backup. But there's tons of Colombians and Venezuelans there, so you can find pay for play out there easily.
Yeah.
And plus, there's a website you can use as well if you want to order.
Pre-Pagado.
Yeah.
I think,
man, that website is everywhere. They got a version for that everywhere.
Yeah,
so Black
it's the
Man
same
Travel.
company.
Black Man Travel. So on your pre-game pipelining, are they super clingy though? That's my only thing with the pipelining.
No. Well, keep in mind this is 2017, so
yeah, a little bit different. Yeah,
it was different. And when I went out there, I remember just being at the airport. I was the only black person in the airport.
Wow.
And I'm walking through the airport. Everyone is staring, like looking at me like I'm like a damn gorilla.
Would you literally were an alien though to them?
Yeah, I was. And I can't see your name, but you're right about the people. They're super short. So if you're tall, big balls, you say you used to play power forward, they're gonna look at you like you're a monster, man.
Damn. Yeah. I was in a hotel. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
And the only thing is, I didn't like because the fact that Peru, you're so high. I mean, you're so elevated, so high. Your first day, you're gonna have some breathing issues. Like you're gonna be breathing hard because you're so high above sea level. So that's gonna take a toll on you a little bit.
Oh man, then we back to Bogota again.
Yeah, no, that's only to go to. That's only to go to Cusco area. And Cusco area, that's where it's high altitude. Lima is sea level, but Cusco, that's where you have to. You huff and puff, and you got to drink that coca leaf, leaf tea and all that stuff. Yeah, so it's like every hotel has it.
Electrolytes or something.
No, it's just the high altitude. It helps with the altitude sickness, and you can be tired. You can be walking up the stairs to your hotel room.
Wait. Altitude sickness.
Yeah.
Well, you can't get it. Yeah. So it's like you're huffing and puffing walking up a flight of stairs. Because it's Yeah. So
that's how I am in Bogota. I thought I was tripping.
Well, it's higher. It's higher in Bogota.
It's higher than
way
Bogota?
higher.
Yeah,
way higher.
And
I'm only gonna get like 10 strokes in.
Well, that's what I did because when I was in Cusco, I had another Venezuelan.
I said that.
Yeah, I was laying on the bed and it was like she was like amazed because I've never been with someone so tall because my foot went to the head of the board to the bottom, the foot, and she was like amazed how tall it was. But
right.
I let her do all the work because I was tired just taking a shower.
What? Oh my goodness! You said
I'm sorry.
I gotta work out before I go.
I'm exaggerating, but still, yeah, you do like 2 flights of stairs. You're kind of huff and puff a little bit. But she was too. Yeah, she was too. But she came to my door. She's kind of breathing a little bit too. So,
wow.
But she was Venezuelan also.
Venezuela, man, for the win.
But it's you can do to prepare.
Mayor Florida's there's tons of action there, man. There's good nightlife. You'll find pros out there. They're gonna know by looking at you that you're not from there.
Yeah, and also near Kennedy Park. That's a famous park out there. I didn't realize.
I've been hearing that.
But there's people hang out and stuff. But then there's some apartment buildings, or kind of like I say apartment, but there's like buildings. That's where a lot of girls. Because I met another Venezuelan girl through online. I went there. It was like a normal apartment complex, and you go to the room. You go, ninth floor. It would look like a damn prison. Like you go to like the so it was weird. You go to the door, and so it's like I guess you say a casa, but you can't tell. Same thing as like Medellin. You can't tell what it is until you up there. They have a doorman and everything. Like everything is normal. And you go up there, it's like, what the hell is this? You see like bars in the door and all kind of stuff.
What's going on? Like a prison.
Yeah,
open cell block 5.
Yeah. So Peru is different from, let's say, like Thailand or some other places. Like every country has its own little different way of doing it. But you can still get it, but you're not gonna see girls on the street like it is in Miraflores. But there's another city in Peru which is kind of like a few hours south. It's called Arequipa. It's called the White City. Arequipa.
The White
Very inexpensive. So Lima Flores is kind of like a little more expensive because it's a nice area, but Arequipa it's very inexpensive. I mean, my hotel room was like $13, and the food is even like half the price is in Miraflores. But it's a lot of girls down there too, and I did see some girls on the street. One girl was kind of bugging me, so I was like, whatever. I kind of got gypped because she was so short. I couldn't. She was short and she was at the wrong side of the bed. I'm like, I'm too tall. I can't. No. But I lost $5.
Wait.
She cost $5.
What? What did you say?
Okay.
She cost what?
$5. $5 for the. I mean, I paid in sodas, but it equals to $5. That's Arequipa, not Miraflores. It was like $5. I think I paid another $1 or $2 for the room. But it's like $5.
Isn't it straight like $1 is like 4 or 5 sodas?
Yeah, I forgot these sodas, but I compared in sodas, but equal to $5, and it's like I was kind of arguing with her because
that was too much.
She was
$5.
No, she was too short, and she was like way at the top of the bed. And I'm like, I can't,
bro.
I can't. I was trying to grab her. She was,
you the same size laying down. It connects.
No, she wouldn't do. She only.
Bro, what's
she
going
would.
on?
She will only do missionary, and I'm like trying to think like I don't want to do missionary. I'm too tall. And she was arguing. And I pulled my phone out to do a translate. No photos. She ran out. So it was a scam. I'm like, but she did kind of like that. She got like half. She get like half naked kind of. She had her. She was kind of naked to do it. But was that?
When was this?
This was in Arequipa, in Peru. This when I was out there. Like
when?
Girls.
When? What year?
This is December. Exactly 2 years ago, I was out there.
2019.
Exactly, December 19th, right before COVID. Yeah. So it's 2 years ago. But like I said, overall, like Arequipa, I mean, they did have some girls on that street that were like lined up. I was kind of avoid, but one was like persistent. I'm like, hey, whatever, I'll just do it. It's like $5. Like, what the hell?
Well, you know what? You know what? Shout out. No, that's okay. Hold on. That was you, Mr. Talkie Talk, my future landlord. Wasn't it you who said one of your red flags if it's the girl is too aggressive, the girl too animate? Did you say that, sir?
Yeah. It was like she wasn't like too. It was just kind of like, okay, fine. I'll, because I was avoiding all of them. I'll avoid all of them because I was walking in that area for a while, just kind of exploring. And I'm like, what the hell? So it's only $5.
Shout out to Buck Travel. Buck Travel said, "Big boss, the prices in Peru is comical, so cheap. JFK Park is where the action is at." Oh man,
yeah, it's cheap, but I think Colombia is cheaper though.
Y'all shouldn't, huh?
I think Colombia is cheaper overall, but no, if you go to Cusco, it is a lot cheaper than. Oh, no, but I'm not talking about that's not Lima. That was that's Arequipa, which is kind of like a different city. If you go to Miraflores, it's kind of like their most expensive. It's like the most expensive part of the of the city. Cusco is cheaper. I mean, I spent like $10 and I got like a family size of food for like 6 people. for like $10. A whole chicken and a big ass Coca-Cola, a whole bunch of fries. If you get fries are
I
damn free,
actually,
almost free.
I
Yeah, you
actually
get
had
fries.
I actually had a beachfront apartment. Um, Amazing apartment, beachfront. I paid $29 a day for it.
What? Oh my
And
goodness.
that was 2017. And that was
Mm.
around it was November 2017.
Oh,
And the place was nice.
W.
And
Shout out. And we going in March. Mark it in your calendar. It could be a
no,
group
no,
trip.
I'm actually going to Ecuador in March. I'm going to Guayaquil.
I
Yeah,
want to
you
go
are.
there. Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about
I
okay.
had that on my list
OW.
next. Guayaquil
Yeah, I'm
next.
trying to go there. Yeah.
OW coming with me. We going in March, OW. We
That's
going to
that,
March. Damn, that's
yeah,
what's up.
and I'll be in Paraguay in March. Like I was trying to go last March, but
March.
uh, C-
Paraguay.
CVS sent my test results back from the PCR too late,
Okay.
and I couldn't board the plane. So
It's
yeah,
not about nothing.
that pissed me off because I was supposed to do it last March and get some intel there, but things happen for a reason. But I damn sure be going this March.
Man. Where you gonna be, Sarge? In March.
I'm either being DR or Ecuador.
Okay. DR or Ecuador.
I'm actually going to DR next week.
What?
Yeah, I'll be there for 3 weeks.
Clifton, where you gonna be in March? Clifton?
Probably here so I can save up for Africa.
Oh, okay. So when are you gonna try to hit Africa? Summer
I
or
haven't.
like this time next year?
Oh no, I'm trying to do by summer. Because I work. Let's see, my late February, beginning of March, my job's gonna be really busy.
Okay.
We have NASCAR and stuff, but plus yeah, I want to do Africa, so I'm trying to save some extra money for that.
Right on.
I'm
Right
actually going
on.
to I'm actually going to Africa as well, Clifton.
All right.
Um,
Okay.
I'm doing. I think I told Big Boss already.
Yeah.
I'm doing 2 weeks.
Yep.
2 weeks vacation tour, hitting
4 days.
Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Kenya.
Same thing I'm gonna do. Same thing.
Oh man, y'all need to link up.
Exact same places. That was my plan.
Wow.
I was
Yeah,
Chitlin
just
2
gonna
circuit.
hit
weeks
Y'all gonna
Uganda
hit
and
hardcore.
the
Kenya.
Chitlin circuit.
Y'all
Yeah, I
think
was
y'all
trying
gonna be able
to
to hit all that in 2 weeks?
Yeah, I was trying.
Yep.
To stay at least a month if I can. Yeah, 2 weeks is kind of. Yeah, that's kind of
No,
pushing it
Black
for
Man Travel
business.
said 2 weeks. He said he's gonna do 4 days in 4 countries. Four.
Wow, for that's gonna be kind of hard.
No, it's not.
I mean, not hard. I mean, it's not hard, but
This
tiring.
is Black Man Travel, man.
Tiring. Yeah,
He can get any chick in the world.
I mean,
He
yeah.
can
I mean,
fly around the
look.
world in the 7 seas.
I mean, keep in mind, guys, I'm a contractor, so I need my money. And anytime I take time off, I can't take a month off.
Right.
So it's just like those 2 weeks, I could get it in 2 weeks.
Right.
The good thing is, if you fly between Rwanda, Uganda, it's only an hour flight, an hour and a half
exactly.
flight. Uganda,
Hour flight and a 7-hour bus ride. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you fly from Uganda to Kenya, it's 2 hour flight. Kenya to Tanzania is about an hour and a half flight. The longest flight is between the states and getting there. That's it. And that I can sleep on the plane.
Boom.
Shit, I wish I could sleep on a plane. That's the one thing I wish I could do. Sleep on a plane.
I can. Man.
I'm a light sleeper.
I work so much. I can sleep anywhere, man. I think I could sleep outside on concrete. I think so.
Yeah, I'm a super light sleeper. That's one thing I wish I could do.
But yeah, it's gonna be aggressive, but it's definitely something I always wanted to do. And with my line of work, I just picked up another contract.
Okay.
I want my money, man. So it's just like those 2 weeks, I'm not gonna work. I'm just gonna focus on just traveling, moving around. But I'll be in Ecuador in March, and hopefully I can hopefully hit up Iceland in November.
Wow, Iceland.
Yeah,
I want to go there. I just want to go there.
Vikings.
Huh? Man, you gonna take down them big old white women, boy. Down there, they gonna love your chocolate.
I heard Iceland was dope, man. A lot of my partners went when I lived over in Europe. But you gonna need that bag over there though.
Yeah, it's more expensive. Yeah, you're gonna pay about $50 for dinner. You know.
I'll make them white chicks pay for it, man. All on the B, man. You gonna
I mean,
pay
guys.
for this you gonna pay for this.
Guys. I mean, that's the way.
Man. All on a white batch.
I mean, there's a reason why we work hard. I mean, you enjoy your money.
Right.
You can't worry about stuff being expensive. I mean, it is
yeah.
what it is.
Dang, man. What the chat saying? They take all you can eat very serious. Man, you over here with the jokes, man. This guy's too funny. Mister. By that time I expect to be in Indonesia. So hey, chat. Everybody can't be up here. I already got 6 people. If y'all sit here, type out your next trip. Type out your next trip in the chat. Everybody on the panel already spoken. We got Peru for me in March. My man Jaws. What do you say, Jaws? You said Ecuador?
Paraguay.
Paraguay. And I know Black
Oh,
Man
that's interesting,
Ecuador.
man. That's interesting. Paraguay.
I was
What's
supposed to
there?
go there.
Well,
Paraguay.
yeah, for me, I want to go there because like, don't too many people go there,
Mm-hmm.
except for like people that who want to get like permanent residency. Because
Yeah.
all you got to do is pay $5,000 so you can get it. And
Yeah, they make it easy. Yeah, they make it easy out there.
yeah, because
Wow.
they need the business there. But also, like I heard the women ain't too bad looking, and
Okay.
I was swiping on Tinder before, and I like what I saw, and
Okay.
like I'm gonna just go see what's up now.
Okay, that's interesting, man.
Yeah, I was supposed to go there before COVID. I planned a trip to Brazil after I came back from Peru, and I was supposed to go to Argentina and the Iguazu Falls and Paraguay and all that. And as soon as I booked it, all hell broke loose. And then so when I went to Brazil, everything was still closed. So I just stayed in like in Sao Paulo and Rio and stuff. But even before when I was in Peru, I went to Peru and Bolivia. But I was supposed to also go to Chile and Ecuador. But it was like as soon as I got to Bolivia, they had like some kind of protest with the president. I guess he stayed too long. So we kind of like all my trips, all my things I had was canceled, and so we kind of had to sneak out because I couldn't leave. I was stuck at the hotel for like a couple of days because they're like they put K rails on the streets with lit on fire, so they had like it was kind of crazy. And then Chile had their protests, so basically they're protesting where my hotel was. So I kind of scrapped it. So traveled for the last couple of years after Peru. All my I went to Brazil and I went to Egypt and stuff, but and DR, but a lot of it I was supposed to go to like 6 more other countries, but everything got canceled.
Yeah, everything
So
got canceled.
yeah.
Yeah. I know how you feel, man. Because like I said before, like at that time, Paraguay was like you need a PCR test like done 3 days before you get on, and then United was like you need a PCR to get on the plane. So I went and get the PCR test, and then I'm like, hey man, I got a flight in the morning.
Right.
And then I'm like, well, he was like, well, I'm sorry, we get it to you, da 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 da, and then I missed my flight.
Ooh.
So I was like, hey, this is about to it. I was like, dang. So, but it is what it is. Things happen for a reason. Because back then you needed to pay a visa fee to get on, and now you don't need a visa to pay for a visa to get into Paraguay now. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, that sucks, man. That sucks. Damn.
Yeah. But boss, but thank you for having me. I'm gonna have to get off. I'm gonna have to put my son in the bed. So
Okay.
but thank you for having me. Thank you
Oh
for
no,
coming up with
thank
the
you for
topic.
coming up and sharing your story, man. And look at that, putting your son to bed, man. The battle was well fought, was well worth it, man.
Oh yeah, most definitely. All right, man. You guys be easy.
All right, Jaws.
All right.
Don't bite nobody.
I won't.
Good night.
Yeah, I'm about to get off soon too. I gotta get ready for work.
Right on. Yeah, I'm probably run this for another 10, 15 minutes. I like to even. So I've been going for 4:43. Might as well just do 5 hours. Now I got 30 people. Shout out 30 people in the building. You gotta get ready for work. When you gotta be at work, Mr. Clifton?
About 9. Well, I'll be there like at 9:30. But I was gonna drop something off my sister's house on the way to work.
Okay, so it's
But yeah,
almost
but
8.
I mean, if you're gonna do a 7-hour stream, I could come back. Yeah, because it's gonna be slow tonight. But
It's gonna be
I know you're gonna
slow,
do no
huh?
7 hours. Yeah.
Right. I know you late night guys love when I do the long stream. Help get you by at work.
Yeah, oh yeah, it helped out last time because it's like sometimes some days it's busy like the weekends and stuff, but tonight I think it's Tuesday night it's gonna be kind of slow and rainy, so
yeah. I can't promise no 7-hour stream tonight, but I'm definitely I'm going live again tomorrow around the same time. The next 2 days I'm gonna be going live.
Yeah, but like as far as Peru, like I said, I didn't. I know, like I was doing the sightseeing. I was walking up the mountains and doing all Machu Picchu and stuff. But I got my
you
time for
walking
other
the
stuff. But
mountains in that
man,
elevation, you walking the mountains.
It was. I did Rainbow Mountain. You can look it up, Rainbow Mountain.
Rainbow Mountain.
I ain't gonna ever do it again, but I'm glad I did it. Some things you do it once, and it's like I ain't gonna ever do this again. High altitude, very high altitude, so you can't breathe as it is. And it's like 6 hours walking up there, and a few hours walking back. It was, and then we're coming back and start like freezing rain. It was like freezing. It was just like it was, like some things you do it once. I'm glad I did it, but I ain't gonna do that shit again. Machu Picchu, I'll do it again in another 10 years if I was married or something. I took somebody. Yeah, I do but it's something you just do once, and that's it. But as far as what you want to do, since I didn't know where to go, and I did my own research, but like I said, the way I did it, it's still opportunities even if you don't try. So it's like I said, I told you I did a couple hostels, party hostels.
That was wild, man. You said the lady that worked there was up there dancing on the
the manager she had a little miniskirt. The manager had a little miniskirt. She was in her 20s, and it's like she's up there on the top of the bar dancing,
Right.
The bartender was like rubbing my hand, and it's like it's like a
man. They messing with a monster, messing with me. Don't play
but
with
make sure you go to a party hostel.
You gonna get what you asking for, messing with boss.
Yeah, I think the name of the hostel was like
you gonna
Rover
get
or something, Wild Rover or something like that. But yeah, it's same thing. Bolivia. I went to hostel when I was kind of stuck out there. Party hostel, same thing. It's like a club up there, and you got girls drunk at night, and so you want to do that, so
man, that's what's
there's a will, there's a way.
That's the well. You have a good night, man. Good night at work, and I'll be off here in a little while, but I'm going live tomorrow, man. So catch me tomorrow. We're gonna do the same thing again, and party and bullshit and party. Peace. All right, and then there was two.
What it do?
Boss and the senior master sergeant. You can come back on, black man. Well, let me the link. You need the link. You need the linky link. I know you said you dropped off by accident.
Yeah, I was dropping off too, man. Sometimes I
saw that,
so I had to go out and come back in.
Yeah, I wonder what was going on. I said, okay, well, hey, there you go, man. There you go.
So you ever hit Mexico City?
No, I never did. Man.
So you right over there. It's easy trip. You shoot down there to Mexico City. I heard it be pretty popping out there.
Yeah, at this point, I think one of my group members in Mexico City, he in Mexico being funny, trying to be cryptic, talk about I'm in a place in Mexico that I shall not disclose. I said, Negro, your butt probably in Mexico City. That's all where you probably at.
Mexico City, yeah, man. I'm gonna check that out, man.
Yeah, Rob Brazil went out there. He busted it up. Rob gonna bust it wherever he go though.
Oh yeah, yeah. He
Rob
come in chat with 50 pictures and videos.
Right, he ain't playing no games, man. Rob, shout out to Rob, man. I want to be like Rob when I grow up.
Rob be doing his thing.
Yes, I am too old, but I did it as an experience. Talking about the brothel, it was cool, but overall, I'm not into it either. But nice change of pace.
Yeah, I feel him on that. I ain't going there though. You know me.
Yeah.
You know how.
Oh man. Oh nah. Mr. Bougie, senior sergeant, senior master sergeant.
I got to have mine when I'm out there.
Right. It got a certain level of comfort,
opulence, excellence, everything.
Oh man, he said opulence. Oh man, I didn't learn that word till I went to college. I didn't know what the hell opulence meant.
Oh yeah.
Opulence. Black man travel, you back in the building.
Hey, welcome back, guys. Sorry about that. Hey, I totally agree with you, Gator, man. Like for me, wherever I rest my head, I'll spend money for that. That's something I would not go cheap on. I'll spend more than the average, just to make sure I'm comfortable and it's safe. I can't do no hole in walls, man. I gotta sleep comfortable. I actually did the hostel thing back in the days. It was cool when I was young, but now at my age, pushing 44, when it's time for me to sleep, it's time for me to sleep, man.
Oh yeah.
Hey man, but Clifton was saying in his hostel, he said he woke up in a room. He said it was like five or six chicks walking around in their panties and bra. I'm like, what? Like it was nothing. I said, babe, don't walk around me like that. Y'all playing. You think I'm furniture up in here? You know you in here with a lion? You in here with a lion. I ain't one of your girlfriends. Don't play with me.
Oh yeah.
You gonna get poked. You gonna get poked whether you like it or not. Oh, I can't say that on YouTube. Whether you like it or not.
Yeah, you might want to cut that part back.
Cut that part out, huh?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's what's up. Yeah, I'm gonna check out this Lima, Peru, man. Y'all trying to tell me about this high elevation, man. I want to go ahead do 5 or 10 strokes. 5-10 strokes.
It's real.
And then
you're gonna have a good time, Lima. I mean, like I said, the food is amazing. There's a lot to see, a lot to do. You're literally right on the coast. It does get chilly, so bring your jacket.
Damn.
I mean, you're from Cali, so Oakland area.
Yeah.
So the weather's kind of similar.
Okay. Clifton said it was 8 girls, actually. Man, you're a better man than me, man. Some out of 8, I take them odds. One of them would have been in my bed, man. You ain't walking around me panties and bras.
Yes.
Like I'm not a wolf. Mexico City for the win. Oh yeah, this is Ed 3. This is Rob Brazil. If y'all didn't know, yeah, he busted it up, man. He busted it up.
He do his thing out there,
man.
Hey, Big Boss. Hey, what happened to your Africa trip? You mentioned something about your trip was canceled.
Oh yeah, man. COVID. I'm not vaxxed and COVID. That's what happened. So real fast, a recap. Kenya, they are not requiring the COVID to get in the country yet, but what they do starting next week on the 21st, December 21st, you must be vaxxed to basically enjoy anything in the country. So shopping malls, stores, restaurants.
So they like DR.
Right. So the only places I probably could do
Colombia's
is
the same way.
outside places. Huh?
Colombia's the same way.
Yeah, but I hear that they don't really enforce it like that in Colombia.
You just hold up.
You can't go to little
your
smaller
phone with
spots.
a picture, just walk on in.
Huh?
You just hold up a phone that got a picture on it. They don't really look to see if it's a card and ask for your ID. You just hold up your phone and say, "Hey, here's a picture of my vaccine." You just walk on in.
Where DR?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that starts on December 21st. And so that's bad enough. And that cuts down half the trip. But I'm, me and my mind, my conspiracy mind, okay, they do that. By the time I get there, what if they elevate to more? I mean,
yeah.
So
you know what? That actually impacts my trip because I'm not vaccinated as well. And I just found out with Ecuador. Ecuador just passed a new law that in order for you to enter Ecuador, you need to be vaccinated. And the thing is, I already bought my plane ticket. I already bought the plane ticket, so I'm trying to see if I can get a refund. But I'm considering taking the shot after I get back from DR. I think right now, I'm just keeping it. I'm just being realistic. I think a lot of these countries are going to be required for you to have the card.
Yeah.
And I want to continue to travel. I want to continue to do certain things, and it's just like, you know what? That's just a trade-off.
That's a trade-off. Well, shout out to the sergeant. What do you have to say on this? Would you choose to say or not, Sergeant?
Oh man, you know me. I've been vaccinated since damn February.
I know.
So
I know, but I wasn't gonna say it if you weren't gonna say it. But I know.
Oh yeah. I've been vaccinated since February. I don't hold no specific position on it. I think, you know me, man. Me and you, we didn't had our conversation, but I'm all about choice. Whether people agree with me or not, you got to give them their choice. Now, this, like he said, this wasn't a trade-off. So they saying we giving you a choice. Your choice is to travel here or not. Right. You know what I mean? So you still got a choice. So it is what it is, man.
And Brazil's going to actually enforce it too.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
no, I know, I
Yeah.
know. 99.9% chance I'm not gonna get vaxxed, but if I get vaxxed, I'm going straight to Thailand. I'm going straight.
No,
If I
don't
get
think about
vaxxed, I need to go to Thailand before them chemicals kick in.
it.
I'm going straight to Thailand if I get vaxxed. So shit.
But
Man.
but Big Boss, I'm actually going to DR next Thursday.
Oh wow. Look at you.
And I'll be out there for 3 weeks.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna be chilling, man. I'm gonna be
going to the
I'm
capital
actually,
or North Coast? What you doing?
oh, I'm gonna be all over. I got a car.
Okay.
I rented a car, so I'm
man.
actually driving from Santo Domingo to the North Coast, and I'll be going to Santiago, going to Puerto Plata. Then I'm gonna go out to Nagua and Sanama.
Okay,
And
you'll be traveling up across the top, all the way back over.
yeah,
You
man.
gonna
I
take
kind
the
of like the
mountain
North
pass?
Coast.
You gonna take the mountain pass?
I always take the mountain pass.
Oh shit.
Shit, not me.
Man.
I took that 2 times, man. When I was first, I ain't know no better. After that, never again. My nerves ain't good
and you
enough
gonna
for
drive
that.
it yourself. Well, I guess that's one way to do it. If you're gonna drive yourself, your fate is in
You
your
know
own
what, Gator?
hands.
You know, Gator, there is a back road that a lot of people don't know about, and it's all paved. Like it's super smooth and it's a lot faster, but a lot of people don't know about it.
Okay.
Okay.
And it's around. I mean, I know how to get there when I use my my Google Maps. But it's super smooth. But you're actually going up through the mountains a little bit. But it's all paved roads, smooth, super fast, and it's not crowded.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, they just built the road about a year ago.
Oh,
I think
wow.
I went on that road. I drove that way when I left Boca Chica one time because it brings you up around Nagua, right down into Port
Yeah.
Sosua that
Yeah.
way. Yeah, I went that way once before. Yeah.
It's kind of cool, man. So I'll be driving around the island. I'll be working out there. So I'll stop by Sasua, check out Flip Flop and the rest of the crew.
Right.
And keep it moving.
Keep it moving.
With that.
I'm hearing some crazy stories out of Sasua, man. The prices, I'm like, I'm not touching that.
Yeah, man. I'm hearing this. We all hearing the same horror stories. I'm like,
but you say you speak Spanish, and I say if you talk with somebody like in Bailey's or somewhere long enough, you'll get that understanding. Like, hey, I know why you're here. I'm here. I gotta live history here.
No, but the thing for me is like for me, I've been going to the arts since 2015. Like personally, I kind of like the non-pros better. It's just like I like going to the smaller cities and just going there. They don't know me. They never seen me. They never seen American before. I kind of like that more than the Sasua vibes. The Sasua vibe is they know you're there for that, and I'm like,
oh yeah, you in the market.
I don't want to make it obvious.
Yeah,
and also too, like a lot of people don't realize. A lot of people don't realize you hit up Santa Ana, Nagua, San Cristobal. I mean, dude, you meet some bad,
that's my spot there,
looking
San
women,
Cristobal.
man.
I'm trying to move over to Azure and Bani now. So
oh
I've
my
been in San
goodness.
Cristobal. I'm trying to move over to Azure and Bani. So that's my next move. And San Francisco, I'm going there next.
Yeah, the sergeant be moving about that island. You be moving like Vinny Van like San Cristobal too.
So Sarge, you know that ain't no it's a waste of time to mess with a Sasua.
Oh,
when you know there's way better talent.
Yeah, usually if I go there, it's for the bros. That's the only
yeah,
reason.
that's it.
If you there, bossing them there, if 2 or more people there, I'll be like, well, all right, I'll pop out there. But other than that, they know I'm in Santo Domingo. You want to see me?
Yep.
I'm in Santo Domingo.
Sarge go to the capital, boy. He go to the capital.
So which area do you normally stay in Santo Domingo? I always stay in Buena Vista.
Most of the time, I used to stay in Goswell all the time when I started going like 5 years ago, right? But in the last 2 years, I mostly been staying PNT. So that's most of where I've been staying at now.
Buena Vista's right next to it.
Yeah. So I usually stay there. So I was staying Airbnb, and then I just started hanging out up in the JW Marriott. So now a lot of times I just stay there, because I just I can stay there and never leave. I can stay inside there and never leave. I got everything there. Blue Mall, right? La Serena, right across the street.
Yep. Blue Mall.
Got a club, restaurant in there, everything. So
Yeah, actually, I normally stay at this one particular Airbnb. The Blue Mall is right across the street from me.
Okay. Yeah, I just
And
go down, eat at
it's
FBG Cafe, be chilling.
yeah. Hit up Friday sometimes. Like, hey, let's
Yeah.
stop by Friday and
Out
get
back
something to
down the
eat.
street. They close Hooters,
Yeah.
so but yeah,
Oh
everything
wow.
right
Okay.
there. Yeah, so that's why I just be out there chilling, man. But I'm in the capital most time. I bust out to San Cristobal, maybe go out to Boca Chica on the weekend to the beach, like on Sunday or something. But man, it'd be
I don't know.
years between going to the zoo.
I always get a weird ass vibe in Boca Chica. I don't know why.
It's crazy. Be a lot of rats out there too. So, but it's just the beach. You just go out there, kick it, eat some fish on the beach, and then take it on back to the capital.
Man, dude, they charge an arm and a leg for those fishes in Boca Chica.
I go to the latest. So if you go right to the beach when you get there, so the thing at the beach in Boca Chica is this: most of those guys you see with those menus and they're runners. So basically, they're going to the restaurant, buy the fish, put a price on it to you, and bring it out to you. If you go to those restaurants and get the fish yourself, because usually you just have to pay for the table. So if you get a table, you pay for the table like 100 pesos, 50 other pesos for the chairs and stuff. And if you go and you get the fish yourself, there's a little kamado on the beach, like right where you drive in. And then a lady who sells the fish is right next door. She sells red tilapia, red fish, and dorado. And you can get it with fish, plantanos, and everything. If you get the fish and
So
fries,
who
that
cooks it?
whole meal is like $9. It's like
So
$9 if you
wait. So all the restaurants, they're not cooking the food?
No, those when you go at those, so if you get a table on the beach, if somebody say you
Okay.
want a table here, and then they bring you a menu, that's not a restaurant. That's just a runner who hustling. He's made his own menu, right? And he's put the price on it, and then he's just going back and forth and paying for the fish out of your money and making money on top of it. You know what I'm saying?
Where's it cooked at? Where's the fish cooked at?
The fish is cooked. So the location, oh man. So when you first come down when you're coming down to the beach, the first driveway to your left, you'll go straight down there, and it ends at the beach, and then there's a little roadway that cuts off to the right. So if you keep driving down that road, you're running to the beach, but there's a road to the left of it, and people usually parking along that road. Right. You will see it's just a white building. Is a couple of covered tables and stuff, and then behind those covered tables you'll see a lady with a little cooking stand, and you'll see a little small kamado right there on the corner. And then in front of that corner is like a hotel like rooms where people live in there. That's along the beach.
Right.
You go to that lady right there, you can get the full whole spread. You never go spend no more than $12 from her. Because you buy the food from her, and then you go to Kamado and get your beer. Okay. And a Kamado will let you sit out there and drink in front of there too if you want. You can sit there and eat in front of her spot too if you want.
So what's up with Jorge 64, 65? What did he be doing up in there?
Jorge 64. So I always eat that when I go there, but there are two separate menus. So there's a menu for the Chicas, then there's a menu for the Gringos, right? Because Chicas attract Gringos. Right. So there's a different menu for them than for you. So it's different price. Yeah, Sherman put me on that game way back.
Wow.
But that's like the centrally place on the beach because the stairway is right there. It's right in the middle before you go down. So it's a real popular location. But it's good service, always good food.
It is.
But it's gonna cost you a little bit more. It's gonna cost you a little bit more.
Wow.
You know what? Hey, I'm super impressed by you, man, because you talk to a lot of guys that they go to DR, they don't know nothing, man, and they've been going there for 16 years.
Right.
You just schooled me right now. I'm right here just taking notes. I'm like, wow, okay. I'll keep that in mind, man. But it's great to see more brothers traveling all across the country in DR, because most cases, guys just flying to Santiago, Puerto Plata, and go straight to Sosua. They really don't get the chance to really see the entire island. There's so much to see and do. And again, guys, some of the best looking women are not in Sosua, man. Like they actually they're out in the Campo area, in the countryside.
Yeah.
Well,
there's so many that been to the zoo that never been to Puerto Plata. Puerto Plata is dope. They got some good
That's what Vinny
restaurants, good
is. That's
clubs and
what
stuff
Vinny
out there
Hustle
now.
is.
You know, but
Yeah,
it
Puerto
just goes to
Plata is
show
nice.
you, Sosua is what it is. You'll notice you go to Sosua, you'll never find a shirt that says Sosua. You'll never find a beach tie that says Sosua. Everything say Puerto Plata. You know, and that's the thing with DR. DR struggles with identity crisis. That's why, you know, they want to be Catholic, but they got this thing that's going on. That's why they won't be as popular or supportive as a place like Pattaya, because they're struggling with identity crisis. They want to
Right.
be religious and Catholico, right? But at the same time, they got this underbelly that supports a lot of families and economy. So they ain't gonna get. That's why they want to keep it, but push it to the end of the beach or do it like this instead of just letting it be what it is, which is an open air brothel. That's all it is.
Because Pattaya, man, they didn't took that to the 18th level. They didn't.
But it's
do away
government
with
and
that a
state
long time
supported.
ago. They are secure in their fuckery.
Yeah, but DR is
Hey
still
guys, you know
struggling
what?
with it.
What's up?
You know what? You guys are true veterans in this game. What are your thoughts if they were to legalize that here in the States? Do you think that would change anything?
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Sarge?
Big balls, big
No,
balls.
Sarge. I defer to the sergeant.
Oh, I say it definitely would change a lot. You know what I mean? You think of the bombshell that Kevin Samuels has been in the last year, right? Of men like kind of recognizing themselves or like, well, hey, I got value too, and I don't have to just let women tell me what they want. I can start saying what I want and stuff like that. Some of us already had that mentality of being exposed to different cultures, but he has pretty much took that message mainstream, right?
He did. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. He did.
But if you take that and you make that legal to where you really ain't even got to, well, that's fine. I ain't got to deal with you. It's gonna be. I'll tell you this. It'll be less bottle popping. It'll be less girls on IG that all they do is bottle service and just things like that. Pretty much most of them are already doing it. They pseudo panhandling with their cash apps and their profiles. You know what I mean? So I think it would change the dynamics of marriage. It'll change a lot.
It would change a lot. My only thing with my cheap self, I'm worried about the price. Would it make the price more or less?
I think it'll be less.
Think so?
Yeah, because the demand the demand is low because the supply there's too many people doing it. So due to the fact that there's so many people doing it, the prices are automatically going to go down. I think right now it's just the scarcity. We as men in the States, we have this very scarcity mindset versus men overseas. They have a more of abundance mindset. That's why they can just go, you know what? They can be married to their wife, but yet before they come home to their wife, they stop by the bathroom and handle their business.
Right.
Yeah. So the only thing I look at that, so I use them legalizing marijuana as a case study. We thought the same thing. When they get legalized, it's gonna go down, but that's not what we seen. It actually went up. You know what I mean? I know legally it went up because of all the taxes and stuff that was associated with it, right? Through the having dispensaries and stuff. But the black market is still there, and the black market is still thriving at the same price point. So when we say legalize it, I just kind of use that as living in California out there with boss. Like people out there were thinking the same. Well, when it get legal in more states, the price go down. But we really haven't seen that yet. You know.
Well, hold on one second. So we got Buck Travel. Are you
really man, what up, man? I finally figured out how to be on a cell phone, man, with the mic, man. What up, man? What up, guys?
What up, Travel? What up, man? You finally pulled up.
What up, man? Finally pulled up. I just gotta say this, man. Brothers gotta focus on some other countries other than Brazil, Colombia, and DR, man. I'm telling you guys, man, there's more to the world than those countries.
Okay.
The country I'm headed to now is Peru, man, guys, man. I'm telling you.
Peru, huh?
Yeah, from what I heard, man, I got a lot of connections a lot of people that have been there, and they say it is in their top 3, man. They're very underrated place. Cost of living is low, friendly, nice people, and the prices from what they told me is just insane. I'm like, I just feel bad, man. You know, so. And not a lot of us chocolate brothers over there. So, we kind of stand out, and it can be for the better, or for the worse, if you're a criminal, man. So, so
when are you going? When?
I'm not gonna say the exact date on here.
No, what month? I mean, what like you going like
in
in
about
March?
2
You going
weeks
to
or
June?
so. In 2 weeks or so. Right.
Oh, okay. So recent. Okay, you're going in about 2 weeks. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. And how long are you going to stay?
Oh man, like about 3 weeks, man.
3
I
weeks.
took some extra vacation days, man.
Okay. Well, definitely you're going to be out there before me, so you definitely got to come back on here and give us a boost on the ground.
Yeah, yes, sir, man. Yeah, man. And it's like the perfect time to go over there because between January and April, it's actually their summertime, which is in the States here in our winter time, but it's their summertime in the southern hemisphere. So it's a perfect time to go over there. It's more sunny days. The hours are long during the daytime. The
Is the same
sunset
in
about 9:30 here in the Matrix, where I'm at, man, Ohio. Sunsets at 5 p.m. So that's I'm definitely going there in the perfect time, man. So like I said, it's gonna be like good weather, 80, 85 degrees. I don't know if any of you brothers have Peruvian food, but it's actually one of the best in the world, man. Like Lima has one of the 3 best restaurants in the world. Like
I heard that. I heard that from a little birdie. Okay,
Yeah, that
but it's for
$500
$300 a plate though.
Yeah,
I'm good.
What's that?
But I heard it's like $300 to $500 a plate.
I mean, I haven't heard too much anything about it. It's just that now you talk about those restaurants.
Yeah. Like those top tier restaurants, the world class restaurants.
Well, yeah, you gotta have to pay, man, for those kind of places, man. But overall, Peruvian food, man, it's beautiful, man. It's tasty. It's healthier too, man, because they got potatoes. They eat potatoes with everything, man, over there, man. They eat potatoes with everything, and it's like they got like purple potatoes, green potatoes, some potatoes I've never seen in my life. I'm like, but the food is it's good, man. So the people I heard is very, very, very friendly people. The chicas, man, the prices I just mentioned on the chat, man, is like, man, you're looking at 40, 30 being the average, and some of them, man, if they see you with one of my home guys was telling me that if they see you with a nice place, they might just stay with you for the whole night, get you 40 for the whole night.
40 for the whole night? 40 wop? I get a 40 wop and a Benny drink.
You're gonna see your Venezuelans over there. You're gonna see your Colombians. So
Colombians, Venezuelans.
You're mostly gonna see Peruvians over there, man. So yeah. So like I said, man, brothers need to venture out of that. I call it the triangle countries.
The triangle, huh?
DR, Colombia, Brazil. So and after this trip, I'm going to Malaysia. Then after Malaysia, I'm gonna go to Kenya, Mombasa, Kenya. Then I'm gonna be going to places that none of these travel bros go to. Like I never see any content from Malaysia, and and over
when
there.
You go, okay, when is your next trip? When are you going to Malaysia? March, April, May, June, summer?
Probably in the middle of next year. With this whole pandemic thing, I'm playing by ear right now because I know a lot of those East Asian countries, they got the most strictest, COVID rules, and the sooner they open, the sooner I'm gonna go over there. So
my next question: Are you vaxxed?
Yes.
So you good? You good?
Yeah. And I'm about to. I'm in the process of getting my booster shot. So I don't know. I know how you guys feel about the whole V thing, but I mean, we can have our personal things, but I'm not the type that actually enforces on others, man. I got my beliefs on it. I did my research on it, You know, so I keep it to myself.
There you go.
But I don't enforce it on everybody. You know, you feel me?
Yeah, I hear you.
So
Wow, that's what's up. So in Malaysia, you have to be vaccinated, right?
yeah, you got to be vaccinated, and you got to show a negative PCR test.
Okay, that sounds like Thailand. Thailand, you have to be vaccinated, show a negative PCR test, and when you get there, you got to test again. But
Yeah.
a 1 day quarantine, 1 day quarantine while you wait for your test. And then if you're not vaxxed, it's a 10-day quarantine.
Yeah. It's the same thing in Malaysia. Like if you're not vaccinated, then I think there is like 14-day quarantine. Yeah. So.
DR for me. DR for
Yeah,
me.
I can stay in my own house.
Right.
Yeah. So but yeah, man. Vaccine is where the world is headed to, man. What's happening right now is like if you read between the lines, these unvaccinated people are being isolated.
Yeah.
From
Being
entering.
cornered.
Right now, if you go to Europe, you can't go right now as an American. If you're not vaccinated, you can't go to Spain, Germany, UK. So
The world is getting
that's
smaller.
where the world is heading to, Big Boss, man. People gotta
I'm gonna have to live in a box.
be vaccinated to move around, man.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to
but
live in a box, man.
yeah. So
Hey, man, but shout out to you though, man. You going in about 2 weeks, and you're gonna stay for 3 weeks.
yeah,
So definitely,
it's,
man, I'm gonna
yeah.
lean on you.
And the good thing is, man, my company actually break financial record, so we're receiving a bigger bonus, double the amount we got last year. So I'm a be good in this trip, man. Yeah, so
Man, so you getting extra money in a place that's extra cheap. Oh man, you gonna ball till you fall, man.
yeah, I'm like, wow, yeah.
I get it.
So I mean, that's
Simp it up, baby. Simp it up.
Simp it up, big simping, not big pimping, big simping,
nah. I'm
big
not,
simping.
and I'm not gonna be the one that increases the prices, man.
Yeah, don't. Just because you got it.
You know,
Don't blow it up right before I get there. Wouldn't that be nothing?
was it?
I said don't blow up the spot right before I get there.
Nah.
Well, boss is coming, so I'm gonna pay you $50, $60. Get you used to this.
Hey, when you going there, boss? You don't have to tell me the exact date, but what?
March. I mean, technically, stuff is in the air with me. I could literally go next month and take the place of my Africa trip that I'm not going to do. And now that I think about it, who knows? Let me think about it. Maybe I might, because obviously with stuff changing so much, if I sit here and wait till March, starting March 1st, we're going to institute new rules. You can't win from losing, man. The unvax can't win from losing, man. You wait long, you wait wrong. I sit here and try to wait it out, and then rules start changing overnight. So who knows? Maybe I might go.
That's when they started the first COVID protocol 2 years ago. Was in March. March 16th.
It sure was in March.
Because I would remember y'all had went to Thailand. I had my trip planned for April. I was talking to you and Rob, right?
Yep, you talking to me.
And then I had my trip booked for April, man. That shit dropped March 16th, changed the whole world.
Changed the whole world. Yeah, you had your stuff booked. You was ready to go. Oh man. Changed the world, bro. And back then we was out, at least I was so naive. I'm saying, man, this is only gonna be for a couple months. 2 years later. So me and BKG, we booked for Philippines for June. Man, what the hell were we thinking? That shit. Even DR didn't open up to July 1st, and that was early. Yeah. That was early. DR opened July 1st, 2020. Yeah, man, changed the whole world. They were the first to open, I think. Yeah, I think they was the first to open. I think Mexico never closed, but they was the first to open. And I guess I was naive, man. I said it's only gonna be a couple months. Famous last words. Damn. Here we are, 2 years later.
Yeah.
You still talk to old boy boss? The dude from Thailand. His name was what's his name? Robert or some shit. He had a YouTube. I don't know where it's at now.
Oh, the young man, right?
Yeah.
He had his own channel, and
Yeah,
I
you had
went
went
on
on
his
to
channel.
come on a couple times.
Huh?
You had went on a couple times.
Funny, funny you say that, Mr. Sir. I still talk to him. He got another channel, but his channel is a lot smaller. Thailand, Thailand, it was tragic, man. Thailand killed his channel. His whole channel was Thailand, and so that basically killed his channel. So he started another channel.
This is like cigars and something I seen.
Cigar, yeah, yep, exactly. And I talked to him actually literally today before I went live. He's going to Thailand, so he's vaxxed. He's going to Thailand in a few weeks, and he's going to be on my show. So this is interesting how the universe works. You just asked me about him. So yes.
Yeah, he was a solid brother, because I was talking to him and you and BKG. I was getting all my shit together.
Okay, right on. I didn't know you was talking to him. That's what's up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's real cool. He had me on the show. He even had a weekly segment for me for a few weeks on his show. I think it was called the thoughts of Big Boss.
Yeah,
he's a good brother.
I was going to conspiracy theory, everything. I was watching it.
Yeah. So I asked him, I said, "You gonna do your channel?" I mean, he's just kind of a little disheartened. He said, "Nah, I'm not even gonna go hard, man." He said, "I got my new channel now, but I said, "Well, I feel you, man. When you get ready, it'll be there for you." So he's a little disheartened, but he lost his whole last YouTube channel. But I said, "Man, you can get it back. It's open."
Did he lose the channel? Like terminated?
Well, no, he didn't lose it. I mean, but no. So
he ain't have really no content to upload
exactly
to no trap. I got you.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I guess that's a cautionary tale when you build your whole channel on one thing, on one country. You built your whole channel on one country. Damn. Who would have thought, man? Lima, Peru, Quito, Ecuador, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Sounds good. Yeah, all those places. I'll see you tomorrow about to drive. All right, yeah, see you tomorrow. Hey, man, like I said, this is the hangout, man. This is the Honeycomb Hangout. We're going to do this tomorrow. I'm still rocking for a little while. if y'all rock with me. That's what's up. Yeah, man.
So I was looking at your original topic, man.
Yeah, right?
Your original topic, man, about just that whole situation. And it's true, man. It's like, it's a crazy false narrative, like dudes not being involved with their kids. So me, my community, what I work in, is a very conservative, very traditional. 90% of the people in there married. Okay. It's kind of weird if you're not married, right?
Oh, wow.
So you got that. But what I'm saying is, you see that a lot, especially. So you have a lot of divorces too, right? With the separations, the constant moving, things like that. It can be tough on some people who not really ready for that life.
Right.
So I go to say that. So this, I think it'll be 2 years. It'll be 2 years this month that my old partner, right? He deleted himself for the same reason.
Sorry to hear that, bro.
25 years, successful career, then retired. He retired. He was, how you retire, you got all this sick time and vacation time. He had like 100 and some days just sitting at home, 100 vacation time, go get a pension, rest of his life. And then, wife hit him with them papers. Say, yeah, I'm taking the kids and stuff. He's like, well, shit. He's like, well, I done served all these years. I'm finally get to enjoy my time, be home and spend more time with them. Now you saying I ain't gonna get to see him. Boom. Deleted himself, right? So you have that situation. Another situation happened probably 2 years ago as well in Hawaii. Married couple goes to Hawaii. They go there married, but then they end up getting divorced while they're in Hawaii. Still a good relationship, but the wife, she gets orders to go to North Dakota. Where if you weren't married, there's like, well, ain't no need to keep y'all separated. Y'all in your own individual right. So we sending the family and kids there. So the husband, he's trying to get the same location that his ex-wife is going to, because that's where the kids are, right? Even though they have 50-50 custody, but most time when you have 50-50 custody and a person in the military, the judge going to allow the parent who has primary custody to take them overseas across states because they're serving that country. It's not like they're trying to keep them for you, but it's necessary for their job. They're not going to say, well, they can't do their job because they can't move the kids, right? That's one thing in the family courts you're going to see if you deal with a military family.
Okay.
So he was going there. They couldn't get him an assignment close to her where she was at. And he was like, well, man, if I ain't going to be able to see my kids, what's the point of me living? Right? So, boom, he goes ahead and deletes himself.
Wow.
But they still had a good relationship.
They had
that ex-wife was so hurt for her kids and herself that the senior military leaders, they were having a conference. They were having in Hawaii. That ex-wife busted in that room and told that story and said, y'all have to do something about this. Y'all have to do something about people who are military and get divorced, and y'all separating them because they're still a family. They're just not serving together. And you hurt two service members and those military kids because they're still military kids. Their parents are just not married anymore. And she told her story, and man, because of that story 2 years ago, that they took that policy to Congress now, that even though if you are divorced and you have a child custody agreement, that they will station you with your family, whether you're married or not. Whether you're married or not. And it just goes to show that even in the military and the U.S. government, they have recognized even internally how important it is for families and stuff. Because those are just two stories I told you about, but there's a lot of people that have deleted themselves just because they've been separated from their family.
Separated from their kids. Wow.
Separated from their kids. So they came in and they put that policy in now that says, hey, even though if y'all together, you're not together, if you have something to prove that that's your child and y'all both agree that it's going to be shared custody or some type of custody, they will work their best to put you. They stood up a special office to work those cases now, so people won't be separated. And it was kept because it was more so men deleting themselves because women will automatically get the custody.
Exactly.
So that's one of the things they did to combat suicide from families and stuff being separated. So that was a big thing that we deal with. And if you know, like when they do the math, 22 veterans and military people kill themselves every day.
Wow. I didn't know it was that high.
Yeah, it's 22 a day. So it's just showing, like, if you just pull that data of fathers who deleted themselves over that, the significance of how much a man wants to be in their children's life.
Exactly.
So when people say those certain things, I'm like, I don't know where they're looking, but I can show you, and there's actual data that we can pull to say these dudes are really trying to be in those kids' life.
Exactly. Exactly.
So that was just something I was going to share from that perspective.
Thank you. I didn't know. Thank you. Yeah. But,
on your topic.
On my topic, right? A long time ago. Yeah, I start with a topic and then we talk about everything around the world, like literally around the world. But yeah, thank you for sharing that, man. And I'm glad that our military took that to heart and actually made changes. So it seems like our military is ahead of the curve. They're ahead of the curve socially more than a civilian world.
Yeah,
civilian world, this guys just hanging, flapping and hanging in the wind, and just have to take care of themselves. And not every guy is able to process those emotions right. What the guy did, was it right? No, we all know it's not right. We know that.
Yeah.
But I mean, at this point, right and wrong don't matter. You know what I'm saying? When a person deletes themselves, deletes the mother of his children, so now both parents are gone, right kind of don't come into it. How about we try to address the problem?
Yeah, I would, man. Can I speak on this issue, man, with this whole topic thing, man?
Of course.
Man, I think with these ladies, man, they keep selecting these kind of men. I call it the toxic men, and the same men they complain about, they keep choosing them. There's a lot of good men out there in the world, but they pass on them but they keep choosing these kind of men, and things like this happen to them. Like it's just. It's just how it is here in the dating market, man. You see the past the Bookies and the Ray Rays, girls are going for them kind of guys, and the nice guys finish last and all that. Then when something bad happens to them, they can't go back, because once they make that choice of just selecting those kind of men, they can't go back because they got 5 different baby kids by different fathers. So I mean, no guy is gonna come in and just try to save them. So it goes back to the females, picking these type of men, man. In my opinion, man, like this whole situation could have been avoided, man. By if they just picked the right man, this would have it. I mean, it wouldn't been happening to them, man. That's what I think, man.
Interesting. Well, I would say in some instances that is right. You do have Pookies and Ray Rays. You do have gangster guys and jailbirds, and you have the hood rat chicks, or you have even college educated chicks that always wants the thug guys, right? They don't want the good guys. They don't want the good guys. They want the thugs. And then when the thug do what a thug does, knock them up with baby and then in and out of jail and put hands on them, then the chick cry foul. But in this particular case, this guy, believe it or not, was not a Pookie and Ray Ray. Now at the end of the day, he did do gunplay, right? So I mean, I get it, and everybody's entitled to their own opinion, right? Because at the end of the day, he ended up doing something bad and wrong. He killed 2 people and killed himself. That's bad and it's wrong. But then again, we also have to look at the whole thing. What comes first, the chicken or the egg? I mean,
okay.
This guy wasn't a Pookie and a Ray Ray. He's college educated, master's. He has a master's degree. He worked in the medical field as a nurse, a certified nurse, anesthesiologist, and he was pushed to his breaking point. Now, yes, I am a little biased because he's a man and he's black, and I feel for him. He wanted to see his kids, but at the end of the day, what he did was wrong. It was wrong.
It was wrong, man.
Even though it was wrong. What comes first, the chicken or the egg? So yeah, in this one case, but okay, I hear what you said. What you said is a lot of validity.
Yeah, I mean,
said, right? Getting out of my emotions, not being defensive.
I was just speaking of the majority of incidents.
There's a lot of truth in what you said.
Yeah, this case might be the exception to the rule, man. The exception to the rule is just the guy just snapped, and.
And the thing it's possible for anybody to snap.
Bro, that is facts, man. And I've been through domestic situations in the past, man. I swear, man, it really gets you, man. You really gotta be mentally strong to handle what is going on, because a lot of sometimes. Not all, but some of these chicks, man, they will bait you, man, and they don't care if you big and if you strong and all that.
That don't matter.
They don't matter.
That's irrelevant.
They want you to hit them because you know what's gonna happen afterwards. Because they're gonna call the cops and they're gonna see all this marks on her face and all that, and they're gonna be like, oh, okay. They're gonna look at her face. Oh, we're gonna take him to jail. Now you got a domestic felony record in your record, and once you have that on your record, you can't own a gun.
Yeah, I know.
States, you can't own a gun, and you cannot travel to certain countries.
Yeah, you can't vote.
You can't travel.
You can't travel. You can't own a gun.
I know for certain UK, you can't go to UK. You can't go to Australia.
You can't even go to Canada.
Other countries, but I know those 2 countries, UK and Australia, you can't go there because they don't accept people with felony, domestic violence felony in their record. So, and especially now, like nowadays, like once you committed a domestic violence felony, bro, you literally you up there with the child rapist. It's unfortunate, but you up there because you're not the way society you see what these guys happen to the NFL, like how they treat it as. Look at Chris Brown, for example. Once he beat Rihanna, all them white folks, like, bro, they dislike. They never forgave Chris Brown afterwards, man. Like, especially because Chris Brown, when he was coming up, he used to be popular with the white folks and the black folks. Everybody used to listen to his music.
Right.
But then after that Rihanna incident, man, it was just only black folks that was listening to his music, man, because white folks wasn't fucking with him that much. Excuse my language, but it's just that, look, Floyd Mayweather, the same thing. It was just domestic violence, and you got you got half of the population hating on you because you got that on your record, and they're not gonna forgive you. But once you have that on your record, Job's gonna see it. They're not gonna, especially if you work for a corporate company, man, like a Fortune 100 company. They're not gonna they're gonna reject your application, man. So that's why I just tell guys, man, just to walk away, just simply walk away. Sometimes it might hurt in the short term, but it will help you out in the long run, man. Just like I said, I've been through many situations like that, and me, man, I just walked away from it, man, because I knew what was happening, and I knew, debating and all that. I knew what was gonna come out of it, so I was like, I just walked away, man. So
smart.
So I would say I don't think he was right. Right, suicide is never the answer.
No.
But
He wasn't right
suicide is
in that
never the
respect.
answer. Domestic violence is never the answer, right? But just like my story that I said, it was like those suicides wasn't the answer. But us as a government, what is something that we can do to help prevent these suicides? Hey, we can write a policy that say, even though you're divorced, we'll do whatever we can to co-locate you with your kids, right? So it's going back to, okay, so what he did wasn't right, but what is his story? His story was married, divorced, had kids, had been fighting in court every month for 3 years for his kids. Keeping fighting in court for three. I don't know if you know how much money that could cost you, right? If you're fighting in court I think he was fighting in court every month since April of 2018. I think is what I read. Since April 2018, right? That's filing motions with a lawyer every month. Clearly could be around 6 figures lawyer bill, right? Then you get accused of molesting your own child. That information goes public, right? A father molesting your own child can't see your own child. Imagine have to wear that jacket.
Now, were the kids
So
the step kids?
no, those are his actual kids from his
his
past
actual kids,
marriage.
bro.
From
So
his past
they
marriage.
accused him of
The mother
The
did.
mother
The
accused
ex-wife.
in the
damn.
custody battle.
I mean,
The
that's
ex-wife accused him. Yeah.
that,
But he did
and
so
both of them did.
Well, no,
no.
just the ex-wife.
The next thing was, so what happens is, so that's happening. Now I did look through and I seen he had a record, to be transparent. He did have one incident of domestic violence. It was very brief. I didn't dig too much. So for to say that's with him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So married, fighting for 3 years for shared custody or whatever with your kids, right? His ex-wife was in the same profession. She was a nurse anesthetist as well. So you're looking at a household that's making 400 to 500K.
Wow.
Right. So that's a pretty stable environment. People have issues. They divorce. So you divorced. You try to move on with your life. You still fighting this case. You meet another lady. She's working in the same profession as you. Both of these women are Asian Americans. Both of these women Asian. I think they were both like Vietnamese or Filipino or something, like both. So his new girlfriend, the same thing, right? He moves on, starts a relationship with her. Through that relationship, she gets pregnant. You know what they get into an argument, you know what she brings up? I'm gonna do you just like your ex-wife, and you ain't gonna see this child either.
Damn.
And that's what set him off. You think somebody was married to somebody, they've been doing all this stuff, they didn't put a child molestation jacket on you. You've been fighting it for 3 years, and you done shared your deepest, darkest secret with your new woman who you about to have a baby with, and y'all get an argument, and what she tell you?
Throw that right in your face. Throw that in your face.
I'm gonna take you through the same thing your ex-wife taking you through, and you won't see this child.
Yeah, man.
And that's when he said, "Hey, man," he said it. He explained all of this in the video. He said, "Man, it was like a dream. I just shot in the head." You know, so violence is never the answer. You know, suicide is never the answer. But I think, like I said, when you go back, if the courts would have been more agreeable with him, I think he doesn't get there because he ain't arguing in courts for 3 years, maybe 1 year, and he's settled and he can kind of digress. But now he like, man, I'm gonna have to fight you, and I gotta fight him. Be going through the same thing. I can't win. And that's most of the time what a lot of people say who get the close, like, just due to like my work and stuff, we had some people that had survived the jump on the San Francisco bridge. And they talked about the thoughts they had on the way down and wish they could go back. But they asked about most people don't, but some people have survived it, right?
Okay.
And it was just saying the feeling of drowning and not having no options, not feeling hopeless, and you've done everything right in your power, right? And you just have no way out. You just say, forget it, right? And I think that's where he was at, which is not the answer, but it goes back to say, well, why couldn't he have some type of custody with those children? And that may be require different depth of analysis, you know what I mean? But that's what kind of led him to that point, which was not the answer. But can we do something from a legal side so people don't have to get to that point? It was a good recommendation. I heard somebody say, hey, it should be automatic 50-50 custody for everybody.
It really should.
When a child is born,
just automatic.
Until proven otherwise.
Until proven otherwise.
For everyone.
Exactly.
You know, until proven otherwise, 50-50 custody for everybody. And then you take away a lot of that.
Right.
You know?
And every time you mess up, you lose 10%.
Yeah.
You can whittle it down to 0.
Yeah, man. That's thanks for your insight, Gator, man. That's an interesting point, man. Statements you mentioned, man. Yeah, man. I feel like this is gonna keep getting worse here in the States. These kind of incidents are actually gonna become more and more common as society become more, with this whole, Me Too movement, women movement, whatever. It'll become worse and worse.
Yeah.
Which is why I preach to brothers, man. Get your passport.
Amen.
And get the hell out of here. Just travel. Work, make your money here in the States, and just travel overseas. Just make your money, because if we're just stuck here in the matrix, we're just gonna be. I'm not saying what this brothers did was right, but he could have been either one of us. So we could have been either one of them. So
right.
I just
you know what
so
they
just,
say?
he just reached his boiling point, and he just broke out, man. Like it was just he was like enough is enough. Like especially, and I've been in relationships where, I mean, my exes, they threw some crazy allegations at me, which was completely false. And a lot of times when they would go on social media, they will post about it, and they will 1,000 of their followers or friends or whatever are gonna believe the story over yours, just because they are women. So society gives women the benefit of the doubt. Whatever, even if she's wrong, in the court, police, whatever. Like, that's why I tell brothers, man, if you get into domestic violence situation, record everything.
So you gotta understand this about the law when it comes to women, right? The thing with women is it's been so many cases of women, with domestic violence, or women being harmed or eliminated, deleted, so what, that the legal system in courts don't want to see a chilling effect to keep women from reporting. That's why when you see when somebody's being accused of raping somebody, and then it's proven it wasn't true, nothing ever happens to the opposite sex.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Because they don't want to send a chilling effect. They don't want to send a chilling effect to the people who have had it to them, and it causes them, well, man, maybe he'll get off like that guy. Or what if I can't prove it like she couldn't prove it? So they don't want to have that chilling effect.
Right.
So that's why they do it, right? And then the number one question that a lot of times in the court mind and in jury minds is, and it's a hard question for you to answer. If somebody accuses you of something, this is the hardest question for you to answer. Why would she lie? Why would she lie?
She got an incentive to lie. Keep me from the kids.
No, but I'm saying if you're in a situation of SA, right, or raping somebody or something like that, the question is, why would she lie? Why would she? And that's a very hard question to answer, because the allegation is so serious, and people's mind is like, but why would somebody lie about something like that? You had to do it. Why would she lie? And that's the hard part to prove when you're in court. Why would she lie?
Because she don't like me. She want me to go down. She's
a
bad person.
Because we look at those acts are very egregious. That's like
talking
to lawyers and stuff. Those
Who
acts
lies
are very
about
egregious.
something like that? Yeah,
and that's the part you got to prove. Like, why would she lie? I would never lie about something like that. So I know if I said it, I would want somebody to believe me, because that's very serious. So why would she lie?
Exactly. And women gonna stick together. There you go. I would want somebody to believe me.
Yeah. So why would she lie? And that's a very hard question.
I would feel like a bad human being if I dismissed her.
And that what goes into people. I tell people about, you dating or getting in serious relationships with people who are single mothers, and they got young daughters as kids and stuff, and they don't want you around. They want their dad around, and you get
that is touchy. That's my touchy one right there.
You get that jacket put on you.
Oh, that's
and then people gonna be like, oh, they love to it. Why would they lie?
Yeah, and they go to it automatically. They go to it automatically, like it's nothing. Like just as soon as she say it, well, why would she lie? It must be true. Oh man, that she got young girls walking around the house, and I'm in there, and the girl, she might not get what she want or whatever, and she could just throw that on you to the mom.
Yeah. So I'm not saying, like, I'm not in a position to discount anybody's forthcomings, Right. But I just say, hey man, you have to be. We have to make good choices. We have to make good choices, but we humans, we follow. We like, well, hey, I came in with good intentions. I thought they came in with good intentions too. Sometimes things just don't work out. And then, when a relationship dissolves, then it becomes all about business. Right. Or people try to hurt you back. Well, you hurt me, so you don't care about
hurt
me,
you this
but you
way.
care about these kids, so I'm gonna work through them.
Right. I'm gonna weaponize the kids. Use the kids as a weapon.
Yeah. But yeah, like you say, men pick the right women. At least they think they do.
Yeah, in the beginning. Everybody right in the beginning.
But me, I have my own bias as a man, right? I think I say men are more realistic than women are.
Yes. By far. By far.
I say we're more realistic, and women are more so idealistic.
Yes.
And I say those things because we're the real romantics. We'll love you no matter what. Hey, we get together, and then I find out you can't have children. I'm most likely gonna stay with you, and we will keep trying. We'll probably go to doctor's appointment, get different steroid shots and stuff. But let me as a man lose my job.
Oh man,
I'm on the clock. Oh girl, I got to get out here. I don't want to work. But this man just to stay with you, where you couldn't even continue his legacy.
Right, he just stayed with you.
But that's what I mean and stuff about being the true romantics. Woman lose her job, man still gonna love her. All right, baby, well, you just take care of the house. I got this, and
we're gonna figure it out.
Moving.
Right.
Yeah. You lose you ain't gonna be sitting around this house. I'm just gonna go work. You just
you ain't gonna be sitting around this house.
So that's what I talk about. Like a lot of times that men are more so the real romantics. We love you for who you are. You gain that weight when you're pregnant. You do it. Hey, they still there. You know,
right?
We still there. But a woman, she'll divorce. She be like, I just feel like we grew apart. Oh, I'm not myself anymore.
For no real reason. For no real reason.
They got to have, if they don't
80%.
feel it, they have to feel it. They don't even have to.
They have to feel it. Yeah, it can't even. It don't even have to be a real, actual reason. It just they feel it. If they fall out of their feelings.
Yeah, and that's it. And that's what dudes say. Oh man, I don't believe in divorce. I say it don't matter if you do, man. You better hope she don't.
Right. Hello.
You know,
it takes two to tango. It takes two to tango.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like it's all like just because you don't believe it, it won't happen. I'd be like,
right,
man,
exactly.
You
power of the
be at work
mind.
and you be at work and she dropping the check off at the lawyer office. Ain't nothing you can do.
Man, and you getting served papers while you at work. They say, excuse me, Mr. Smith, sign this, please. What is this?
You've been served.
Damn.
You know,
low blow.
So it's a lot of those discussions that I think those are important discussions for us to have as men too, like people who have been on the other side, you know, or just hearing other dudes like, hey man, what's some stuff you did with? What should I look out for? What should I be concerned with? Or tell me what am I truly risking by doing this? Because a lot of dudes, you don't find out what you're risking until you're on the other side and have to get out.
The other side of it.
You know,
yeah, right.
So
it's kind of too late
because you're going in with good intentions and love. You know, like most people you enter a relationship or anything with genuine, but life starts to happen, right? But what are you putting at risk when you get together? Then you have kids and stuff. Like how we be trying to share with these brothers who travel. What we tell, hey man, you just don't move them in. You move in, then you like legally married. So now you stuck.
Yeah, leave them over there. You better leave them over there. I got a video coming up called "Leave Them There." And you as a traveler, I guess you already know what that's about. Leave them there.
What they say, don't pluck a flower from his garden. Continue to let it grow where it's at.
Oh man, look at that, man. You with them down south sayings, man. New Orleans sayings.
Yeah, man. So it just be different things, man. But we all want everybody to achieve that level of happiness that they want. But just be aware of the dangers on the road there. And if you know that, hey man, God bless. Have a good time.
Right.
You know?
Damn. Yeah, that is a sad situation. But unfortunately, it is all too common. It's all too common. It's just not, it just normally don't make headlines. Especially when when the man self-deletes. He deletes himself only. This one was basically a triple homicide because he deleted the two women. I think if he would have,
like a quadruple, the unborn child too.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah. I really believe if he would have only deleted himself, just him, he would have went off in the corner, went to the park, and just deleted himself. It wouldn't have hit like this. It wouldn't hit the same.
Well, no, it wouldn't have hit the same because I heard too. I heard the lead attorney talking about it, man.
Yeah,
and he was saying because I think the news has an agreement not to report when people delete, only when there's another elimination attached. But and if you think about it,
I didn't know that.
See the news. You never see the news reporting deletions, but they always report the eliminations in neighborhoods in certain cities. But they never report. And you got to think right now. I think deletions are at an all-time high, but you never hear
especially with COVID, especially with the depression or the lockdowns and stuff like that. I never quite thought of that. You're right. They never really the news never covers that by itself. Numbers. Right. Yeah. They don't want to show us those numbers.
Nope.
I wonder why that is. What they don't want to. I mean, what do you think What do you think the thinking is behind that? The reasoning. Whether it's right or wrong, what do you think their reasoning?
I think it's just a dark part of society. It's like the underbelly that you don't want reported. But I heard too that that total eliminations per year are included with eliminations. So I don't know what words you're saying you're trying to not, but so deleting and eliminations, I heard those self deletes are included in elimination numbers. When they said we had this many eliminations per year, they said the deletions are included in that as well. But you'll never hear a separate reporting story unless it's somebody famous or it's deletion with elimination attached. That's the only time the news will report on it, not when it's just a deletion.
Not when it's just a deletion. Wow. Yeah. Wow. 1 second. Shout out to Roll the Tape.
Roll the Tape. What up? What up?
The GOAT. Hey man, why don't you hop on here right quick and send this off? I'm about to land the plane. Boss and the senior master sergeant, we about to land the plane for everybody in the next 10 minutes or so. Rich, if you're still here, click the link and say hi and bye to the people. Yeah, that's what's up though, man. Yeah, we got to take care of ourselves, bro.
Life is a beautiful thing, man. Like when the young brother was talking earlier about what advice would I give a young man, I say, man, first know what you want to do in life, and the sooner you find that out, the better you will be, because it'll stop you from wasting time figuring it out.
Man, exactly. Going down the wrong path.
So once you do that, establish you a vision and start you SMART targets. We call them SMART targets as an acronym for specific, measurable, achievable, realistic and timely, right? So specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and timely. Target you something that's real, that's objective, that you know you can achieve in a timely manner. And after that, get you a mentor that kind of help guide you down that road, but also help you be accountable for what you want to do. And don't be trying to impress people. Keep your credit straight and save you some money.
That's what's
when you young, you really ain't gonna be able to do it like we do it. We old and been in our careers, raised kids, so now we seeing a more return on our investment. But you got to think, some of us, we 20 and 30 years in. I'm 22 years into a career, so you can't really look to be where I'm at, But you can start there sooner than I did and still do it on a smaller scale.
Got a head start. That's what's up. Smart target. Speaking of that, we got Roll the Tape. Roll the Tape. Richie Rich.
Big Boss Gator. What's happening, fellas? I've been kind of peeking in here and there, man. I'm actually at the shop working, man. So y'all be like, yo, man, Rich, what's up?
Yeah, man. What's up, man? What you at the shop this time of night? What time is it there? It's about 11 o'clock.
Hey, while they sleep, you know what I'm saying? I
eat.
Look at that.
At the shop, man. You see what I'm saying?
Man. Okay. That blurry camera, man. That camera blurry as hell, man. Oh, there you go.
They had dust on it, man. You know what I mean?
Oh, you at the shop. Okay.
Hey, shit going on around here, big boss. We got to chop these cars up.
Chop them up, man. Got to chop them up. And then, dang.
Let me stop for that. They put the feds on me. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to call you in like that dude and see, can I get a cut for ratting on you?
Right.
Shit. It's 12 midnight. Man, it's 12 midnight out there, man.
Yeah.
You working at 12 midnight, cutting cars 12 midnight?
Hey, look, man, I got up.
That can't be legal. That can't be legal, man.
Let me tell y'all my schedule today, man, what I did. I woke up at 7 o'clock. I was at the junkyard when they opened. I pick up some parts. I put in some work, you know what I'm saying? Got some cars delivered. Then I left. Took my son to basketball practice, and I was going to drop him off, but his mom was running late, so I had to wait on this BI. You know what I'm saying? So then she comes. She was coming to my crib to pick him up. She said, "Okay." She called me and was like, "Yo, I'm outside." So I go outside. She ain't there. So I'm going back to the shop. So I told my son, get in the truck. So I pull down the driveway. I wait on her. she comes and say, "Why the fuck you waiting in the car? What the fuck's going on?" Like, I'm like, bitch, I got shit to do. Why the fuck you? I mean, bitches. I heard y'all talking about the women earlier. You know what I'm saying? But it's like the same. My point is, the same women you got them confess all your secrets to and all this shit to. They be the ones that turn on you. You know what I'm saying?
Turn on you.
And they crazy, man. You know what I'm
saying? And they'll throw it in your face too. Throw it in your face.
Yeah, this bitch 45 minutes late. She mad at me for sitting at the edge of the driveway. Bitch, you told me you was outside. What the fuck?
What you supposed to do? Okay, in her mind, what is you supposed to do?
I said, why you ain't waiting in the house? But see, basically what it is, all right, if she says she gonna be if she says she's gonna be outside, and she not outside, so I guess that make her look bad to our son, like, oh, this
exactly. That's why
ain't never on time, you know what I'm saying? So that's what she upset about.
She wanted you to play it off like you in a house, it's all good, and she show up whenever she show up. Not daddy, why are we in the car so long?
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, bitch, you told me you was outside.
Right.
Nah, you was goddamn 3 miles away, bitch. That's what it was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. 45 minutes. You can get a lot of places. I know Georgia's big. You can get a lot of places in 45 minutes. Yeah, I can drive the sack in
about 45 minutes late. I knew she was gonna be late.
Oh, okay.
But she told me, she was pulling up. So I'm like, all right. So we go outside. She ain't there. I gotta come back to the shop, man. I gotta paint shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm at the shop now.
I see. At midnight. You trapping. Right.
I'm about to get a bed in this
motherfucker. Up cars 12 midnight. It can't be legal, man.
I'm about to get a bed in this motherfucker. I got a couch in here, man, but I'm thinking about getting me a little bed, man, because